And good morning once again. The court will call State of Wisconsin versus, let's turn the audio on. Take two. I will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski, case number 21 CF 885. May I have the appearances, please?
Gabby Nikolai, J.J. Crawford, and Randy Sitzberger appearing for the state.
Good morning, Donna Kukler, Pablo Galaviz appearing with Ms. Kurczewski.
I'm told all of the jurors are here. Is there anything I need to go over with the parties prior to bringing them out for the continuation of Detective Hoppe's testimony?
Yes, Judge, we went back through the video clips that we prepared because I noticed yesterday with the first two we've already played, both of them had the wrong end stamp second. And I have paper copies for the court. So for example, the video would end with the second being 52, but on the slide it was typed in that it ended at 50. And so there were a few corrections like that that I had to go through and make. There are two PowerPoints where actually I trimmed video back because it didn't end where it should have ended. And so we're gonna have copies of 202, 203, 204, and 205 provided on USBs today for the court and defense. I chatted briefly with Attorney Kukler. There's no video that's been added to any exhibit that wasn't previously there. The changes are simply, for example, in Exhibit 204, Slide 4 was trimmed by maybe 3 seconds. So I want to make that record. I've got paper copies for the court. In terms of 202, the two slides that we've played already, we kept in the updated version because those are already in evidence, but they had to be corrected because the timestamps, for example, on slide 3, had to be corrected, that the seconds were off. I feel like I'm not explaining this very well, but there were issues between what the video was showing when the video ended on the Sheriff's Department time ticker versus the text that's been entered into these slides about what second the video ended at.
I understand.
Okay.
So you'll go through that with the detective on the stand so it's clear to the jury, or are you just going through it with me on the record?
Well, moving forward, they're all correct, and the versions we'll be showing the jury are correct and accurate, so I shouldn't really have to say anything to them. My point is just because everyone already has copies of a different version, that's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay. So 202, I understand is, right, it has this paper copy of a PowerPoint. Obviously the audio files are embedded, so it's not something that can be printed. That's been received. So I have a couple of questions. One, Attorney Kukler, any comment or statement you want to make on what the state has advised?
Yes, I do. First of all, previously we had been provided a letter from the state, and that was brought up at the beginning of trial, that January 19th letter, where the state indicated what sections were going to be, the sections of the interviews that the state was not going to play, and they outlined it by time. And so we methodically went through those interviews to look to see what it was during those times that was not going to be played. Now that's going to, from as I'm hearing things, going to mess up what was.
I haven't heard that that's the situation, that has altered it in any way, has it?
No, it's simply, like I said, there's nothing that's been added to the exhibits. It's things that have been taken back.
Right, but does any of that impact any of the redactions that you advised the defense about in that January 19 letter?
No, in fact, out of an abundance of caution, I deleted a slide from 202 that was less than a minute long because I felt that it discussed the defendant's, she discusses the possible penalty for a first-degree intentional homicide. So I just took that slide out. So if anything, it actually is more careful than the list even was, if that makes sense.
Okay.
There's not a lot of changes, though. The only two that actually have videos trimmed to a different length are 202 and 204. The other ones are just correcting that time issue, like I said.
So my concern, Your Honor, is also that the state opened the door yesterday when they played a portion of the video where Lynn Hernan's drunk driving was brought up. That was something that was not going to be allowed to be brought up, but was played by the state yesterday. And so that door has been opened. I believe that going forward, we can go into that because they played that. I suspect that part of what they've redacted today is taking out what they went oops on yesterday when it played. And I think that's what's really causing this.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I need to focus on the initial issue that has been raised, not whether they've opened the door. We have a jury waiting. So,
Sure, but
we can address that later.
No,
we haven't even gotten to cross-examination because he's still on direct.
what I am saying, Judge, is that they're saying that what they're admitting now is they've removed seconds. And I'm objecting to their having removed anything from anything that was played yesterday. So I do object.
I didn't change anything that was played yesterday.
That was my understanding of what you said.
Right. That was why I endeavored into this very lengthy process last night, because it wasn't right. But what's in is in. I understand that.
All right, so in terms of the Exhibit 202 that's been received, if there's been a correction, it needs to be marked as 202A unless there's an agreement to replace it.
Okay.
And what's the defense position on 202 and whether it should be replaced or the new one marked as 202A?
Marked as 202A.
All right, without an agreement, that's what I need to do. The law's clear on that. Can't simply just replace an exhibit without agreement. So we'll have it marked. You'll have to do what you need to do in terms of having the witness address that. And we'll go from there. And just to be clear, because I don't have the contents of that letter in front of me right now. All of the times that you indicated in that letter that you were redacting out and not showing, from what you're saying, you may have added a little bit to that out of an abundance of caution, but you didn't include anything going forward that was listed in that redaction.
Correct.
And it's only in 202 and 204. Well, I may have got
202 and 204 are the only two exhibits that have videos that have been shaved off a little in a couple of the slides. Correct. For the most part, the changes are the timestamp in the lower left corner showing the time that the clip depicts.
Can you please tell me with 202 only right now, what slides, as I'm looking at the paper copy, I think you said slide 3 earlier, what has been changed? Taken off. What did you trim back, the video, not just correcting that time?
I did not trim any video from slide 3 because that was already played to the jury. But nonetheless, the timing was wrong. The end point of that clip should be 07:13:50, and yesterday it said 52. So that was what was corrected. The same with slide 2. The video wasn't changed at all, but
All right. And then what about any slides going forward? Did you trim the actual video?
On slide 6, there is 1 second cut off the end.
What is the starting time on that, just because the pages aren't numbered?
Sure, it's 7:31:14,
Okay.
and the end time for that is now 7:32:12, whereas in the original exhibit it was 7:32:13.
Any other slides in that particular exhibit?
So in the original, slide 12 was starting 8:25:05 through 8:25:48.
Okay.
And that was the slide I removed because there's discussion about the penalties for a first-degree intentional homicide.
You removed the whole slide?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to print. Anything else on that one?
No.
.203 has not been changed?
No videos have been changed, but the timestamps on slide 2 and 6 were corrected to match the video player. I'm sorry, slides 3 and 6, not 2 and 6.
What about 204? You mentioned slide 4.
Yes, slide 4 was trimmed and corrected. So that slide begins at about 9:45 and the new end time is 9:57:14.
Originally.
I don't have that in front of me.
With the PowerPoints, I don't know that I know I have 202 and I have 206, and I only have 202 because Teresa printed it off for me. It wasn't in my box, and I don't know that I have those other ones.
These are for the court.
May I see those?
Sure.
You don't have one for me?
I think she said she gave it to you on a flash drive,
No,
but
I have not received any on a flash drive.
It's right there. Oh, one is for the court.
all right, do you have, were these previously provided to defense at all?
Yes. Oh,
The PowerPoints?
these were turned over like last Monday when we brought exhibits through, but since last night, I've had to correct the slides, and that's what's just been provided to defense and the court.
Okay, so defense has them electronically?
Right.
And now you've given them a flash drive yet?
Yes.
I do not have them electronically. It's not been sent to me, not the new version. Just this very minute, I'm handed a flash drive, which I haven't looked at yet. Nothing was sent to me overnight.
I don't think that's what she said.
I thought that's what the court was
No.
suggesting. Okay.
That is 202, 203, 204, and 205.
All right, just because there's been a change, and I don't want to hold us up too much longer, anytime we have a change, we should, just an abundance, make sure that you're printing off copies for me and the defense. I understand it can get voluminous, but I'll have Teresa print them off or copy what I have, just so we can get them to them right now. You can use the printer in the chambers, Judge Bourne's chambers. If you have them electronically, oh, you have the flash.
Yeah, I can't plug the flash drive.
Actually, let me do this. I need Teresa in here. I can't have her doing this. If the state could have them printed off and delivered as quickly as possible, that would be great. That way, and then you should be able to compare what you have with the electronic copies that you received with the information that was exchanged last Monday at the start of the trial due to my order on exhibits.
The only concern I have right now is that there are some minutes that have been redacted. Looking at the original slide's not going to help me. I'm going to have to listen to hear what it is that's been redacted, which is what we did on the original letter that had come through. Now there's 3 sections that we've gotten to so far that have been discussed that have additional redactions that I need to listen to.
I'll give you ample time before your cross to compare. This is not, the information's not new. All of these videos have been turned over as part of the discovery process, some for a very long period of time. So I understand what you're saying. From what I have taken notes about, with the exception of the one entire slide, these are small changes. And we will all be here listening, watching during his direct examination, meaning of Detective HOPPE. I will give you extra time before you have to start your cross to compare whatever it is you want to compare and make any requests that you want to make in terms of whether any of that should be added back in. And if that means even if he gets done, today at noon and I need to give you an extra long lunch or whatever it is, we'll do it. That's fair. But I don't think it should hold up continuing his direct examination this morning. I will make sure we wait, though, until those printed copies are provided, because I know for me, I take all of these printed exhibits and I make extensive notes on them. And it's just easier for me to do that, to keep track of things, and maybe that's helpful to you, so I'll at least give you that so you have the printed copies of the replacements 202, 203, 204, 205, and I know there's a 206, but that wasn't touched is what you're telling me?
Right.
So that you at least have those before the direct examination continues. That way, I know you have, I think, 2 computers there. You should be able to pull up the electronic versions of the originals that you have and at least make some comparisons. And again, I'll still give you time before you have to cross-examine Detective HOPPE to go through all of that. But other than what I just said, in terms of waiting till the printed copies are provided to you, your opportunity to really review this will be in between his direct and your cross. Now, since I know we have a little bit of time and reference has been made to whether the state's opened the door, I am not allowing the defense to get into her drunk driving past. That is just simply an attempt to slander the victim's reputation. It has nothing to do with the allegations in this case, whether she has drunk driving convictions in the past. It was a passing reference We've heard here today that was not originally intended. I believe that's inadvertent. I have no reason to believe otherwise. Even if it was or couldn't be avoided because of the context and the interview of your client, I am not going to turn this into a sideshow, frankly, about her past and drunk drive. It is not relevant to the charges in this case, period. I know that sometimes information comes in because it's unavoidable in the context of an interview, but that doesn't mean the door has been opened, nor does it mean, even if I were to consider that the door is open, that I'm going to allow further testimony and evidence on that issue. That's my decision, not taking any argument on it. I expect that the parties going forward will follow that. Now, if there's some other, I guess, slip along the way, or it comes up, well, I obviously will reserve my right to revisit that should there be a request. But at this point in time, the motion in limine, I believe it was number 19 that I granted in favor of the state, remains. I've not changed my ruling on that. The last thing is, and I've told the defense, and I haven't had a request, obviously she was in custody during this. She was in her civilian attire, but I could see her hands were in handcuffs. I know going forward, there's interviews where she's in the jail orange. And so I've let the defense know, if you want me to read an instruction about, that should not be held against her in any way, let me know. The sooner the better. I do intend to have it in the final jury instructions in some form, and it may be better just to do it at that point. But as a cautionary instruction, I will leave it up to the defense to make sure you request that from me. And if there's a specific request as to when, please let me know. All right, so with that, we'll just be in a holding pattern until those printouts get here. All right, I'm gonna step off the bench. We'll be in recess. Be seated. All right, has the state provided the printed copies of the PowerPoints that have been revised?
Yes, Judge, we also gave essentially a shorthand copy of the notes that I had in terms of what slides the changes were on and what the change was.
Defense acknowledge receipt?
Yes.
All right. Then with that, I know obviously our jurors are here. Detective Hoppe, you can come on back up to the witness stand. I will have Teresa re-swear you because it is day 2. So, Madam Clerk.
Before they walk in, or do we?
No, when after they come in. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's right. I just said a moment where.
He's just prepared for
I was
when they
ready.
come in.
Way to be prepared, Chris.
All rise for the jury.
Or not. That was funny. We needed a little levity. That was good. Apparently my computer doesn't want to sign in today.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Detective Hoppe, you're standing. Please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Be seated. And once again, since it's a second day of testimony, just state your first and last names for the record.
Aaron, A-A-R-O-N, Hoppe, H-O-P-P-E.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Nicola. You may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Hoppe, when we left off yesterday, we were watching some videos, right?
Yes,
Can you remind the jury what day that interview happened?
July 9th, 2019.
Okay. And yesterday, I think we got through just 2 clips of that, right?
Correct.
In terms of the video clips, do you recall that for the record there is a typed timestamp in the lower left corner of each slide so we know what the clip is of?
Correct.
And yesterday, did you notice that some of those stamps were a little bit off
Correct, yes, they were.
in terms of when the actual time running on the video was ending? It didn't match by a few seconds.
Yes, it was just a few seconds off.
So overnight, have you been able to look at that, and have you seen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 202A?
Yes,
And does it correct some of those errors?
yes, it does.
Does it add any content that wasn't in 202?
No, it does not.
Okay. I'd move 202A into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 202A is received, permission to publish granted.
And Detective on the screen before you, do you see that marked 202A?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, if we go to slide 2, please. This is a slide that the jury saw yesterday, is that true?
Yes.
Has the video been changed at all on this slide?
No, it is not.
Okay, going to slide 3. Again, is this a clip that the jury watched yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Same question. Was the video changed at all on this slide?
No, it was not.
Okay, so if we can please go to slide 4. And Detective, is this a continuation of that interview?
Yes, it is.
Where are you sitting?
I'm basically beneath the camera. I'm in the corner of the interview room to Detective Cole's left.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, this is a clip from 07/13/57, and at this point I'd ask to publish that.
Go ahead.
And we've never taken advantage of that, if that's what you guys are thinking. I mean, she was, anybody who knows her, she gave everyone money. That gym guy, she helped him with over $20,000 in legal bills, his house, his this. I mean, that's just how she was. It wasn't, you know, I mean, because I feel like now you're getting into finances, like you guys think something's up, but that's how Lynn was with her money. She did what she wanted, how she wanted. Mm-hmm. She had a $10,000 bracelet, a $12,000 necklace. Why? Because she wanted it. She bought that a year before she died, just for the fun of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, she didn't have a rhyme or reason on how she did things. She did what she wanted because she could, and she was always poor. When her parents died, she said, you know what, this is the first time I can do what I want, how I want. She bought the Jeep she wanted. She bought the condo. She hit the condo. She wanted to get out there. But she was one of those people that lived day by day. This is, today I want to go shopping, or today I want to buy a jewelry. She'd call me all the time, hey, you want to go on vacation today? Let's just book a trip and go. I'm like, Lynn, what are you talking? I can't just up and go. But that's the type of person she was. Or towards the end, she got mad because one of her credit cards got reduced. She goes, I'm going to just go blow it all. And that's when she bought the bracelet and whatever. And I'm like, what do you think? Like, her mind was just, she did what she wanted, how she wanted. I can't, you know, have any say or control because it's hers. It's her stuff. It's what she wants.
The last week or two,
Mm-hmm.
she gets out of the hospital and then she dies like within the 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Does it seem like she's out of control then when I say that? But she doesn't care, she's taking pills?
To me, it seemed like she gave up before she went to the hospital. It seemed like the hospital was a last-ditch effort for everyone who loved her because we were all pushing her to go. Her neighbor, Judy, her ex-husband, my mom, me, she was just in bad shape, and we wanted her to get help.
Who's your ex-husband?
Or ex-boyfriend, sorry. Ex-boyfriend, not husband.
Okay, and that's that gym dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I never heard of an ex-husband.
No, it wasn't. It was ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
It just, we wanted her to get the help. We wanted her, and I think she went back and forth. She kind of wanted to feel better, and then she just was sick of being sick. She went both ways.
Did she struggle in the hospital?
Oh, a lot. A lot. They put a camera in after a couple days because they were having problems.
Because in the hospital, they make you follow the rules. Mm-hmm. As far as take this and just, you don't get to...
Oh, I mean, I'm sure medical examiners asked the hospital about her. You know, they've asked, and I'm sure they had some words. The nurses, the doctors, I mean, they all had things to tell me every time I came in. That she was a handful. Because she wanted to do it her way. Didn't care what they told her. And if they didn't get the pills she wanted, they were giving her something generic. That's when, well, I need you to go get my prescription. I said, Lynn, they're giving you what you need. I'll get it because you're telling me to, and it's yours. It's rightfully yours. Mm-hmm. But that's why when I came back, I purposely told them. I said, I'm going to let you know right now, she has it. It's up to you guys what you want to do with it, but she wanted it. Mm-hmm. And that's when they took it from her.
Were you there when they took it from her?
No.
think it would be a pretty good fight.
Maybe. I mean, she got it back when she left.
Was she mad at you when she found out you told him? Because you probably figured out that you told him.
Well, no, I did tell her I was going to tell him because I said, I don't know what you're supposed to be doing or not doing, and I feel like when you're in the hospital, they're going to give you what you need.
Yeah.
So that's just my opinion.
They don't give you anything you're not supposed to, and then they don't even like you bringing stuff in like a cheeseburger or something.
Yeah.
They want you to know exactly what you got going in and out.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, yeah. But
did your mom help out with Lynn?
No.
No.
My mom didn't. She did. I mean, prior. My mom helped out when Lynn's parents died. She couldn't physically do it again. She watched Lynn have a nervous breakdown and come back from it, but it was like a 6-month nervous breakdown. And she trashed her parents' house. A lot happened when Lynn's mom died. And physically it wore on my mom, just seeing her like that, because she's never seen that side of her. It was a totally different person. So that's why Lynn purposely had everything in my mom's name, like to take care of everything if something happened, even medical when she was alive. And she switched it to me because she said, your mom, A, doesn't have the time for it, my mom with her job and stuff. And she said, B, because she was there prior, I don't want to make her do it again. So.
Okay. I was going to ask you why it got switched to you. Yeah. That explains it.
I didn't know she switched everything. I only knew she switched some things. I had no clue at the end. I didn't know.
Were you authorized to use her on the credit card and stuff when she's telling you to do? But not on all of them, because you said
I don't know. I have no idea. That was her doing, so I don't know.
We said she had 30 credit cards.
She had a lot of credit. I don't know exact, but it was a lot.
But she wasn't giving you different cards every time. You were using.
Oh no, she gave different cards. She liked to use her different cards. She said it all the time. I got to use this one. I haven't used it. She had stickies with dates and last time she used them and everything. I swear to God, I've never seen anybody like that.
Why?
Because she likes to keep track of when she used it last and okay, I didn't use it this time. That was just what she did.
Just cause.
I have no idea.
How many credit cards you got?
I have 4.
I mean, you got 2. Yeah, I think I got 2.
Well, not of all what I have, I don't use, so.
Well, you said Lauren is younger, but you kind of figure out that you don't need.
No.
You kind of pair it.
I mean, I was in shock. I was like, I have never seen this amount of stuff. Never. And her thing was, too, like the hospital. She kept saying, well, I'm just going to use everything because one day when I'm not here, I'm not paying any of it. That was her biggest thing. Pushing it. I'm just going to use it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to charge it all. And I'm like, what?
It's your money. I mean.
Well, yeah, you can do whatever you want.
I guess. I mean,
you're going to get stuck paying it.
we have different. Everyone's life's so different.
Yeah.
You know, I used to be a lot looser, and now I have children. So that changes your whole concept.
I'm the same way. You got to be very careful with money.
You know, it's like I don't buy a soda at a gas station because it's like, well, I got to put 2 kids through college, at least one.
Yeah.
You know. The last 2 weeks, did she fall since she got out of the hospital, the last hospital stay, did she fall at all?
Yeah. That's when her neighbor helped me.
And Judy came and helped her, or whatever her name was, June, or?
I don't know why I can't think of her name right now, but I haven't talked to her in a while, so. Yeah, she helped me
Did Jim ever come over?
Oh, no.
Help?
No.
When did she give Jim the money? Do you remember?
I want to say within the last year. And I think she might have given him money like 2-3 times, not just that. I want to say maybe like the last 3 years.
Do you know the last time Jim saw her? So I thought at one time, and someone told me that like she didn't want to see Jim anymore. She told him not to come.
Her looks and stuff, yeah. I don't know, because he didn't come when I was around.
Okay.
His mom did. His mom was Judy. His mom did.
His mom's Judy?
Mm-hmm. That's Judy.
Okay.
Not the neighbor, but that's where they
got
no. Yeah. No,
Sorry.
I can't think of the neighbor's name. It's driving me nuts right now. It's on my phone, but I can't think of the neighbor's name. But the neighbor would be probably the one who saw her just as, not as much as me, but I mean, more, and helped out. When she fell, I needed help.
Yeah, you can't get her herself.
And then Judy was Jim's mom, and she would come every so often. She saw him more than Jim. I saw her towards the end more than Jim. So I don't know though than Jim. I couldn't tell you.
You don't know. There's another beneficiary in the will.
Anthony.
Who's that?
That is Kareen's son. Kareen is her best friend, just like my mom.
Does Kareen come over and help? Again, I don't know anyone. You know what I'm saying? I kind of asked you, why is Kareen coming over? Because he's my best friend, right?
Yeah.
So if he's in the hospital, God, besides wiping his butt, which I would do, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Just say, come take care of your guy, you know?
A, half the people didn't know she was in the hospital. B, she didn't want him to know, and she didn't want to see him.
So she's kind of pushing people away.
Yes. But that's how she was. If she didn't feel good, she didn't want you around. I mean, I wouldn't have been around when she didn't feel good, but she needed help.
She tell you don't
Well,
come?
she'd have days that say, yeah, don't come, don't this, don't that. I mean, she did what she wanted, how she wanted.
Yeah.
Some days she didn't feel good. I usually knew if she said don't come, most of it was because she didn't want me to make the trip out again, or drive out again, but I usually went. I mean, I'm not saying I did every time, but, I mean, she'd call me, I'd be out doing something. And she'd call me and she'd fall. I'd have to leave and go, and I would. It wasn't a question of, oh, well, let's see, maybe I'll come. I mean, I just went. You have to.
This dude you're living with, I assume that's your boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Scott or Craig? Or
Scott Craig.
Does he ever go see her?
No, he's never met her.
Never
She
met her?
never wanted to meet him.
Just cause?
Because she was sick.
What? Interpret it clear. Your mind, Jesse.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
You know what I mean?
He would have loved to meet her, but she just didn't want to do it. Only one time, she was willing to let him to come to the house because she said, well, this isn't what I look like to her. I told you, she gained the weight and everything in the weight was 2-3 years. But her appearance changed. She always said, I don't want anybody to see me. And I'd be like, well, he's going to stop with me real quick. No, just can you drop him off at home? So.
Okay. Anyone else have contact with her besides you and the neighbor?
What do you mean contact?
Well, go see her.
Well, people talk to her.
I'm talking about go see her physically at the apartment or the condo. That's the neighbor.
No.
Well, there's two Judys, right?
Yeah, her name isn't Judy. It's Jean.
Jean's the neighbor.
Yes.
Okay, Jean's the neighbor.
Yeah.
Judy is Jim's mom.
Yeah.
Do you know her? What's her last name? Do you know?
I gave you all this.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have it.
That's right. I didn't plan on doing this today, to be honest with you. Okay.
You did
I just came back from vacation.
I mean, I really didn't plan on any of this. I mean, I wanted to get information, don't get me wrong, but not.
Detective Hoppy, in that clip that the jury just watched, did Ms. Kurczewski discuss with you and Detective Cole some things that she says happened in the hospital during the hospital visit?
Yes.
Do you recall discussion about a video camera?
Yes.
What was that about?
She said that the hospital was concerned for things that Lynn was doing, and they had set up a camera in her room.
I'd like to show you an exhibit before we move on to the next clip of 202A. If I could please just show the witness exhibit 207. Detective Hoppy, throughout this case, were you able to review medical records from that hospital visit?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, were you in the courtroom when many of those records were shown to the jury in this case?
Yes, I was.
And fair to say exhibit 207 is a 2-page document?
Yes,
Have you seen that before?
I have.
Is it significant to this case?
Yes, it is.
Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of that portion of the medical record?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 207 into evidence, asked to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 207 is received, permission to publish granted.
And detective, you see the exhibit sticker is actually on the top right for this exhibit, is that true?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if we can scroll to the bottom of page 1 and zoom in, please. It looks like there is a note that begins on the bottom of the page and flows into the next page, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so if we go to the top of page 2, does that note continue where it says progress notes?
Yes.
Do Do you see anything in this note significant to Ms. Kurczewski telling you the hospital put a video camera in Lynn's room?
Yes.
What is it?
It says that there is the Avis placed in the room for safety.
Do you know what Avis is?
It's a camera system that the hospital uses.
Does this note say why that was done?
Yes, it does.
What does it say?
Patient confused at times, trying to pull on lines and get out of bed without calling. Patient does not use call light appropriately.
What did Ms. Kurczewski tell you about why a camera was put in Ms. Hernan's room?
About misuse of medication.
Does that seem consistent with this record?
No, it does not.
When Ms. Kurczewski talked to you about that misuse of medication during her testimony or during her interview, how did she say Ms. Hernan got that medication to misuse it?
That she brought the medication to the hospital.
Okay.
Being Ms. Kurczewski.
Okay. Ultimately, did Ms. Kurczewski tell you that she told a nurse what she did when she brought it in?
She alleged she told the nurse, yes.
Have you looked through the medical records in this case?
Yes, I have.
Is there anything in the medical records consistent with the allegation that Ms. Kurczewski brought medication into the hospital and then told staff she did so?
There's no documentation stating that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. DeValconier. If we can please go back to Exhibit 202A, and we are on slide 5. All right, Detective, is this again a continuation of that same interview?
Yes, it is.
All right, we can go ahead and play.
Something you weren't supposed to?
Never.
It's all everything on there is for
Always permission. Always. I know better. I know better. There's a reason I don't want to be sitting in these. I know better, and I really...
And you know why I asked, right?
I feel like you're asking because of my history.
That's why.
I feel like I'm sitting in cups for a reason now. I'll be very honest with you guys. I feel like this is all mixed together.
You're in cuffs because it's policy.
No, but I mean, I feel like I was brought in because of this. I didn't put two and two together until I saw you guys, and I'm wondering why I was going to Waukesha.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I was half asleep when I left the house, but I'm really starting to think you guys think I did something or I did something wrong. And if you knew Lynn, you knew the way she was. I didn't do anything, and I'll tell you that honestly.
I don't know.
I love her to death.
I don't know her. That's why I'm asking you a lot of questions because I don't know who she was.
I get it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of the disadvantages of doing this job is you know her intimately.
Yeah, I know her very well.
And I'm investigating a death.
I get it.
And there's an anomaly in her toxicology. There's a drug in her system that's not supposed to be there.
And what would that be?
It's called tetrahydrazine.
What is that?
Commonly known as eye drops.
She uses eye drops all the time.
What does she use them for?
She used them for her eyes. But
Yeah.
she went through them like crazy, which didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when you say a lot, how much was she using?
I probably brought her 4 bottles while she was in the hospital.
Yeah.
She put them in her eyes all the time. All the time. And I was like, I've never met somebody that goes through it. She's like, my eyes are always dry. Always.
What kind of eye drops were you buying her?
Whatever kind. She didn't care. She didn't have like a history.
I mean, I'm not an eye drop guy, but we also refer to it as Visine. Is that?
Well, no, there's different. She likes a different kind. I don't know without looking at it. I really don't.
Okay.
No.
The hospital didn't have concerns with it?
I have no idea. I mean, she had it sing out on her thing.
The last couple
But
weeks.
what would that do anyway? I don't get it.
Apparently, it's not good for you to use lots of eye drops. And that's what the medical examiner is concerned about.
Did they look in her house because she has boxes of them?
Does
Or
she?
had, yeah. Because she was well known for eye drops.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, what is that? Because that just sounds really weird to me when you said
Well, it
that.
sounded
'Cause I'm
weird to
like,
us, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, were you going to buy eye drops for her? You're
Yeah.
buying at the end? Were you
I
buying
mean, that's
lots?
the same stuff that I bought for her all the time. Yeah.
How many boxes of eye drops you thought you'd buy in a week, maybe?
In a week? I don't. I don't know, a week, but usually every time I went to the store, she'd ask for them, so I'd get anywhere, maybe like 6 at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're probably buying, so 6, 3 times a week?
No, I wouldn't think that.
I don't know how many times you went to the store for, once a
I
week?
couldn't tell you how often, but usually anytime I went to get her water or something, she'd be like, "Go get eye drops," or get, I always had the same list usually of what she wanted.
When you say water, it's like bottled water?
Yes.
That's just what she preferred?
Yes. She didn't drink tap. She didn't trust her. She didn't, ever since she lived in those apartments, she said the water was just funny. She had tested like 3 times. And she said that it just had a bad taste to it, like well water or whatever, because she's lived in a lot of places with well water.
Mm-hmm.
So she's been like that for as long as I can remember.
Did you ever taste the water?
I always drink the bottle too. It's habit for me. I drink bottle at home.
Just asking if
Yeah.
you ever tasted the water.
Yeah.
Maybe it's, I don't know.
No, I drink bottle just like her. I never liked, because we have funky water too. So
Did you ever see her, like squirt the stuff in her mouth?
no,
Eye drops? No?
no.
No. Did you ever see her use different kinds of alcohol when she's taking her pills?
Oh, a ton. Well, what do you mean
Alcohol, like
vodka?
spirits. Vodka.
Well, yeah, she drank vodka all the time. That's what was her main drink.
The last couple of weeks was she drinking?
She drank up until, I can't even say for sure. I know when she passed, she still had bottles at the house. She normally would go through 2 big things of vodka in 4 days, but I can't honestly say.
When you say big ones, the big 1.75 liter ones?
They're the.
What's the handle on it?
The Fleischmann's. The big Fleischmann's. Or, was it Fleischmann? No.
Well, Fleischmann's makes a vodka.
I don't want to see. It's the big
Plastic
plastic,
bottle?
like the biggest one you can probably get. And she'd go through 2 of those in 4 days. But I don't know what she was really drinking at the end. I don't, because she'd say she wouldn't have one, and I'd come there and she'd have a drink made. So
The day of her death,
Mhm.
in the morning when you're there,
yeah,
do you just think she's drinking that day?
I don't remember if I saw a cup out or not, to be honest.
If you saw her drinking at 9 in the morning, would you?
Oh no, she used to wake up and drink at 3, 4 in the morning. That was normal.
That was normal.
Yeah. That's half of why towards the end she didn't drive a lot, because you never knew when she was going to have a drink.
And when she took pills, and when she's drinking and taking pills, you say, hey, you shouldn't do that? And I know she'd say, it's none of your business, right? Or
If you knew Lynn, she's been doing this for years. This is just what she did. I'm sorry, but it's what she did.
Detective, I have some questions that I want to ask you before we move on to the next clip. Up to this point in time, had anyone told Miss Kurczewski that there was tetrahydrozoline in Lynn Hernan's toxicology?
No,
Do you still have the marker in front of you?
I do.
Can you please put a star on the left of our timeline to indicate to the jury when that information was first relayed to Ms. Kurczewski? Thank you.
Taking the board down, I apologize.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. The minute that eye drops were mentioned, what did Ms. Kurczewski say about a habit Lynn had?
She immediately went into saying that she was well known for eye drops and used them all the time, and Ms. Kurczewski said she had to purchase several bottles at a time for her.
Was Lynn Hernan being, quote, known for eye drops something that had already come up from any other source in your investigation?
No.
When, during this clip that we just watched in slide 5, when this substance is mentioned, what does Ms. Kurczewski say about what that can do to the human body?
She doesn't know. She asked the question of what happens.
Do you recall in this section Detective Cole actually asking Ms. Kurczewski if Lynn Hernan was drinking eye drops?
Yes.
What did Ms. Kurczewski say?
She said that she puts it in her eyes.
Okay. At this point in your investigation, did you have information already that Miss Kurczewski knew exactly what tetrahydrozoline was?
Maybe at that moment, no, but later on we learned yes.
Okay. In your investigation, did you actually find evidence that at least the device of Miss Kurczewski used the term tetrahydrozoline before this interview?
Yes.
I'd like to show the witness only, please, State's Exhibit 187. And actually, I'll get you the copies out of the box because I know that you looked at the paper copies of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm handing you, oops. Exhibit 188. 188 and 187.
Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Yesterday, we talked a lot about your investigation involving downloading a couple different cell phones, right?
Yes, we did.
And the jury heard about Exhibit 170 in this case from Detective Fredericks.
Yes.
Can you remind them whose phone this was?
Scott Craig's.
Okay. Are Exhibits 187 and 188 data from that phone download?
Yes, it is.
What kind of data?
Exhibit 187 is an excerpt of the timeline from the download of Scott Craig's cell phone, which again is chronological order of messaging or activity in the phone.
Okay, what is Exhibit 188?
It is a demonstrative exhibit, again, more readable version of text messages between Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczewski.
Have you checked to make sure that the raw data was correctly put into Exhibit 188
Yes, I have.
on the version in front of you?
Yes, I have.
How do you know?
I initialed every page of the document.
Okay. At this point, I'd move Exhibits 187 and 188 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 188 and 187 are received, permission to publish granted.
So Detective, would it be fair to say that 187 on the screen right now is that kind of raw data we talked about yesterday?
Correct.
Okay. If we can please go into 188 with the jury, I'm going to have you read this conversation similar to what you did yesterday. Now, you've indicated a time on the first slide. What is that?
This is the date of the January 2019 message thread.
And if we go to slide 2, again, does this indicate for the jury the participants in the conversation they're about to see?
Yes, that's correct.
Have we used the same numbers or the same colors that we used yesterday for those people?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to slide 3, please. What date does this discussion begin?
January 12th, 2019.
Okay. Can you please add January 12th of 2019 on our Exhibit 228, our timeline? All right. Thank you.
Ready to go. Yeah.
Okay. Starting at the top, can you please read through this messaging as you did yesterday?
At 8:10 p.m., Scott sends to Jessy, "And then what? Can't stay like that all night. It's almost done." At 10:21 p.m., Jessy to Scott, "I love you, glad I can't, that came having a good night away. 10:22 p.m., Scott sends to Jessy, "That's good, be safe." And at 10:29 p.m., Jessy sends to Scott, "We Ubered and I'm sobered."
Next slide, please.
This is now the beginning on January 13th, 2019.
So is this the next day?
That is correct.
Okay.
At 9:57 a.m., Jessy to Scott, "Scott, I don't feel good. I know you're mad at me and I'm sorry, but I'm throwing up blood. This is 2 times this morning. I might need to go to walk-in. This isn't." Continuing at 9:50 a.m., Jessy to Scott, "Normal. I feel so sick." At 10:34 a.m., Jessy to Scott, "OMG," presumably, oh my God. "I just got here and had to run literally to the bathroom and just shit for days. Sorry, WTF. I wish you came with me." At 10:35 a.m., Scott to Jessy, "Ew." At 10:35 a.m., Scott to Jessy, "Well, sorry. I'm hurting so bad right now, too."
In terms of, if we can stay on that slide, please. The discussion in pink on the left. In the top box, the words walk-in is used.
Correct.
Does that have any significance to you?
That was information we believe was related to a walk-in urgent care clinic type location.
And then in fact, a couple down, it seems to suggest Ms. Kurczewski arrived at a new location.
Correct.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Continuing on January 13th, 2019, at 11:03 a.m., Jessy to Scott, "Did Alex take Liam? Are you feeling better?" At 11:03 a.m., Scott to Jessy, "Yes, she took him. I feel horrible, so bad." At 11:06 a.m., Jessy to Scott, "Sorry, hun, I feel pretty bad right now too. They said my blood pressure is really bad. I'm shaking bad right now and my heart is flying out of my chest." It starts with TH and then continues on to the next text message, which was broken up at 11:06 a.m. Continuing, presumably they got me drinking water like crazy. Might have to give me fluids in my arm if it doesn't improve fast. They took blood waiting. The nurses keep, continuing at 11:06 from the last text, the nurses keep coming in every 2 minutes to check my blood pressure.
Okay, next slide, please.
Once again, we're continuing from January 13th, 2019 at 11:08 a.m. Scott to Jessy, "Oh geez." And 11:30 a.m. Scott to Jessy, "What's up?"
Okay, the next slide.
Continuing on January 13th, 2019 at 11:39 a.m. Jessy to Scott, "I have traces of tetrahydrozoline in my blood. The doctor said that's what's messing with my blood pressure and why I feel like crap. He said that's the main," broken up to the next text, which is at 11:39 as well, "ingredient in eye drops. WTF. I'm freaking out right now. He said so much stuff that I'm in complete shock. He asked me a ton of questions, where I've been." Next text is also continuing at 11:39, "who I've been around and all this shit. I have to go for a chest x-ray and get fluids in my vein now. I have to have the charcoal crap. It's so nasty. I don't," continuing at 11:39 a.m., Jessy to Scott, "want to. I'm waiting for the x-ray and I'm shaking now again. I'm reading about it online and I need to stop."
Next slide, please.
Continuing again on January 13th, 2019, Scott to Jessy, "Jesus Christ, we'll try to calm down." At 11:40 a.m., Scott to Jessy, "Well." At 11:41 a.m., Jessy to Scott, "The whole shitting thing is false. It messes with you really bad and not with poop."
Okay, next slide.
Once again, continuing on January 13th, 2019, Jessy to Scott, "He said that people put it in people's drinks all the time. He said there's no taste to it and people don't notice. Who the fuck does that? Is this Mike's?" And then the text is broken up. 11:44, Jesse to Scott continuing new sick joke, thinking of his new poop ideas or what? At 11:45 a.m., Scott to Jesse, I have no idea. At 11:45, Scott to Jesse, I don't see why he would do that.
Next slide, please.
Again, continuing on January 13th, 2019, at 11:48 a.m., Jesse to Scott, I don't fucking know. Seriously, I just want to cry. I can't even believe this. At 11:52 a.m., Jesse to Scott, have you read on this shit? OMG. At 11:52 a.m., Scott to Jesse, no, stop reading. At 11:59 a.m., Jesse to Scott, I just want to come home. At 12 p.m., Jesse to Scott, are you feeling any better? 12 p.m., Scott to Jesse, no, not really. Ibuprofen and Tylenol isn't working.
And next slide, please.
January 13th, 2019, Jesse to Scott, sorry, hun. I'm sorry, that was 12:01. At 12:02 p.m., Scott to Jesse, yeah, me too. 12:13 p.m., Scott to Jesse, don't tell anyone about what's happening to you. At 12:13 p.m., Scott to Jesse, who were you all with? 12:16 p.m., Jesse to Scott, I told Mike because I asked him. Mike, Tina, Antonio. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jesse, great, you shouldn't have told him.
Next slide, please.
Continuing again on January 13th, 2019, 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jesse, it has to be one of those three. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jesse, nobody else would do it. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jesse, doesn't make sense. 12:17 p.m., Jesse to Scott, sorry, I wanted to know if he did it. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jesse, you think he would tell you? Duh.
Continuing on.
January 13th, 2019, 12:23 p.m., Jesse to Scott, I don't know. The whole thing bothers me. You can die from that. I don't see any of them doing it. The doctor said it's a new trend when you mix with alcohol. It's continuing 12:23 p.m., Jesse to Scott, like a date rape drug, but different. We did put our drinks down once when we went to smoke. Otherwise, Tina and Antonio held on to them other times. I, continuing 12:23 p.m., Jesse to Scott, can remember everything until we went to leave, and then I start forgetting. I don't even know what happened at Palace at all except getting there. And Tommy, 12:23 p.m., Jesse to Scott, continuing, telling me I had to leave. I keep trying to figure out the night I have pieces. I don't feel like this. I don't want to go out anymore. Mike said, 12:23, continuing Jesse to Scott, I seemed off too.
Can you please, going back. On slide 13, can you please use your finger to circle where Ms. Kurczewski tells Scott you can die from that? Madam Clerk, if we could please capture this as 188A. And then we can clear the screen and continue. Go ahead.
January 13th, 2019, 12:24 p.m., Jesse to Scott, I feel so embarrassed and stupid. 12:25 p.m., Jesse to Scott, they have to notify the police on this too. 12:26 p.m., Scott to Jesse, wow. 12:26 p.m., Jesse to Scott, I don't have to talk to them, but they have to report it. He said this is very serious and they are obligated because it's considered poisoning. Continuing, January 13th, 2019, 12:30 p.m., Jesse to Scott, my chest x-ray is good and the levels in my pee are low, so he said it's towards the ending, meaning that when ingested, it only affects you for so much time. 12:30 p.m., Jesse to Scott, unless you keep ingesting, my blood pressure is still up, down. 12:30 p.m., Scott to Jesse, well, keep drinking water so you pee. 12:31 p.m., Jesse to Scott, I'm just glad I don't need the charcoal. Continuing on January 13th, 2019, 12:35 p.m., Scott to Jesse, this is the second time this happened to you? 12:37 p.m., Jesse to Scott, yep, awesome. Me not the same though. Why do people hate me? 12:37 p.m. Scott to Jesse. What do you mean, not the same?
Detective, did you identify this series of messages in Exhibit 188 as significant in your investigation?
Yes, yes, we did.
Why?
During our interview, again on July 9th of 2019, Ms. Kurczewski clearly denies any knowledge of tetrahydrozoline, asks what it is, denies any knowledge of it, and has no idea about the ingredient or the effects. These messages clearly would state otherwise.
In fact, remembering back to the clip we just watched in Exhibit 202, Slide 5, do you remember when Detective Cole told Ms. Kurczewski about that anomaly in Ms. Hernan's toxicology?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember if Detective Cole pronounced the word tetrahydrozoline correctly?
No, he did not.
Okay.
Close, but not correct.
If we could please go back to Slide 7 of Exhibit 188. Detective, can you please circle the word tetrahydrozoline in this Slide 7 of Exhibit 188? Based on your information, is that word spelled correctly in this message?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if I could please capture this as Exhibit 188B. Thank you. Detective, were you in the courtroom when Scott Craig testified earlier?
Yes, I was.
Was he asked questions about this exchange?
Yes.
Did he recall it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We can take that exhibit down and go back into Exhibit 202. If we get unpublished for a moment. Oh, we're all set. Sorry. We are on Slide 6. And we are ready to publish, Madam Clerk. Detective, we're still in Exhibit 202. So is it fair to say this is the same interview we've been watching July 9 of 19?
Correct.
And remind the jury how long after that text conversation this interview is taking place?
Almost it's about 6 months to the day.
Okay. I'd like to play Slide 6.
I tells her, nor am I going to make her change. It's her choice. She's older than me. I don't do it, but it's just, I guess it's hard for me because you guys don't know her. And anybody who knows her will tell you the same thing. This is how she is. You're not going to tell a full-grown adult that you can't drink when you want. I mean, not kidding. She would call sometimes at 6 in the morning completely wasted. Because that's what she wanted to do if she felt like it.
She cry just to talk?
Oh, yeah. She's going to talk to you for an hour on the phone. And half the time you didn't know what she was saying, I'll be honest. She was very hard to understand when she started drinking and using her pills and whatever.
Did you go check on her then if she called you at 6 in the morning and all blotto and say...
Usually not at 6 in the morning, but
Later that
eventually,
day?
yes. Not always, because, I mean, that's just how I was used to, that was her. So I knew she was...
And the next slide, please. Slide 7.
If you thought she was doing something wrong with the pills, you would have tried to stop her, right?
Well, I told her all the time she was doing something wrong. But she doesn't have the right amount of pills in there. But that's... I mean, I don't know what you mean by stopping. I'm not going to take her pills away from her.
If she had you know how you found her. Did you ever see that happen before?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw her that she's spooning pills into her mouth?
First went to the hospital.
Just before?
I would say about a day or two.
And
I'll be honest, there's been 3 times that she said, I want to give up.
yeah.
I don't want to do this anymore. And she always said, the day when it comes, I want your help. The day when it comes, I want your help. I said, I'm not helping you do anything. When it comes to pills or messing around with anything, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm not trying to get in trouble.
But she
She's
said
a full-grown adult.
like her Dr. Kevorkian type thing to help her kill herself?
She wanted it a million times.
Yeah.
I mean, she just was sick of being sick. And that's why towards the end, I mean, we said, Lynn, you need to go back in. The only one that can help you is a doctor. We physically don't know what more to do for you. When you completely give up and you're not eating, you're not drinking, you're doing whatever you want when you want to your body, but you're not doing physically what your body needs, it's going to shut down on you. And hers was. And that's why when she went in the last time, I mean, they were shocked. We walked in, they said, how are you even walking in here? Granted, we did get her a wheelchair as soon as we got in there.
Mm-hmm.
But she just didn't care. She was at that point where nobody was helping her. They weren't telling her what's wrong with her. She didn't know what more to do.
When you were there the morning of her death, did you get the impression that something bad was going to happen that day?
I didn't, looking back at it after the things she said, right away. I mean, when I came back and when the way I found her and replaying everything in my head from that day, I knew. That's what hurts the most. I didn't know when I left. I mean, obviously, if I would have known, I would have never left. I mean, that's the hardest part I have to live with, is knowing that she did this, and I could have been there, or I could have maybe got her help or something. That's my hardest part. That's why I want to know what the hell's wrong, or what's going on with her. But for me, that's the worst part, is she died, and I wasn't there, and I felt like she did it so I'd find her. Not that she wanted me to find her, but she did it knowing that I was going to find her, and she just wanted to be alone. Mm-hmm. And she did. I mean, she left that day, or I left that day. And, you know, I mean, the things she said, it was just...
Is there something specific that sticks out in your head that she said?
No, she said, I'll see you later on. I mean, her usual. But it was just, you know, she was rushing me. Just go do what you gotta do. Just go. I mean, I'll see you a little bit later. And, you know, and then I think it's just certain things, I guess, over the course of time, you know, that she said. And, you know, she was very big into, you know, I want the doctors, you know, the doctors aren't helping me. I want to know what's wrong. I want to know. And then, you know, the next day, I just don't care anymore. I don't want to be here. You know, she hit this where she went back and forth. And she always was, I'm sick of being sick. I'm sick of being sick. That's all she ever said, is I'm sick of being sick. I just want to feel better.
You said earlier that you kind of would crush the pills up for her.
No,
You never did?
Very once in a blue moon. That's when she didn't have the strength, or would say, you know, I want this under my pudding.
But
Usually
the day of her
she
death,
did
you didn't crush them for her.
What?
The day of her death, you didn't crush
No.
them for her before you left. The last time you caught her with the spoon and the pills, did you have to take the spoon away from her? Did she fight with you?
I mean, I've taken the plate and spoon away from her, but I've also brought back to her because there were certain pills she couldn't swallow. Physically, she couldn't. Mm-hmm. I mean, we'd sit there and they'd come back up. Sit there and they come back. So, I mean, it went both ways as far as the pills she crushed. I mean, I didn't sit there and let her crush 20 pills in my presence. You know, I let her, the main few that she always did. Usually if I come back, there'd be more or different ones, or, you know, you can tell by looking at a plate. You know, obviously if they're all white, you can't tell. But, I mean, I'm telling you, I know when I left every day, and I'd come back and the pill amounts aren't what they should be. And then she always kept pills on the side of her that she didn't take anymore. And those were suddenly getting put up on the table. And she'd, I grabbed those by mistake. You know, she'd make up stuff. And she'd act like she didn't, you know, like, I didn't put those there, or I didn't take any of those. I'm like, so why are they out?
I'm guessing at one point you tried to, like, get rid of the old pills and try to get it organized.
No, I've never tried to get rid of her old pills. You do not touch her stuff. When it comes to that, you do not. Because her thing was, if I need it down the road, I'm going to take it. They were her pills prescribed her, even though she wasn't taking them anymore. They were hers. I was not. There's some things you just do not mess with of hers. And that's her medicine and her vodka. Mm-hmm. The one time I tried taking her pills away from her and put them where they were out of her reach and hid them from her so she couldn't find them, she was pissed. Those are her pills. They're prescribed to her. And I thought, you know what, I'm not going to argue with you. We spent an hour and a half fighting about it.
Yeah.
They're her pills. I am not responsible for her. She's a full-grown adult. I gave them back to her because I spent an hour and a half fighting with her about
I get you, but you have some responsibility because she's paying you to kind of help her.
You have some responsibility.
Sometimes people aren't in the right mind, you know, and it sucks.
It's not that. She was like this before she was sick. Yeah. If it wasn't this pill, it was that pill. She's been like this for years, and that was before she was sick. She liked her pills. Doesn't matter what it is. There wasn't a set. She was well known to like drugs and alcohol. That never changed. Lynn grew up that way, and she stayed that way. Maybe the pills changed, or the alcohol changed, or the drug of choice, but that's what she did. So it's just, it's so frustrating sometimes. Just thinking of like how she was.
I'll tell you this: she didn't overdose on any kind of prescription medication.
And Detective Hoppy, we've paused it at the timestamp of 07:39:29. Is that true?
That's correct.
And there's quite a bit more to this clip. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I know that we're getting into morning break time, but there's a couple questions that I wanted to ask you before that about what we've already heard. So you talked to the jury yesterday about that March 6, 2019 interview with Ms. Kurczewski, right?
Yes.
And around that time, what was Ms. Kurczewski telling law enforcement about the likelihood of suicide here?
She didn't believe that was the case.
Okay, now in this clip on slide 7 that we've just watched, Ms. Kurczewski tells you that there were 3 times that Ms. Hernan said she wanted to give up. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember the portion where Detective Cole is asking Ms. Kurczewski if she knew when she left that day that Ms. Hernan was going to die?
Yes.
Do you recall Ms. Kurczewski getting very emotional at that point in time?
Yes.
And what did she say her feeling was when she left?
She, not looking back on it now, she didn't. Looking back on it now, she thought that there was some concerns.
Okay. But at the time, as she's crying, Ms. Kurczewski says, "I had no idea when I left this might happen." Right?
That's correct.
And she's crying, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Kurczewski says if she knew, she never would have left.
Correct.
And that Ms. Hernan was rushing her.
Yes.
Does that story stay the same throughout these interviews?
No, it does not.
Okay. There was some discussion in the last point that I want to chat with you about before we break, that there were certain kind of pills that Lynn Hernan couldn't swallow. Did you remember that?
Yes.
And that they'd have to be crushed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Going back through those medical records, did you see any note ever that Lynn Hernan couldn't swallow pills?
No, I did not.
In fact, were you here when Dr. Bedrisky showed this jury 5 pills that evidently Lynn Hernan did swallow?
Yes.
Because they were inside of her at autopsy.
Yes, that's correct.
I think this would be a good time for a break, Judge.
Well, our jury's only been out here for an hour, though.
Oh, I can keep going. I
Yeah.
just wasn't sure.
No, I appreciate that. We have been trying to stop at 9, but
Okay.
or at 10, but since they've only been out since
Sure.
around 9, let's go another half hour.
This clip is probably a little longer than that left, but can we just finish this one up? Okay, thanks. And for the record, we're starting slide 7 of Exhibit 202 at 07:39:29.
If you thought she was doing something,
Let's take the publish down for a second. I can see that you're trying to get to the point in time and it's jumping. These are hard on the PowerPoints. If you can go back to that 0727, you could just mute it and then turn it on. If we have to wait a minute or so while it happens until it gets to that 072939, that might be the best thing to do at this point. While we're waiting, do any of my jurors need a comfort break? Because we can take a quick break if anyone needs it. Me too. So we'll take 5 minutes just to use the restrooms and have a little bit of a comfort. We'll get that queued up and we'll come back out. All rise for the jury, please. Since we're having a technical. I have the jury coming in, so stay standing. I don't know why I told you to be seated. It was force of habit. It's kind of like driving home. You just do it.
That's right.
Audio's on. For now. Let's get through this clip and then we'll see where we're at. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Are you ready to publish?
Yes, we are. We found our spot. We're gonna just do the rest of this without being in presentation mode, because otherwise we can't get the right time. So, detective, we are at 7:39:28, and we will continue in this clip. Thank you. We'll just play from 7:39:31. Go ahead.
The therapeutic level.
What does that mean?
That means she didn't have too much of it in her system. If she's supposed to take 200 milligrams of,
They were there.
that's what her blood showed, that's what she was taking.
So then what?
What killed her is the eye drops.
Are you serious?
Do you think someone would have went in there and tried to kill her with eye drops?
No.
Put it in her drink,
I swear to God, I
in her
don't.
vodka?
No.
Does anyone have a motive?
No.
Jim,
No. This would be all her. And I'm
Corrine?
100% honest.
is
with you.
Corrine financially squared away? She doesn't need the money?
It's nothing for money. This is what Lynn wanted. I'm telling you that. She looked at a million, I didn't know that, but she looked at ways.
Yeah.
Long time ago. She looked at the bag thing, this is something she knew what she was doing, obviously.
Uh-huh.
I didn't realize it, but she had to know what she was doing. Lynn was very determined to go out on her own way. She was determined to do things her way. That was just plain and simple. And I hate to say it, but she did what she did. The same with her pills. I mean, she got sick on her vodka. She got sick on pills. She did a lot of things that I don't agree with, but she did them the way she wanted them. I don't know how more to say it.
The medical examiner tends to think someone killed her.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because they didn't find any Visine bottles next to her.
They're all over her house.
But she didn't really move around. That's what we were told, is she didn't really move. So the medical examiner
I
tends
can
to
honestly tell you, I know they're
think
all
that
over
someone
the house.
gave it to her.
No. I was the only one there. And
I was there. I didn't see any Visine.
I did not give her. They're all in her bathroom. And there was 2 on her nightstand.
Not next to her.
They were on her nightstand next to her. I swear to God, I know they were, because she always kept them right there.
Well, there's a picture of the nightstand. The medical examiner does a real thorough job when it comes to
I agree with
medication.
what you're saying. 100%. But
And there's no
I don't know anybody who would do that to her, and I'm not lying. I don't know anybody who would want to do that. Who
I don't
would
know.
do
I'm
that?
asking you.
I don't know anybody.
I don't know either. That's why I'm asking.
I know. Out of curiosity, she was in the hospital for 2 weeks. Why wasn't this found there?
Apparently the body metabolizes it very quickly. That's why you can put it in your eyes. I say metabolize, you know what that means?
No. Well, I do. I mean,
Process it real quickly.
Yeah.
And people use eye drops like a date rape drug that I can slip in your drink like a Mickey.
I've heard that.
Yeah. In fact, it was in a movie one time, apparently.
Is it not Wedding Crashers, I think?
Yeah,
But it was used to like diarrhea or something.
Yeah, it gives you diarrhea.
Yeah.
And did Lynn have diarrhea at all?
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Which kind of mean the medical examiner thinks someone was giving this to her in an attempt to kill her. Because she has a lot of it in her.
What do you mean a lot?
A lot. Like not enough, you can't take it through your eyes. It has to be ingested. Through orally.
I've never seen her drink it. Ever. Ever. And why would you drink eye drops? I mean, what would it taste like? I don't even know, but...
I don't know. It's very odd. This is why it's taking so long.
So...
There's not a lot of research on this either.
I understand.
You know, it's not like rat poison. The little rat poison thing with the wife and the husband.
All her medications were completely normal. I find that very weird.
In fact, there's no, there's 2 pills in her stomach. That's it. So the medical examiner thinks the body was staged.
I was the only one there, and I didn't stage anybody. I'm not lying. I was the only one there.
I haven't
So you're
accused you
freaking.
either.
I know, but you're freaking me out right now
I'm
because I know what people are going to think, and I spent the most amount of time with her, and I didn't kill her. This is my family.
I told you
have
I had
no
news,
reason.
and here it is.
This is.
Something's wrong.
I see that, obviously. I mean, I kind of figured something was wrong, period, because I didn't think it should take this long, but I didn't think this is what you're telling me. I thought it was going to be too hard to figure out pills or something of that nature.
It's real odd because the pills are where they're supposed to be. Everything's fine. There's no pills in her stomach. When I say no, there's 2 pills.
Yeah.
Which is inconsistent to her.
That's inconsistent with what she should have been taking on a regular basis. Well, I don't know how long pills metabolize.
And I don't know either how long it takes to process through the system.
Yeah.
But if someone's spooning pills into their mouth,
Yeah.
they're going to be here, you know, and they're not here.
Yeah.
And this tetrahydrogenine.
What about the pudding? Did they find pudding?
I don't know. I can't answer.
I mean, I'm just curious because I do know the day before I was
What do you
there
think
when
stomach
she took her.
contents like pills?
Yeah.
Pills kind of stand out.
Yeah.
You know. 'cause
Well, no, I understand, but I'm saying if they're crushed pills, I just remember the day before when I left at nighttime, she took her pills in her pudding, and I was there for that.
Yeah.
That was like her regular.
But if you saw her in the morning and she's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
everything's cool.
I mean, she wasn't fine, but she wasn't.
She wasn't like this.
No.
She was talking to you. I'll see you later, hon.
No.
That kind of stuff. And then you come back, like at what?
I mean, she was asleep when I got there. She was her regular, you know, when we talked for a little bit, it wasn't like...
You didn't think something was imminently wrong?
No,
You
nothing.
need to call 911.
No, I would have called in a heartbeat, obviously. I mean, I'm the one who took her in. I'm the one who called the other times if she didn't. I would have never thought anything of that nature, ever.
Again, the medical examiner is concerned because it looks like the body's staged with the spoon and the plate because there's no pills in her. Her medicines are fine therapeutically in the blood. Everything's where it's supposed to be. There's this tetrahydrogenine in her system, and I'm probably mispronouncing that.
I don't know.
However, you're supposed to have 0 parts in your body.
Mm-hmm.
She has 160 parts. They say 60 parts is lethal to an adult. That's kind of the common belief in the
What do you mean,
medical.
like, how much is that, like...
A part. When you say part, that's a scientific term.
Okay.
So.
I mean, is that like 5 glasses, or...
The medical
Yeah,
examiner thinks
like, I
to
don't-
think about 4 to 5 bottles of the little bottles of eye drops, and
Yeah.
the typical Visine drops. And it's probably given in a short period of time.
So when they say, like, time... When did they think she died? Did they know that?
Exactly, they don't. And it's not like on TV where they put a thermometer in and go,
Yeah.
the body's been dead approximately between 4 and 2 hours, 2 and 4 hours. It doesn't work that way in real life. She obviously died that day.
Yeah.
They know that based on the rigor mortis
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. But even that's not an exact science to the minute. So that's why we're real concerned about how there's no pills in her. The blood's therapeutic. She's this high level of this drug in her system. and it has to go in real quickly. Because originally, when we found this out, we kind of thought, well, maybe this was being done over a period of time, that it builds up in your system, that kind of stuff, like it's, being accidentally ingested through the eyes, and it took her a long time, a lot of calls to Boston, that kind of stuff, to get some more information on this. A lot of real smart people have been working on this for the last since January.
I get it. They've been working on it for a long time. That's why I thought we got something.
So I mean, the medical examiner is going to say that she was poisoned with Visine. Now the question is how it got in her.
Yeah, I understand that.
You don't think what's the neighbor's name again? Not Judy. It's Jean. You don't think Jean would do it?
I don't see anybody doing this. I really don't. I mean, I know all these people, but I don't see any of them doing this. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I don't see any of it. I don't. This just doesn't even sound right in my mind. It's like mind blowing, because I thought for sure it was this, and I would have never in a million years thought differently. And I'm being 100%. I just don't see it.
Well, they're trying to look at this as a murder.
That's just insane to me. And this is why I'm here.
One of the reasons.
Do you guys think I murdered her?
Did you?
I swear to God, I didn't.
You seem to want to have the most to gain on this.
I have no reason to murder her. I could see why people would think I'd have the most to gain. I have no reason to murder her. She was my family. I'd rather have her be here now. I did not murder her. Under whatever I have to, I did not murder her. I did not. I'm 100% honest with you.
Did you?
I didn't give her.
Help her end her life?
I didn't help her end her life.
Because I'd understand if you did.
I did, so I swear to God I did.
Because my dad's dying there. He's saying, Christopher, I want to die.
I get that.
And
she said it.
I just hear it, and you love him so much, and you don't know what to do.
No, I did. I swear to God. I did not. I've gotten her everything she wanted, but I never would have thought that. I would have never, in a million years, I would have never done this. I would have never done this. This is the worst thing that, for anybody. And if she even knew this right now, or knew that I was going through this, she would be in shock, complete shock, because this isn't what she would have wanted. I can tell you that for 100%. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't help her. I didn't do anything without what she wanted. And I don't even want to say it like that because it doesn't sound right, but I didn't give her anything. I didn't even give her pills wrong, or vodka, or drug. I didn't give her anything. I didn't give her this eye drop or whatever it's called. I didn't do any of that. I didn't give her anything except for buying her stuff. I didn't physically put anything in anything, crush up anything, make her swallow anything, I didn't do it, whatever it is. I didn't do it. I can tell you that. It didn't happen. I didn't feed her anything. Everything she did was on her own will, except with I would put in, or I would get her water, or get her pudding for her, or crush up the few things, but I never put anything in anything except the way she had it. Mm-hmm. I didn't put eye drops or anything with eye drops except purchase them. I didn't give them to her. I did nothing. I swear to God on that. I didn't. Oh my God, this is just freaking me out right now.
How much money did she give you over the last 2 years, do you think?
A lot. I don't know. Dollar-wise.
Throw a number out at me.
Maybe 20,000.
If a forensic accountant looked at the stuff and thinks it's closer to 190,000, would that surprise you?
It might, but maybe not. So I honestly don't know.
Because it looks like she gave you close to a couple $100,000 in the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah, she has.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a pretty significant difference from 20,000.
Well, I guess I don't really
Somebody gives me
think about
200,000 and 20,000. I
get it that way. I guess I just don't sit and think about like all she's done a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I don't sit and think about it that way. And me killing her is going to do what? What would that do? I'm just curious, because how would I get her money then? I'm splitting it with somebody, and we paid bills. Mm-hmm. So I didn't make a fortune off her dying, nor was I looking to, because I didn't kill her. She did more for me alive. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean it truthfully. She did a lot for me. So the fact of her being dead would do what for me?
Well, the debt's kind of coming up to overtake the assets. She has more credit debt than she has money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So the money's running out.
Yeah. So, but I don't get what you mean by that. Yeah, they were. I don't understand what you're saying.
The fact is she paid you $200,000 over the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
You're you are handling the money. You are on the signer on the accounts. You are running the show.
Yeah.
You are handling the credit card stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's going on financially with her.
Mm-hmm.
The money is going to be gone here shortly.
So I would kill her because of that?
People do weird things.
Why would I kill her for money?
I mean, it's
my family.
I tend to think that you didn't. When you say kill her, I don't think you killed her. I think she was sick, and she didn't want to. She was done, and she wanted to finish her life, and she needed help. She wanted help.
I understand.
And I think you helped her.
As far as helped her, though, I didn't.
I think you administered her some of that Visine.
I did not.
The medical examiner tends to think that someone else had to give it to her because it makes her real lethargic, and you kind of fall in and out of consciousness at the levels of what was in her, which means someone has to keep giving it to her because she's not capable of going to get another bottle. She won't be capable of disposing of the bottles, which aren't found around her. She needed someone to help her.
Yeah, I always picked up her garbage, brought her new bottles, but I didn't put anything in them. I've never even uncapped them for her. She did that herself.
I gotcha. But that day, with the level of drug in her, someone needed to give it to her. Because once she starts to take it, she's not going to be able to function properly. At that level of toxicity, she won't be able to walk. She'll be able to keep her eyes open.
I wasn't there, though, and I have receipts to prove that.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't there. I was there for a short time. Does that not help me? Because I can see what you guys are thinking, but I literally was shopping.
I'm thinking that you helped her.
I didn't help her, I swear to God. I did not help her. I would tell you the honest to God truth. She's asked me a million times to help her with things, and I did not help her.
So you're there for a short time. What's a short time?
Like an hour or two at the most.
And then you went back home, or you said you ran errands?
I ran errands. I went to stores. I was shopping for hours.
What store did you go to then?
I went to Pick and Save.
Which one?
On Highway 100. I can get you receipts for everything.
Highway 100 and where?
Highway. Hold on, wait. Let me just rethink and make sure I got the right stores.
Just take your time.
No, because this is a big deal.
I'm sorry,
take your time.
It is a big deal.
I believe it was Pick and Save on Highway 100 in House Corners. Woodman's. I think I went to Woodman's. It was like 4 stores. Walmart. It was those stores, and I have actual receipts and proof I went. I mean, I can get them. I don't have them on me, but I was literally gone for maybe 4 to 6 hours. I mean, the neighbor knows when I was there that morning when I left. I wasn't there a ton of that day, and I left, and I was gone for a couple hours. I don't know. It was maybe 4 to 6. I don't know.
When you found Lynn, who'd you call?
I called 911 immediately.
Whose phone?
I don't know if it was my phone or the home phone. I think it was the home. I honestly don't know.
You know what time you got there?
Maybe 5 or 6. I honestly don't remember.
And you called 911 at 4:55.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
You know we got your phone records.
Okay. I mean, I really called. Right?
Yeah. No, somebody called 911, but we got your cell phone records.
Okay.
You called your mom 4 minutes before that, and you were already there.
Because I was probably pulling up.
Why would you call your mom as you were pulling up?
I don't know. I talk to my mom all the time. I really do. I talk to her all the time. I don't know why I would have... I don't know for sure that day why I would have called her first. I don't know.
Did you call her first?
I honestly don't know. I don't think so. I thought I called 911 first.
Kind of looks like you called your mom first and then 911.
I don't.
People in shock do weird things.
I honestly don't know right now. I mean, this is all just shocking me out right now.
How long do you think you were there that morning?
At the most 2 hours.
It's not consistent with the phone records.
Okay. How long was I there? I thought it was about 2 hours. I'm
It's
sorry,
about
this
4
happened
hours.
9 months ago, 10 months ago now.
You were there for about 4 hours. Again, it's a difference, Jesse. If we tell you,
I understand,
hold
but
on a
you
second.
want me to you want me to remember 9, 10 months ago to exactly.
we want specific details, because when you tell us
I get.
that the gap, just like before, when it was, no, she gave me about 20,000. No, she gave me 200,000. There's a significant 2 hours and 4 hours is a pretty big time
But
gap. So
I
we're
understand.
trying to figure this out.
I understand. I wrote a statement that day, though. That's my best recollection. It's been how long?
It matches what you just said. It matches what you just said. So your statement's off, and now what you're telling us is off because you're there for about 4 hours.
I did not kill her. Oh my God, this is just. I did not kill her. I didn't give her anything. I've never given her anything. This is just insane. I don't even. I never gave her any Visine, I swear to God. I've never put it in her stuff, ever. Not the day she died, not prior, not nothing.
Did anybody ever, and you know, this is the time. It's all about the truth.
Yeah.
Did you or someone else in those last couple months fill out any paperwork for loans or open any credit cards? And again, we've been digging for months on this. So, Jesse, who was trying to do that shit?
Lynn and me together, we took out a loan from, God, what was the name of it? You guys do know, because the papers were there, she was trying to mortgage her house. She was trying to mortgage her house, and she couldn't do that.
Well, clearly,
and then there was a...
Well, clearly, when we were there that day, we didn't know this. We didn't know what was going on for a couple months before that medical examiner called, so there's a problem. So, no, we don't know a lot of what was happening.
I did say that, though, I think, last time. She said she hated the condo. She hated it.
Yeah. Okay, but, so, you guys are trying to, where was this?
We looked numerous times at her bank, and then she took out one from, she had me looking all over for different places. I don't know the name of it offhand right now. But we tried a lot of different things. Because her main goal was to get out of there. To put that place up for sale, get out of there, and get somewhere else. But realistically, she didn't have the funds anymore to do that. That's what she wanted. She hated that condo.
Why do you think she would give you that much money if she was out of money? Don't you think that's weird?
Well, she wasn't out of money when she first started. She wasn't out of money at the beginning. That was towards the end. I wouldn't say she was out of money. She just spent it how she wanted to spend it. It wasn't that she was completely out.
Did she apply? I mean, who applied for loans? Because we know there were
Both
loans.
of us. She had me look up online stuff for her because she didn't do anything online. So I will say both of us. I didn't do anything fraudulently.
Do you remember where?
Offhand, most of them, no, I don't. I'm going to be honest. I mean, we looked at so many places. She didn't have internet access, but I never did anything without her permission. I'm not lying. That's one thing I didn't do. To everything I've ever done, I've had permission from Lynn. I mean, she has in writing a million different things because of that. I've never forged her name. I've never nothing.
Were you in debt?
Not really.
What would you do with the money then? What would you have done with $200,000 over?
I mean, I was at that time.
Okay.
No.
Someone tried to open up credit when she was still alive.
Yeah, we did, a lot of
It
times.
wasn't your phone number that was used.
Okay.
It wasn't her phone number.
So then who was it?
It was your mom.
What? Why would my mom do that?
I don't know. Tell me.
I don't know.
You see why things look real weird all the time?
Yeah.
Because we look into Lynn's financials, and there's a bunch of stuff there
Mhm.
prior to her death. And it's like, well, this doesn't make a lot of sense because she's taking good care of you.
Yeah. I told
I
you
mean,
that.
you're making your money,
Yeah.
you're taking care of her, and I know how people
Yeah.
can be. So I'm not faulting you on taking care of someone that's sick because it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard like when someone's tushy. I get it.
But she also was that type of person, and I said it. So, I mean, obviously, I feel like anything I say isn't believable at this point. But she was, and the hospital can attest to this because she said when she was there, I am going to run up my debt. I am not leaving anything, and I am not paying anything. That was what she said all the time. I mean, it wasn't a joke. I wasn't making it up. She used to be in debt her whole life until her parents died. And her thing is she's not leaving shit. She's not paying anybody, and she's not leaving it for them. That was always her thing.
Why would your mom try to take a loan out in her name?
I don't see my mom doing that, to be honest.
Would you use your mom's phone number to apply online with a credit for Lynn?
We might have, but everything I did was with
Why wouldn't
Lynn's
she use
permission.
your number or
I
Lynn's
don't know.
number?
That's what I find weird about it. Sure, like, it wasn't like a second number because I've always used my own or Lynn's. Me and Lynn, everything we applied for, we did together, and I'm not lying. I never tried to take anything out without her knowing. Ever. I'm not, that I can honestly say.
What happened to the jewelry?
We sold it.
When you say we,
Well, there's still her ring left.
so the pendant and the $10,000 bracelet you told me about, where is that?
That 10,000 bracelet was sold.
Where?
It's on the corner of 76th Street. Everyone who's involved knows it was sold. They know all about it.
Who sold it?
Me and Anthony made the decision to sell it.
So is it Anthony sold it? Someone's got to put their name on the paper.
No, we talked about it. I brought it in and sold it. We went to about 8 different places.
Okay. So the one on 76,
It's,
is that Robert Hack?
yes,
That's where I bought my wedding ring. Where else did you go?
for the ring.
To sell stuff.
Oh, we went everywhere. I mean, I looked all over. Like names, I don't know exact names, I'll be honest, but I thoroughly searched around. Like I went to
So how much did you get for the $10,000 bracelet?
19.
1,900?
Mm-hmm. Because they said it wasn't worth it. And that was after taking it into 8 different jewelry stores.
And they all said about $2,000.
I got everywhere as low as 1,100.
Really?
No.
And Anthony was with you when that happened?
No, he knows about it.
What?
And there's documentation, my driver's license, and they have everything.
Mm-hmm. Did you do that right away, or did you wait a while?
No, we waited.
Okay.
And actually, that went on in the estate account, and that went to pay one of Lynn's creditors through Waukesha County.
Mm-hmm. Anthony, he helped you dispose of the property then?
Some of it, yeah.
Do you remember last time we had that estate sale that was a pain in the jukebox?
Yeah.
He got half of those funds.
Mm-hmm.
Was he supposed to get the car?
No. He says so, but that was always promised to my mom.
Because Jim thought he was supposed to get the car.
Yeah, Anthony said she said it, but there was paperwork on that, and that was always promised to my mom.
Did your mom have the car?
Mm-hmm.
I keep swinging back to this medical examiner report that's puzzling.
I agree.
And I have to explain it. We have to explain it to the boss. And eventually maybe a judge. Is it possible, I mean, that you got the bottles for Lynn that morning, left it on the table next to her?
No.
No?
No, I didn't get her any Visine that morning that I even know of. I think probably the last time I got it, I don't know when the last time was I bought it for, I don't know. I know that morning, though, I'm almost positive I did not go to the store before I went to her house. And I know she always had one or two on one of those tables by her, and the rest were in her bathroom. I know that for a fact.
But the last 2 days were that she was moving around so well, because you said she...
Well, she was getting up, though, at least once or twice a day.
She
had the pee thing right there. Yes, she did. But that was just in case I wasn't there to help her. She made herself get up once or twice a day to get some movement because she had to. Mm-hmm. So usually I would help walk with her, or she would use her walker thing. No, she did get up, but not a lot. I mean, I said that already.
So do you think if she's impaired, that she could get up and walk around? Probably not, right?
I mean, she did to an extent. Not often. I did not give her the Visine.
Do you have any medical training?
No. I work at a dental office.
Have you ever worked at a hospital or patient
I
care
did do
setting before?
third shift ER admitting, but I was the patient. I was the front desk. Yeah.
Because I guess what concerned me, as you said earlier, that so Lynn was in the hospital, you'd bring her meds.
Mm-hmm.
You were probably well aware that of course they're going to give her stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you bring it to her knowing that could be a problem?
Okay, so now remember what I said, because you
I'm asking you to clarify that for me.
Okay, so they took away her certain meds from her. They were giving her generic something. She has a prescription. It was due for a refill. I didn't know that. She knew her refill days and everything. She asked me to go pick it up. I got it for her since it's her prescription. When I brought it back, I let the staff know at the hospital that I went and got it for her. I don't know if she's allowed to have it. She wanted it. So I said, please, no, do whatever you want to do. I just want to make you aware. She had me, and they did. They took it from her. They went in. She had it on her stand, like under a cup or something. I didn't know where she put it. They knew that. But they went in there, and they took it from her. And they told her, we'll give it back to you when you're released.
Would anyone else would have tried to help her?
I honestly don't know. I don't see it. But obviously I don't see any of this right now, so I don't know.
Did you and Posa know each other before her death?
The what?
Did you and Anthony know each other before her death?
We never officially met. I knew Corrine, but not him, no. We didn't, like I said, none of Lynn's friends really hung out with each other. We didn't hang out with Jim. We didn't hang out with, they all knew of each other, but we didn't hang out together.
Do you know how he found out about Lynn's death?
I think from me. I'm the one who notified most people, but some of them got a hold of each other ahead of time too, so I don't.
How'd you get his number?
She had her phone book, and I knew Judy's number, because me and Judy always kept in contact when she was sick.
And Judy's his mother?
Judy is...
Oh, Corrine's the mother?
Yes. Judy is Jim's mother.
Jim's mother. Is Corrine and Judy, are they just friends? Are they related?
I don't know if they're friends. They're not related.
Okay. You don't think Jim would have went there, do you?
I don't know any of them enough to tell you. I don't. I'm sorry, but I don't.
Does your mom know Jim?
A little, but I don't know to what extent. Jim was around when I was little, so I don't really remember.
So your mom knows Jim then? If Jim was around when you were little,
but I don't know. Like I said, a lot of us know each other, but we didn't all hang out together. So I don't know how much of the time he was around when my mom was. I know they were dating on and off then, but I don't know to what extent.
When you say that, sorry, I got confused. Your mom was dating Jim?
No.
Lynn. Okay. So he's around, but you're there with Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows your mom through Lynn.
Yeah.
Why would your mom call and threaten him?
Because he has been nothing but an asswipe this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
He's been so mean, so rude. He was mad at us because he kept calling when she was in the hospital. Well, she didn't want anybody to know. And then I finally did end up telling him. So he was nothing but rude with us the last umpteen months. I mean, he was just not nice. Not nice. And my mom
Give
gets
us more
drunk.
examples, because calling to find out Lynn's in the hospital doesn't seem like it's being.
No, they called, went to my house, she was in the hospital, and I answered the phone. And they didn't like that she wasn't answering it. And I said, well, I'm sorry, Lynn's in the hospital right now. Well, why didn't anybody call us? I said, because she didn't want anybody to know.
And that's reasonable.
And then, well, who are you? I said, I'm Jessy. I've been helping them. Well, who are you? I said, I can't remember who I was. Very rude and nasty with me. It was very, I don't know how to explain it, but and then when we called him, he was the first one to say, okay, can I come to your house and pick up whatever I want? He didn't have a good demeanor about any of it. And I guess why we weren't a big fan is because he started dating somebody years ago, and that girl was not the friendliest person, but she always came around, and she thought her and Lynn were best friends, and Lynn couldn't stand her. But Lynn always loved Jim, so she always went on her way, So when my mom drank, or when she drinks, she gets very heated, and he just sets her off, is what it is. I don't remember, I thought he said something or did something that frustrated her. When she drinks, she's just a person that gets very upset. I hate to say it, but she does. So, she'll just tell you
it was pretty vulgar. I mean, I didn't expect to hear it out of your mom. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I mean, your mom was like she can take care of herself,
No.
but this was like, oh my God.
No. That's how she is.
Detective, before the break, I asked you about some things that Ms. Kurczewski said in terms of Lynn Hernan wanting to give up.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in the interview, Ms. Kurczewski said she heard Lynn say that 3 times.
Yes, that's correct.
After the break, what did Ms. Kurczewski say about whether Ms. Hernan was suicidal?
I believe she initially kind of changed the version of the story at that point.
Do you remember the term bag method being said?
Yes, she made comments about looking it up, looking stuff up on the phone, and including something described as a bag method.
Do you remember Ms. Kurczewski describing Ms. Hernan as determined?
Yes.
In terms of the questions in this clip, which is again Exhibit 202, Slide 7, did you and or Detective Cole ask Ms. Kurczewski if she had ever seen Ms. Hernan drink Visine?
Yes.
Multiple times?
Multiple, yes.
What was the consistent answer that Ms. Kurczewski gave?
No, she did not.
In fact, did Ms. Kurczewski say she was shocked because she never thought this would have been a Visine?
Sustained.
What was Ms. Kurczewski's reaction when Detective Cole told her it was a tetrahydrozoline poisoning?
Very shocked and surprised.
When you interview a subject, and have you received training in that topic?
Yes.
Are there different methodologies that are trained to law enforcement when they interview subjects?
Several. Yes.
Okay. Is one of those using information that's not exactly true?
Yes.
Okay. Were there portions of time where you heard Detective Cole say things that you know sitting here aren't necessarily correct?
Yes.
Detective Cole talked a lot about real specifics in terms of parts of eye drops. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Judge, this is calling for hearsay. It's calling for he has to rely on hearsay to
I
answer.
understand the objection. The objection is sustained.
Move to strike his answer.
Jury will disregard the last answer.
Did you, throughout this investigation, speak with Dr. Budritsky
I did.
multiple times?
Yes.
And you were in court when Dr. Budritsky testified?
Yes.
Did you hear Dr. Budritsky's testimony that you can't calculate a dose of tetrahydrozoline?
Object.
Overruled. She's
Ye-
asking a question, you may answer.
Yes, I did hear that.
Okay. What was Ms. Kurczewski's response when Detective Cole suggested maybe she helped Ms. Hernan?
She denied that. Adamantly.
Does that statement change over time?
Yes, it does.
What about Ms. Kurczewski saying she never saw Lynn Hernan drink Visine? Does that change over time?
Yes, it does.
Okay. If we can please go to slide 8, and this is only about a minute long. And we'll go back into presentation mode. Starting at 8:15:21, if we can play this, please.
They were out for
This famous
Hold on,
bracelet.
it's not
Yeah.
being published.
That she got $1,900 for.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, if we could publish.
Yeah, go back to the beginning, are you ready?
This is exhibit 202, slide 8.
Are we ready?
We're all set, thanks.
Okay. Then you may want to wait for the jury box since it was off for a bit.
We're all set, thank you.
They were out for
This famous bracelet.
Yeah.
That she got
Famous
$1,900
bracelet
for.
that, yeah, that I didn't think was famous at all and didn't have any interest in.
It's puzzling.
Everything you've told me today is puzzling to me right now. My mind is.
I told you I had information. I mean, I didn't lie there. I mean, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, I understand.
Detective Hoppy, in this clip, is there more discussion about that bracelet?
Yes, there is at the initial stages.
I'd like to switch to exhibits already in evidence, 88 and 89, and publish for the jury, starting with 88.
Let me know when you're ready.
We're all set. Detective Hoppy, do you remember the representative from Robert Hack coming in and testifying about Exhibit 88?
Yes, I do.
And going to Exhibit 89, do you also recall testimony about this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And the jury has seen the bracelet depicted in Exhibit 89 before, is that true?
Yes,
Have you also seen that before?
I have.
From what sources?
The photographs from the medical examiner's office, as well as this photo.
Okay. And going back to Exhibit 88, could you remind the jury what the date of sale is on this exhibit?
10/22 of 18.
And Ms. Hernan died on the 3rd, is that true?
That's correct.
How long did the seller of this item indicate they owned it?
2.5 months.
Do you recall in the clips that we've seen this morning of Exhibit 202, Ms. Kurczewski being asked whether she sold this bracelet right away?
Yes.
What did she say?
No.
Yet this is within about, within 20 days of the death?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We can unpublish for a moment and go back into Exhibit 202 to slide 9, which is another 1-minute clip. And we're all set, Madam Clerk. getting the thumbs up. So we'll go ahead and play. This is 202 slide 9.
I understand.
You had a lot of financial gain from her over the last couple of years.
But I wouldn't kill her for her, I'll tell you that.
And again, I told you I didn't think you did it.
I
think, again, I told you what I think. I was pretty honest.
Yeah.
I think Lynn wanted to die, and you helped her. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I understand that, and it's a plausible explanation, because based on my investigation of you.
And moving to slide 10, please.
I understand.
You had a lot of financial gain.
It was great. I mean, I'm so glad the kids were at the house, because he would have
You know what I'm
had
saying?
a heart attack.
But you don't seem to have the pedigree of a cold-blooded killer. You get it?
No.
The people with big hearts.
No.
That's the kind of person I think you are. And I think if someone that you're seeing every day is saying every day, I don't want to be here, I'm sick of being sick,
No.
they can convince you to assist them in ending their life.
No.
That's the most plausible explanation to all this. That's what I think. I don't think that you were trying to gain financially. Like you said, she was in such debt that you got almost nothing.
And it wasn't,
But she
I
helped
never cared about that. I mean, honestly, she's done so much for me over the years that.
And I get that. So, if I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer, the only other explanation, if you're the one that's there at the morning of her death, and you're the one that finds the body, and the ME says you're the one, it appears that this is a homicide. Assisted suicide is the only explanation in my brain, unless you can think of something else, but I can't. And that's something you can go to a judge and say, listen, Judge, I'm there every day with her. She's dying, and there's nothing I can do about it. She's begging me to help her. And hindsight, I wish I wouldn't have. But this woman, you don't understand, Judge, she was in pain. She was sick. She wouldn't eat. She wouldn't drink. She didn't want her diaper changed. It was to the point where I didn't know what else to do. That's plausible explanation. I mean, I don't know what, there's no one else, like you said, everyone kind of liked her, and that's what I'm hearing from everyone. I mean, no one hated her. She didn't have a drug dealer she owed money to.
No.
Her finances were okay. I mean, she had debt, but she wasn't in hock or nothing. It was just,
No.
she was done.
Just let me ask you, do you know where your mom lives?
She works for Crohn's.
Crohn's, and where's that?
Franklin.
Franklin.
Why, you guys going to arrest her too?
No, I went to. No, we're not going to arrest her.
I mean, we're going to continue to investigate. That's what we're going to do.
No, I understand that.
Do you want a water or something?
If I could, please. I'm so parched right now, translating.
And eventually this may come at you. I don't know.
I understand.
And slide 11, please, is another 3-minute clip.
It's great. I mean, I'm so glad the kids were at the. This is not what in a million years, I would have never thought this. I'm not kidding.
I've been doing this a lot of years, and I have never seen anything, this kind of case.
No.
And basically nationwide, there's only been like 2 or 3. That's why it took so long.
Yeah.
Because, doctors don't go on assumptions.
Yeah.
They go on scientific fact.
It's simple.
So this is why it's taken such a long
Yeah.
time. And then because of the length of the ME's investigation, we dug into a lot of stuff. And it just, otherwise we don't have the opportunity to look so thoroughly into the financial stuff and all that kind of thing. Just, we don't have that opportunity. And again, him and I disagree, but I think you helped her out. That's what I think. She wanted to go, and she needed a person. And you're the one that she trusted and loved.
I can say, yeah, I bought her eye drops. I've never put them in anything. And I would have never thought that ever in a million years. I mean, that's the biggest thing that's blowing my mind right now.
Oh, she don't have internet access.
No. She doesn't. We always did everything on the internet. With my phone, always. She wasn't an internet person.
There's no searches on your phone for this, is there?
No.
Or any of your computers?
No.
Because they're going to look at them.
I understand that.
And again, going back, you don't know why your mother would try to.
I don't see my mom doing that. I really don't.
Was your mom there when you and Lynn were trying to do a credit app once? It's not for a mortgage. It's for one of those unsecured lines of credit, like a personal loan. And it was done 3 times using your mom's number.
All 3 times? I know my mom didn't do it. I know that for
She
sure.
didn't seem like the kind of girl that would go online to apply for stuff. She seemed like a fake kind of lady.
It wasn't in my mom's name, was it? It was in Lynn's name.
Lynn's name with your mom's phone
So
number.
I'm guessing it would have had been one of the ones we did, and maybe I put it in wrong or so. I don't, because obviously I know my mom's stuff, my Lynn's stuff. I know all of our stuffs very well, but my mom wouldn't do it. I can tell you that. I know that for 100%. And I didn't do anything without Lynn. Everything I did was with Lynn. I didn't ever be like, oh, I'm going to take out a loan today in Lynn's name. I've been there, done that years ago.
Well, you can see why we.
That's why when you guys started questioning me, I went, okay, I know where we're going because.
And slide 12 is a 20-minute clip.
Last we knew it was my mother and Anthony. That was the last time that we knew. I didn't know she changed it to me. I did not know that. So when we actually called, we always had the information, who to call. When we actually called her, my mom called and she said, I need to talk to your daughter. My mom was like, what are you talking about? I'm in charge of everything. She said, no, you're not. So we didn't know until that actual phone call because I didn't know she changed anything.
Who'd you call? Is there an attorney or something?
Lisa, I gave you her information. Okay. Lisa Martinson.
When you were placed on the accounts, I think at BMO, did you go there physically with Lynn together to sign the cards?
What do you mean I was placed on the accounts?
Weren't you a signer on the BMO Harris accounts?
I had access to. I don't think I was a signer. I think I just had access to the lockbox and something else, but I was with her.
Okay.
But I don't remember what exact. I know it was for the lockbox and something, but I don't know. I don't think it was. I don't know for sure. But I went with her, yes.
Okay. But
because their BMO Harris's makes you sign both, because my mom went with her prior too. Okay. Both people have to be present.
When was that about the time you think Lynn changed it to personal representative? I mean, did she ever talk to you about it? Obviously not, if you're saying you didn't know.
No, I don't know. I honestly don't know when she changed it. I know she changed the BMO Harris, and then she changed her medical, and she changed her medical just strictly because my mom couldn't be with her all the time.
And you were there more.
And I was there more. So she switched that because she was worried when she would go to the hospital or things of that my mom wouldn't be physically able to, help or be there or anything. But I don't know. That was done, both of those, I think the bank was done maybe a year and a half before she died, maybe. I'm guessing here, I don't. And the health was done, I would guess, in the last year to maybe 10 months. I don't even know for sure. But those were done, I know of those because I was present for both of those. As far as the will, I wasn't present. I didn't know.
Okay.
That was because Anthony thought the same thing too. That him and I don't know if he knew my mom, but I think he thought just him or I don't even know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm zoning on everything else that you told me today that I can't even think straight at this point.
Why does Anthony get the money and not Corrine?
Because just like me versus my mom, Lynn had it.
But you're there every day. I can understand why she wants to take care of you.
Lynn had it set up that first it was supposed to be Corrine and my mom. And then she said, well, if you guys outlive me or something of that nature. And Anthony was kind of like, I don't want to say a godson. I mean, he was like me, but he really didn't do anything. He just was somebody that she cared about. I don't really know how to put it because I didn't know him before. She always talked to him and, you know, talked about his birthdays and stuff like that. But she always said, I want you two to meet, but we never did. So I don't have the answers for that.
Okay. That's one odd.
Yeah, a lot of people, I've heard that, but I don't know. I just look at Corrine was her good friend like my mom was, and, you know.
You understand because you're in the soup, you know. Boots on the ground, you're there. You know what I mean? You're there taking care of her. That's the person you want to take care of when you pass, you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think, if it's somehow possible, do you think Lynn would have taken all this? Because she can just overdose on her prescriptions without taking this other drug. And that's what's odd about it, too.
That's what I thought she did.
That's what we kind of thought happened at first.
Yeah.
Until the MD calls and says, we got a problem.
So do I think what?
Why do you think she would?
I don't. I don't see it. It doesn't make sense to me. I assumed this whole time it was pills. That's what I assumed. That's what she was known for. So I don't know, were the pills not agreeing with her, where she wasn't keeping them down, I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. I really don't. That's kind of where I'm at right now with you telling me this. I don't, at this point my head is spinning, trying to figure out any of this right now. Because I'm trying to think why, what, where, all of it. I don't know.
I know you said Lynn asked you several times, or said several times, I'm done, well, and kind of reference to helping her kill herself. Did you ever consider doing it?
No.
Never?
No.
Even though she's in such pain, so sick?
For me, it wasn't an option because I don't think like that. I think of the states that have, what is that like assisted, where the doctor helps you. I think that's, great, and I think every state should have that, but I don't feel that I'm a doctor and I can make those calls. I don't. That's my honest belief on that. I don't feel that that's something that, I feel that that's a lot to ask of somebody.
If she would have told you to call the doctor to do it, would you have done that for her?
To call a doctor and do it? Well,
let's say we lived in California where you can do this.
Well, to make a phone call.
Just call the doctor because I'm done.
Yeah, I would have called her.
That's your comfortable with.
That again, that's her decision, but it's a lot different than picking up a phone call and trying to do something to somebody, or two different things in my mind.
While you were out of the office, or the room here, I kind of explained to her that I don't think she's a cold-blooded killer, that I think she has a good heart. And my thought was that she helped Lynn finish her life. That's what happened. And also, you and I disagree on that point. That's why we're good partners, because we two different kind of visions here, If for some reason this comes down, I want to give you the opportunity to say, I didn't kill her for money.
I didn't kill her.
Because that looks bad.
I said that numerous times already, because I feel like that's what you guys think.
Well, that's what he thinks.
I know that just by my past and what you guys came out with. I already know what the thinking in there. I get it.
I think
I get it.
Let's take your past aside. What I see is somebody who has, I think, for a caretaker to get $200,000. Hold on a second, just hear me out. I think outsider looking in, I think as the average person, someone got $200,000 over the span of 2 years, and now that money is dwindling, and suddenly you're assigned executor of the will of the estate, and then suddenly now is this suspicious death where she was staged. Somebody staged her death, and it turns out that she was poisoned. For all intents and purposes, she was poisoned because there's no way she's making it from one end of the house to the other with the level of Visine in her system, especially given her mobility issue. She's not making it. So you're the one having the most contact. You're the one taking care of her on that daily basis. You're telling, now you go into, she gave me $20,000. It's the inconsistencies that we struggle with, that I struggle with. It's that $20,000. It's that I was only there for an hour or two. No, you were there for 4 hours. And your phone records don't put you on Highway 100. They go back to your house and then to another place and then back over
I can
there.
tell
And
you-
where, again, right before you call 911, you're on the phone with your mom.
I mean, I'm on my phone all the time.
I agree, but I find it funny
But-
that 4 to 5 minutes before you call 911, you're on the phone with your mom. But then again, you got to account for walking in, finding Lynn, calling 911.
I can tell you, one way you guys can check, because you're already looking at records, check her card that day for her food card. Because she gave it to me to use that day.
Okay.
And that'll show what stores I was at and when. I only used that one
But that
store.
still doesn't account that
I
you're
get
there
what you're
for 4
saying.
hours.
I get that. But as far as the money, I didn't know he meant, like, over the span. That's why I said
You said over the
20,000.
span, over the
I
over
thought
the
like
last
why
2
she
years.
was sick. I'm sorry.
You said over the last 2
she
years,
wasn't.
though.
She wasn't sick like that for 2 years. I misunderstood that. I see what you're saying and I get it. I mean, obviously me and you are going to disagree because you're looking at me and you feel that I did this. I understand that. And I get what you're saying, but I didn't. And you don't know, Lynn. You don't know the situation. And I'm telling you from somebody who does. I get you're a cop. You investigate. I understand that. But I didn't kill her. And money wasn't a motive. She had no life insurance, which I've known that for 10 years. You know why she didn't have life insurance? Because her parents always had it. Her mom missed 2 months not paying and never got it. That was her mother. So Lynn never had life insurance. That was, which I know. So what money am I going to get off that? None. I knew of all her debts. So what money was I going to get with her
Actually, you
debt?
told us before you didn't know. You said that.
Well, I mean, I knew.
We found out.
I get what you're saying. I knew of quite a bit of that, but I didn't know how bad. Let's put it that way, okay? Who knows?
But I don't know what she was spending it on.
Who knows what people? I mean, you can be with somebody every day and you don't know everything about them.
Sure. Very good.
You know, so I personally do not know 100% of this is what she spent her money on, or this is how much debt she was in, or this is how much money she had.
Let me just ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
You pull the average person off the street who has no law enforcement experience, no experience, and a very unbiased person, and you tell them that this lady who has no family and very few close friends suddenly becomes close to you, and $200,000 has been issued over the past couple of years.
Suddenly, I've known Lynn since I
suddenly
was
that you
4
don't-
years
I'm sorry,
old.
that suddenly
Okay.
you're taking care
And
of
that's
her, and
31
suddenly it's
years of my
$200,000.
life, so.
What do you? And then you tell them that this person has the most access, and pretty much, as you said earlier, you're the only one dealing with her those last few weeks of her life. You go to the fact that the scene was clearly staged because she has no pills in her system. You know, she has the 2 in her stomach, but as far as her bloodstream and where the metabolism ends right there when you die, there's nothing in her system that would suggest she was overdosed.
So-
what would the average person think? You tell me.
I don't know.
And that you were the last one, and that
I mean, when
you were
you're
there.
telling me this and saying staged, I would think, okay, I know I didn't do it, so did she do it? I'm not saying, I'm trying to look at this from the other angle because I know what I did and didn't do. So I'm trying to figure it out as you guys are, and it's frustrating to me because I assumed this whole time she was taking her pills. And that's what happened. That's what I believed personally in my heart. So I am wondering the same thing when you're saying whatever, they mix it or they put it in and should have it hours before. I thoroughly want to know more about this myself because I've never heard of this. So I want to know how long you have to take this or when does it show, or I want to know the same things because I don't buy it. I don't buy it that I had to help her take that. She couldn't take it herself. I don't understand that. And I don't understand that I was taken right before. I don't understand that because I don't know anything about it. I really don't. I understand things happen with pills. I'm not saying that's what she died of. Obviously, she didn't die of. But even that, I know it takes a lot. I watched my mom try to commit suicide twice. Okay? It didn't work. I've watched Lynn do it once before with pills, or at least get so sick where she puked them all over. I've seen a lot. I know a lot in that sense. I don't know much about.
We agree, because we didn't know either about
I mean,
I think the most we all follow the same thing you saw in Wedding Crashers, the movie, when you see that. So when we find out about
And
this,
to hear somebody can actually die that way, that's even more.
exactly, it's really odd. So when you start putting, so like, why would she do that? Let's say Lynn was able to figure this out. Hypothetically, she was able to figure it out. Why would she have to stage the pills? Why would she do that to herself? I'm going to kill myself, Chris, by using Visine, but then to make it look good, I'm going to like put a bunch of pills here. That's where, if you ask the average person, it's going to be, that doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
And you're the only one with the access. You're the only one there. You're the last one. Hour or two, actually you're leaving around, I mean, it could have been there longer, but our phone has you there around 12:30. And then 4 hours later, you're back there finding her. I don't know. It looks odd.
Yeah.
To help us explain
I get it. I get what you're saying. I don't know how much more. I mean, I'm just trying to pinpoint everywhere I was that day, what I did. I don't remember being there that long, but I get it. Phone records. I'm not going to deny them. They show it. I only remember what I did that day when I was there that day. You know, that's the. I can give you bits and pieces or time frames. I didn't feel I was there that long that morning. Maybe I was. I really don't remember it, to be honest. And I didn't think I was even that day. But I will agree. I told him, and you didn't hear us, I watch Live PD and all that. I watch all of it. So I know how the phone works. I know how things work. I'm not stupid. So when you say it, I'll take your word for it in that sense. He asked, oh, are you going to find anything in your searches? No, you're not. Search away. I don't have anything to hide in that sense. You can look at my financials and think I'm a joke and I did whatever, but like
I know you like to gamble.
I told him, I said, when it comes to money, that is not, I would never kill somebody for money. I mean, and I don't see why you guys would think that with her, because she didn't have it left.
Hold on,
yet.
I'll
So
tell you
why
that.
get it done?
Because him and I disagree, but we agree on one thing, that you probably gave her some Visine.
Yeah.
That's what we agree on. Just motive we disagree on. Do you ever met Lynn's cousin John?
What?
Lynn's cousin John Fryer. You ever met him?
No.
The reason this whole thing started upstairs at the medical examiner is John Fryer is a former U.S. attorney, retired, and he thinks Lynn's death was suspicious.
Okay.
So he went up to the medical examiner's office and just asked the question, hey, I'm a prosecutor for 37 years. Lynn wasn't
This
there.
wasn't Jim out of curiosity?
No.
'Cause Jim
Well, Jim poked around too, but
Yeah.
John went there first. And he said, I'm a prosecutor for 37 years,
Yeah.
and Lynn was good friends with his mother, I think. His mother was in a home.
Was it, was that Lynn's aunt then?
It could be.
Because she always talked about her, but I
Could be.
never.
And so he goes, the family tends to think, and again, I don't know that well, but this doesn't pass the smell test for me. Is everything in her autopsy correct? And that's what makes Dr. Linda look at her file again, because she was in the stack of routine problems. I'll get to this when I get to this.
Yeah.
I have real criminal cases to
I
first.
understand that.
And that's when she looks at it, and she
I don't know who he is.
she actually apologizes, saying, Chris, I missed this. Because she has all these medicines in her.
Yeah.
And then I overlooked this one, and I didn't know what this one was, and then she did her research, and that's when she found out that we have a problem. So again, I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer. I think you're a likable, decent person with a big heart. I think Lynn was dying, she was sick, and you helped her. And if I had to go in front of a judge, that's what I would say. I don't want to put him in front of her going, hey, look at all the money, because that would feel bad too.
Let me ask you, how much money did you make at Potto last year?
We hit a jackpot.
A jackpot? How much do you think is the most you ever spent at a fight at Potto? On one night?
I don't know. I'm being honest. I mean,
I know.
I don't know. We hit a jackpot. That's why you think I
Well, I thought I mean, I got the tax return,
Yeah.
and I'm asking. I'm like, that's why I'm asking,
Yeah.
because if it's a span of over time, I mean, it's. I don't know, Jesse. I'm just trying to wonder where $200,000 went. Do you have $200,000 sitting in your bank account?
No.
Because you dress like a normal person. There's no Gucci or Louis Vuitton stuff. You're not a junkie. You're not putting it in your arm.
No. My arms are completely clean.
You're not a big jewelry girl.
No.
You don't have a fancy car.
No.
You live in a meager house that's rented with your boyfriend.
No.
Where'd the money go?
Where to go?
Back in the day, I mean, I used to have a bunch of stupid loans and dumb stuff. I don't anymore. We paid off debt. That was really all it was back in the day.
I don't believe you have nothing to do with this. And I want to give you all the opportunity to come up with a plausible explanation. And again, I don't think you killed her.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I know we're going back and forth. I didn't help her. I guess the best thing I can say is keep investigating and look, because it wasn't me.
What do we keep investigating? You're the only one, you're the one taking care of it. You're the one that has access. You're the one that was there.
The one buying the Visine.
You're the one buying the Visine. So you tell me, where do we look? Tell me where to look then, because I'm the one that's kind of has this opinion. Chris has another opinion.
I don't know. I guess I would start looking into the other people in her life then, because it wasn't me.
Oh, you were there till 12:30. She wasn't freshly dead when you showed up at 4:55. So in that 4-hour span, there was nobody there. A minute ago, you're telling us that she did this to herself.
I think she did, but you guys don't, and you think it was me. So I don't know what to think with that. I didn't help her. And if there's somebody that helped her, then you gotta look somewhere besides me, because it wasn't me. I did not do this to her.
And Detective, if I told you you've got about 3 minutes left on this interview, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we can go to slide 13, please. It's a 1-minute clip. Go ahead.
Please. I'm willing to do whatever I need to do so you guys can see that it wasn't me. That's where I'm at. I don't want, because I asked you a question before and I still don't agree with it. I feel like right now I am being charged with murder.
You're not.
I feel like I am.
I mean,
No, I would tell you.
And finally, slide 14, please. It's 2 minutes.
If you guys are done investigating, then when are you moving forward?
we're not done
We're
investigating.
done investigating.
Well, you just made it sound like you were done investigating. You just said, what more is there to investigate?
No, I said, tell me who else to investigate.
Yeah, if you have a plausible lead, I'll take it.
I wish I did.
Because now everything points at you. That's where we're at.
I wish I did. That's why that was the first thing I said to you. Well, she was in the hospital recently. I wanted to know why the hospital didn't see this and the medical examiner did. You told me that they feel it was done the day of. I don't agree with those theories.
Originally, I thought it was
I get it. They have a license and I don't. I would think this was something done over time, or I would think that stay in the hospital, something would have came up. I don't see how.
made my case better. Originally, I thought that you did this
So glad everyone thinks that.
for nefarious reasons, because I thought it was over time.
Yeah.
And I thought over a 30 or 60-day period, you were giving her a little bit in her pudding or her jello or her coffee every day, and that's how it built up in her system to such a degree. And the doctor says that's not what happened. So that threw my theory out of the way, which again puts you in a better light in my eyes going, well, you have a sick lady that's asking you for help, and you assisted. That's kind of where I spun this in my brain, because again, we talk to people about you. I mean,
I get it. I'm sure you do.
and you don't fit the profile of someone that's going to cut someone's throat. That's not you. You're helping a lady in her worst times.
Yeah.
That takes a special person. And when I say helping a lady, not your mom or your father or your brother. You're helping a stranger, for lack of a better term. When I say a stranger, you know what I mean. It's not blood.
Yeah. It's
but,
like my mom, though.
But you're taking care of her at her worst time. And that says something about a person. So I was hoping it was over a little bit every day. It's building up in her system. And eventually, Lynn got more and more compliant and lethargic, and her system shut down. But that's not what happened. Which has been more to his theory then. So, I have to excuse myself for a second. I got a little bit of a thing going in my tummy.
Detective HOPPE, in the portions that we just watched, do you recall a discussion about Lynn's estate and the personal representative?
Yes,
Do you recall Ms. Kurczewski saying she didn't know that she was?
that's correct.
Is that true?
Sustained, thank you.
If I can please show the witness and publish Exhibit 83, which is already in evidence. Detective Happy, were you here when Attorney Nowakowski testified about the probate file?
Yes, I was.
And were you here when there was a discussion about Exhibit 83, which is being published?
Yes, I was.
What does it say for the scanned date on the top of this document?
November 4th, 2019.
And what was the date of the interview we just watched?
July 9th, 2019.
And on the top left, is that PR case number that Attorney Nowakowski talked about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if we scroll to page 3 of this document, Detective Happy, is there a signature purporting to belong to Jessy Kurczewski on this document?
Yes, there is.
Do you remember, well, have you seen this document before this trial?
Yes, I have.
Generally, what is it purporting to be?
A last will and testament.
Who is the only one that is benefited from this document?
Ms. Kurczewski.
What is the date by Ms. Kurczewski's signature?
July 29th, 2018.
And remind the jury when the interview is?
July 9th, 2019.
So almost a year between the two.
Just a few days short of one full calendar year.
And the interview the jury just watched, Ms. Kurczewski said that she didn't even know she was personal rep on the estate, right?
That's correct.
Okay. We can take the publish down. Detective, were there occasions in the next several days when you interviewed Ms. Kurczewski additional times?
Multiple, yes.
Why did each of those interviews happen?
Every day I came to work, I was notified that Ms. Kurczewski wished to speak with investigators again.
Okay. Was one of those notes sent on July 10th of 2019?
That is correct.
Did you speak with Ms. Kurczewski on July 10th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Was Detective Cole with you?
I believe he was present, yes.
Okay. If I could please just show the witness, and this may take a moment to load, Judge. We're on to Exhibit 203 at this point.
How long is your questioning on 203?
Well, the clips alone are over an hour.
And I know I had an abbreviated morning break, and I think it'd be helpful if we just, since you're on a new exhibit, a new interview, that we break early for the lunch hour. I don't know what time they ordered for some of you your lunch. I'll make sure we do not start. I think it's usually been about 12:15. So we'll start back up, but I'll have the attorneys come back in an hour, give you all an hour, and then we'll see where your lunches are at. If you all are done, we'll start soon after that as well. So my admonitions previously obviously remain: do not discuss this case, do not do any research, and enjoy your lunch. I'll rise for the jury. Yeah, they're pretty good. We'll get them sooner. All right, thank you. We are in recess.
test some stuff with
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Do you want the, preview on? Let me bring up an exhibit that's already been Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record in State versus Kurczewski. Appearances are as they were before. And I'd like to just have the jury brought out. Okay.
So I'm just wondering if the court has given any thought to, this is unrelated to the, testimony, but to what time we might end today. And I just would indicate that the state said they have another 3 or 4 hours of just video to play, plus a couple more hours of questioning. So it's clear to me that they won't finish with this witness today, and it'll take some time on Monday. So if there's any chance of being able to finish early today, say in the 4 o'clock hour, I'm just asking if that could be something we might think about. I'm sure the jury would appreciate leaving early on a Friday. I can stay as late as the court wants, although I do have some plans tonight. So I'm just asking for a special consideration.
Let's play it by ear. I'm not opposed to that. I always like to let my jury go a little bit early on a Friday if I can with a multi-week trial. We'll kind of play it by ear, and if we're around the 4 o'clock and we're at a point where, we know, Attorney Nicolai, that you have to start like a new topic, I'll sort of play it by ear with all of that. And, maybe it's 1:45, if it's a little earlier. I don't want to put us behind at all, but I think we're kind of progressing well.
Schedule, and I can kind of, make it clear I'm moving from one topic to the next once we get around that time frame.
Okay, great, yep. We'll see what I can do. No promises, but I'll see what I can do. All right, then, Madam Clerk, if you could have the first, Detective Hoppe, take the stand. It takes a little bit, and then Madam Clerk will get the jury. Hi, Ryan. You guys know that's my law clerk, right? Okay. Almost ready? Oh, got it. It's all right. It's always good to stand a little bit. They weren't quite ready, but I figure we sit so much, it's good to stand. I can hear them.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nikolai, when you're ready, you can continue.
Thank you. Detective Hoppy, when we broke for lunch, I was asking you some questions about July 10th of 2019, and I think you testified you spoke again with Ms. Kurczewski,
That's right.
and that was at her request?
Yes.
Okay. If I could please show the witness, Exhibit 203, and as we've talked about, sir, with Exhibit 202, you're aware that this interview also has been clipped apart?
Yes.
And have you seen all those pieces?
Yes, I have.
Have you also seen the entirety of the interview?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see Exhibit 203 before you?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the interview that was conducted with Ms. Kurczewski on July 10th, 2019.
Are those video clips fair and accurate pieces of the interview from that date?
Yes, they are.
I'd move Exhibit 203 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 203 is received. Permission to publish granted.
And on slide 1, Detective, there's some information just to kind of orient the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay, so moving to slide 2. And again, there's actually the date stamp in the video player as well, right?
That's correct.
It looks like maybe the same interview room.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I know I already asked you this, but if Miranda warnings applied in any of these interviews, that was done,
Yes,
and Ms. Kurczewski wanted to speak with you.
that's correct.
Okay. I would ask to play, the first clip is from 14:30 to 14:35:51.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything I was thinking of the Visines.
We're gonna pause that. It looks like we got some audio problems.
I'm going to unpublish, Madam Clerk, for a second. Despite our best efforts at testing over the lunch hour.
And I can turn down the source audio from here if we need to as well.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all and I didn't do it. And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything.
Do we need to maybe perhaps excuse the jury and have you work on that if there needs to be further testing? Why don't we do that?
Okay, I'm sorry.
We'll get that figured out and we'll have you brought back in. I'll rise for the jury, please. 5 minutes earlier, he was in the back. Yeah, we'll contact our IT specialist and see if he can figure that out. All right, we'll be off the record then until we get that sorted out. Record. Didn't know you turned it off.
Just the two, maybe. What? Just the two? Just the one. Oh, they're all. Be that one. Say their own. Okay, yeah, just the one. Then we're good. Yeah, I just wanted to not have things.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I did something, but
I don't think it was you, but just every once in a while it like switches to video conference from video control. Yeah, I think if it switches over to video conference, then it moves it. All right.
are we okay?
Yeah, probably.
I always look at video. I don't.
Controls is the one that we have to deal with. There's no Zoom.
Welcome back. I'm helping you all get your steps today. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And then are we ready to publish?
I believe we are, Judge. I apologize for that error. I think that the echo is gone at this point. So let's try. This is slide 2 of Exhibit 203.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything I was thinking of the Visines. I was thinking of her waters. I was wondering, do you normally always have like 1 or 2 waters there? Was any of that checked? I don't know. I was thinking of literally everything because I'm like,
I swear to God, we tested this and it was working. So, I don't know what's happening. Let's get Zach here.
You didn't cancel my message.
No, I think
That was just.
Was it published when we tested it?
so. I don't think so.
No,
No.
maybe the.
All right, well, that's a good thing that we'll bring Zach into. I'm gonna have to excuse you again. We'll go off the record so that our technology expert comes in and figures this out. So, thank you. I'll rise for the jury. Just come down.
Okay, delete the source volume. Yeah. It was not echoey before lunch. It was a different, it was a different file though, in fairness.
We are officially off the record. We're gonna do some testing. Madam Clerk did go get the jury. We did test. Once again, it was working during the testing, so hopefully it remains.
Too many steps open now. I don't know.
Welcome back once again. Thank you for your patience. You may be seated, everyone. Go ahead. You can play the video.
And I do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything and anything. I was thinking of the Visines. I was thinking of her waters. I was wondering, she normally always had like 1 or 2 waters by her. Was any of that checked? I don't know. I was thinking of literally everything because I'm like, I want to know what more we can do or I can do. I mean, my biggest thing right now is I am ready to try to find an attorney because I feel like no matter what, I'm going down for this. And I feel like I'm going to need help. I shouldn't be, but I mean, after what you guys left me with yesterday, I had a really long night thinking of everything possible. Everything. And I'm not kidding. I mean, I was ransacking, trying to remember so much stuff that I just don't remember anymore. But I was trying to think of any possibility, that day, the timelines, everything. I mean, I was really on it, so.
I guess the suggestion I can make is you need to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
It doesn't sure seem like it. I mean, there's just a series of inconsistencies and half-truths, if you want to say, not call them lies. Your story, your recollection doesn't match the physical evidence of things.
What I want to know that you said yesterday is about the Visine. How much Visine are we talking about?
Drop the Visine. Drop it.
Why is that?
That's not changing. We told you yesterday.
I
The
understand.
medical examiner made that decision, and she's made that ruling. That's not changing. It's been almost a year. She has done tests. She's done.
But I never heard how much, and you guys are saying she can't drink that by herself or put it in food or whatever. So that's what I'm trying. I don't know how much we're talking about. I'm sorry. I'm just curious.
Well, we told
I
you.
want to know.
We told
No,
you.
you never told
Yeah.
me. You told me 60 something. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's cups, bottles. What I don't know is what I'm saying. For me, this is frustrating. So I want to know as much as I can know. I mean, I know you guys think I probably
She
know
died
about
from
what I
Visine.
don't. You said that already.
Yeah.
But how much?
Suggesting it, not through the eye,
No,
through the mouth.
you said that too.
Mm-hmm.
But how much, can kill a person is what I want to know, or how much was in her system? That's what I'm asking.
160 parts are in her system.
But I don't understand, is that, this? Is that a whole bottle? Is that 2 bottles? I'm trying to figure out how much it was. That's what I'm asking.
I can't give an honest answer because they're still researching or developing.
That was
that
my
science.
curiosity, because you guys are saying she couldn't do it. I'm like, well, realistically, anybody can drink some water if it's in there or putting whatever. I guess I wasn't understanding, is it a little bit or a lot of it? I don't know. I don't understand. So that's why I'm asking it. Obviously, you guys don't like that answer, but that's the truth.
No,
I wouldn't be asking if I didn't want to know. It was on my mind. So you told me, the 60 whatever, but I didn't know what that meant physically. So that's why I'm asking.
Okay, I can't give you an honest answer because I don't know how many bottles.
Okay. So where are things at then right now?
We're still investigating you for homicide. That's what we're doing.
And nobody else?
No one at this point.
You tell us.
I mean, I asked you yesterday.
The only other person I could think of, and I thought this last night, I'm not saying she would do it, I just was trying to think, she had the keys, her neighbor. I literally was up all night long, I'm not blaming her neighbor, accusing her, I'm just giving you a name.
Well, Gene wasn't the one that was getting hundreds of thousands of dollars from Lynn, and Gene wasn't the one opening credit cards and trying to do loans in her name.
Everything
Let
I did was
me ask you
was-
something, Jesse. Chris said the best thing possible.
Yeah.
It's time to tell the truth
I
because
understand
this is it. This is true, real life here. Okay. Everybody we've talked to,
Yeah.
you've lied to. You've lied to Scott. You've lied to your mom. We talked to your mom yesterday.
What did I lie to her about?
We talked. She said there's no reason Lynn should have given you any money.
Lynn gave me money when back in the day
Why is it though that Lynn Jennifer, your mom,
Yeah.
says specifically that you should not have gotten large amounts of money from Lynn?
Because she didn't know about it. These were to
Why
pay off
would Scott know about it?
Scott did know about most of it.
Scott said, she's not getting money, I'm giving her money.
Scott's crying, seeing that his life is over. You screwed him over.
Yeah, well, that was about the house.
So
He's
why
talking
is
about the house
why
right
is
now.
why is he under the assumption Lynn was in the hospital the last 5 months of her life?
Because she was
In a
in the
coma.
hospital.
In a coma.
In a coma?
And you're going in the middle of the night to go see her.
Why does he think Lynn died at Freighter?
She didn't die at Freighter.
No, we know that. He was
I know.
surprised when we told him that she died at her condo and you found her. No,
He knows.
He says, no,
I
she
talked
did.
to him when I found her.
She was at the hospital.
Because I was supposed to drive his daughter to practice that day, and I said, I can't do it.
He talked to him last night, and he was pretty clear. He talked to him today again.
Yeah. No, I talked to him today, too. He was screaming at me about the house the whole day. That's what he kept yelling at me about. He said the house is trashed.
We searched the house.
I get it.
I mean, the funny thing is, you sit here and you're laughing.
The money that you
you're
guys are
literally
talking-
laughing. You're
I'm
laughing.
not laughing that she died
This is
at
your
all.
life, Jess.
I understand that. This is a huge deal. I'm looking at like a life sentence right now. That's a huge
And we're
deal.
trying to figure it out. What happened?
But the money that you guys keep talking about, majority of the money she gave me in the large amounts was over a year before she died. She gave me smaller amounts towards the end. The bigger amount.
If we could please move to slide 2. This is about a one minute clip. I'm sorry, slide 3.
If you look on Lynn's check stubs, they stated the ones they're for.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
And this isn't your best interest to tell the truth. Did you ever write out a check from Lynn to you? Did you ever write it
Did
out?
I write one out?
Did you write one out? Did you ever sign Lynn's name? Did you ever sign Lynn's name?
I have paid bills for her, but a check to me, no. She did one from her account to rent it to me online, and I was with her in presence. But as far as writing, I don't think I've ever wrote one. I mean, I had access to all her funds, but I don't think I personally wrote one to myself.
Don't you think it's curious that somebody got like $200,000 minimum over a 2-year span?
It was a 3-year span. And the bigger chunks were way before she died. That was not anywhere close
So why
to
is she
last
giving
year.
you all this money?
I just explained that. I had so much debt.
But why does she care about your debt?
Because that was what she was. She always cared. Like, these people were coming after her, and Mom and Grandma never
Why would
filed
she
claims
give your
against
mom
them.
money and specifically write a letter saying, don't, make sure Jesse gets none of this?
And slide 4, please.
I'm gonna do it. She helped my mom a ton, too.
Did you ever claim that on taxes? All that money?
No, I didn't claim all of it on taxes. I know I had to, for one, because if she's helping and she's paying half the bills directly, not even just me.
Somebody gets $200,000, you got to claim it on taxes.
It wasn't in 1 year either. We keep like saying this. This was over a 3-year span. So I get what you guys are saying, but majority of this was like a year before she died. When she was still
We're not
alive towards
financial
the end, it was
guys, you know,
smaller.
we don't do financial, so
I get
we
it.
have a forensic accountant from the IRS look at all the accounts,
Mhm.
because that's what they do, and this is what he's telling us.
Mhm.
$194,000 over the last 2 years.
Mhm. It's 3, but
Minimum.
yeah.
Minimum. This is the stuff, the solid checks and account transfers. That's not any cash. That's
And if you look on the bottom of all her checks that she writes, she puts what they're for.
yeah, once to the IRS, they never received any funds from you.
The IRS, she never even checked
for
it
you.
out.
Yeah. In the memo, it says IRS to you. For
I've never
IRS.
asked her for IRS money. That one I know for sure I've never asked for.
The IRS guy was kind of surprised. Here's one. Here's it was like 12 grand or something, or 14. I don't remember.
God.
But it says IRS in the memo. He goes, well, we didn't get that.
I haven't owed IRS that kind of money. Ever. I don't know. I didn't fill out the memo.
But
She
why-
did it. She filled it out.
You're very close to your mom.
Yes, very close.
So why wouldn't your mom know about how much
Why
money?
don't you tell her? Say,
Because my
hey,
mom didn't want.
Your
Lynn
friend's taking
didn't
her
want
care.
my mom knowing half of it.
So
It wasn't me.
your mom wasn't suspicious that all of a sudden now all your bills are paid, your debt's gone?
No, she didn't really know half of it. Part of it, the few things that there was stuff in my grandma's and my mom's name. She covered those because we kept hearing from them.
Slide 5, please.
Do at this point. I'm not lying about that. I'm dead serious.
How much you want restitution?
Yeah, quite a bit.
When you hit the 70 large,
Yeah,
why didn't you pay the restitution off and get the monkey off your back?
because we paid our creditors.
I mean, how much money were you in debt because you got all that money from Lynn?
Scott had a credit card of $17,000, and $25,000 was just for taxes. And then I had my few.
Of all the people we've talked to in the last 24 hours, you know who's the most credible of all of them?
No idea.
Scott.
Oh, I'm sure.
He knows nothing about anything law enforcement or jail related
Yeah.
or nothing.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't understand shit
Yeah.
about what's going on.
No, he doesn't.
And at first I thought he might be a knob,
No, he's not. He's a great guy.
and I talked to him a couple minutes that morning. I'm going to be sitting on the porch,
Mhm.
and Aaron's talked to him extensively over the last 2 days,
Mhm.
and my heart goes out to that
Oh,
guy
yeah.
because he says, I don't know who she is.
That's what he said. I know. I told him.
I don't know. My world is crumbling. He's on his knees in the parking lot crying because all the lies you told him.
I didn't tell him any lies. He just didn't know about part of the money. It wasn't that I lied to him. I just didn't tell him.
When he told her,
Lying by omission. I mean,
I
yes,
understand.
come on.
I get it.
his heart was like ripped out when he says, well, she got about $200,000 over the last 2 years, and he's like, I'm a cardiac arrest. This is how you describe it. He's like, I've been giving her money. She watches my kids. I don't know nothing of this.
He's not giving me money.
Was he lying?
That part isn't true.
I mean, you're living together.
Yeah, I mean, we both pay for stuff, but that part, he doesn't officially give me money for anything, no.
Why?
But he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
He seems like a normal,
Yeah, I know.
normal,
He's having a really hard
shenanigan.
time with all this right now. A really hard time.
I mean, your house was clean.
Yeah, it's completely trash. he said.
Well, when I said, well, it's not trash, like some ransacked it, it's
Oh, that's what
searched.
he said.
So everything is gone through. For a guy that keeps a neat house, it looks like
That's
chaos.
me, not him.
You know?
Yeah.
So that's the most baffling thing. Like, he is convinced that you told him when he was in the hospital for several weeks with a coma, and that's where she died.
I said she was in the hospital, and I mean, I don't know how well you guys know guys, because you guys are guys, but I'll be honest. I can talk to Scott a million times, it goes right in it, right out. And I know you guys are thinking, yeah, whatever. But he never met Lynn.
Yeah.
He knew I was going out there a lot. He knew there was a lot going on. But I swear, I talked to him when I found her, because I was supposed to take his daughter to softball that night.
But he
So I
also
was
said that
sitting.
you would get up in the middle of the night, at all hours of the night, even between midnight and 8 a.m., and allegedly get a call from Lynn, or
Yeah,
from,
she
the
fell.
from the hospital. I checked your phone records.
Oh.
It's not that. No.
Yeah.
And you would get calls from the hospital saying, you need to come. Lynn's in bad shape.
They
And then
have
you'd be
called
gone
a
for
few
an
times.
hour. And you'd be gone for an hour
Yeah.
or two and come back.
Where was I going?
You tell me.
I didn't have another boyfriend.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what you were doing, but I'm saying you weren't going to Lynn's house.
Are you sure about that? Because I didn't have another boyfriend, so that's why I'm curious as to where I'd be going. Because numerous times is when she called me falling, so I'd be out by her.
Again, this is a guy who swears he's told me she was in a coma.
No,
Why
I
do you,
never said that. Swear to God.
why do you think he's so upset?
Oh, I get it. I'd be upset too.
But why do you think he is so upset? Why does he think that you have totally, he doesn't know you, you've totally ruined his
Because
life? Why would he do
he
this?
woke up to a morning with you guys at the door, coming to get me, which he knew last time I came in by you guys for questioning.
Yeah.
He knew last week when I told him that you guys called. I told him all that. I don't so I don't know where he's getting.
Well, why is he even still today still so upset? It's not just because his house is a mess.
Oh, he's gonna be upset for a while, I'm sure.
Well, why do you think he's upset? Why would he tell you you're done?
Because he doesn't know everything.
What doesn't he know?
As far as the money wise, he doesn't know all of it. When me and Lynn did a lot of this, we didn't talk about it. So I think you guys are thinking 2 years ago I did this. Obviously, you can tell a difference in handwriting. That's Lynn's writing. I didn't.
No, I've seen that. They're not all the same.
Okay.
And,
the only ones that I did were the ones for the bills at the end, and that was with her in the hospital writing them. She has a very signature.
Have you ever looked up anything with Visine poisoning?
No.
Never. You've never heard about Visine poisoning?
From the movie, yeah.
That's just making someone sick, but you've never heard about someone poisoning with Visine.
I've heard somebody getting sick with it, diarrhea, but not poisoning, no. I've never heard somebody dying from Visine ever in my life.
Never. Never once.
No. I've heard somebody getting sick from it, that's what I just said, but I've never heard somebody dying from it, no.
Okay.
Not dying. I didn't really know that was a thing, to be honest, until you said it.
And moving to slide 6.
Any reason, because she's a great person. She helped me money-wise, financially, and now you guys think because of that I killed her for it?
And I told you yesterday, I think she wanted to die and you helped her. That's what I think.
I think you picked out a perfect victim. I think you picked out somebody with no family and no friends. And
I was her family. So was my mom.
Exactly. That's it. You guys, just you two.
Yeah. So why would I want to get rid of her?
Because she was running out of money, and you guys were opening credit cards, and you opened up loans in her name.
I didn't do anything without her permission. Nothing.
What's the jury going to think?
What's who?
The jury's going to think.
I'm sure it's not going to look good.
It's not going to look good.
I get that. But I can't sit here and say something else.
The truth would be nice.
The truth, other than laughing when we're telling you that we
because
didn't
it's
kill
so
somebody,
frustrating that I've been saying the same thing for days, and you guys want me to say something that I can't say because I didn't do it.
I want you to be honest and talk about what happened that day.
I am honest about it. I explained to you that I've gotten the Visine for her. I never put anything for her. Ever. Never. I bought it for her. That's as far as I've gotten. I've never even put it in her eyes for her.
Where did you get the Visine from?
Store.
What store?
Walgreens or Pick and Save, any of them. Walmart, I mean, everywhere's got Visine, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure do. Be nice to see that you buying it, though, because, like I said, you said there were bottles right by her. There weren't.
That's what frustrates me because I'm sure. I don't know because I can't look at the picture.
Yeah.
She always had one or two by her, the same within her bathroom. Always. Just like her water. And I mean, the other thing is did anybody check her water?
Well, why would we have checked her water? Because at the time,
Even
somebody
so,
staged
pills
it
or
looked
something
like
in it.
At the time, somebody looked like it was staged.
We'll take a suicide at the time. Yeah. We'll take a self.
But Chris, she killed herself with the Visine, but yet decided to stage herself with the pills.
Well, I know, that's what doesn't.
My thought is that plate was full of pills.
Yeah.
Barely anything was even taken off of it from what I saw.
There was crushed up pills in her mouth. There was crushed up powder around her mouth. There was crushed up powder around her nose. Somebody made it very, 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 very obvious.
And she had none of that in her system whatsoever.
No, it was less than therapeutic levels, which means it wasn't even.
Well, she had a full plate. So, okay, obviously if she had a full plate, she didn't take very much of it. There was nothing in her system except for the 2 pills. I find that hard to believe.
There's 2 pills.
Because she also took more pills for that morning than 2 pills when I was there.
Well, forensic pathologists and doctors and people who did testing disagree with you. And it's not just, it didn't happen yesterday, it happened almost a year ago. So it has been a very lengthy investigation on their end.
I understand what you're saying.
I mean, the medical examiner is pretty serious. She doesn't want to call this a homicide or a murder if she can't explain it.
That's why she hasn't ruled yet. But she keeps telling us, Chris, I'm leaning toward a homicide because it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. But she's trying every
I
which
am
way.
too. I'm trying to think of everything I can think of. I swear on everything I love. I did not give her that Visine. I didn't put it in anything. I don't know what more to make you guys believe me, because I didn't do it. If I did, I would have just said, yeah, I helped her.
Oh,
Honestly, I wish I could
just
say
say,
that.
yeah, I did.
If I did it, I didn't do it. Because I'd be helping her. That'd be 10 times less worse than not helping her and just trying to kill her. It would be. I understand that. I understand there's a difference either way, but either way, they're both considered murder. But versus helping her where I'm just helping her, or helping her to financially gain myself.
One's going to look a lot better than the other. One's explainable. One's, hey, I'm trying to have mercy on this lady who's having some really tough medical times. The other, which I think is just that this was all for financial stuff, that I think it was. I think either she was out of money,
No.
or
No, she wasn't out of money.
Or she caught on to something.
No.
And I think she was real sick and wanted to die. And if you didn't squirt it in your mouth directly, you went and got it for her.
I
and
did get it for her. I said that.
Disposed of the bottles for her, because they're not.
Oh, that was the other thing I thought of.
We have pictures all over.
The last time I threw out Visine bottles was probably about 3 days before.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when I took out her trash, and there was quite a few in there. I did think of that last night. It was like 2 or 3 days before. It was after the hospital, but that was the last time I took out her garbage and threw out bottles. I did think of that, because I was thinking of that over and over again. And before the hospital, it was probably about a week before that.
This was recent. It was that day.
They weren't that day, I'm telling you. I know that for a fact.
Again, originally I thought this happened over a period of time.
So
9 months.
Let's get this. So you guys are saying, what happens if, I'm just asking, because this is my theory and I'm still thinking it, because I would love to see the pictures. I'd like to know if there was water by her. There was always water by her. My theory is, what if those were in the water and they were in there for days? Or they were in the vodka and they were in there for days? The Visine stays in there, does it not? Or does it disappear over time? That's what I'm curious about. Because you keep saying you're not seeing bottles, but there were other things in the room. So I'm trying.
So you spiked the vodka, is that what you're telling me?
No, I am trying to think of different possibilities, because I
Why would she conceal her own?
Why would somebody sit there and just drink a bottle of Visine?
Because that's what you would do if you wanted to kill yourself, because you don't care anymore.
That's weird to me. I would think you would put it in something. That's my opinion.
But why is the bottle not around? Did you clean up lots of bottles from her?
No, I said the last day I did was 2 or 3 days before. It was the last time I threw out a bunch of them. And it was maybe 4 or 5. And that was like her regular. But that was the last time. And it was not the day she died. I can tell you that honestly. I didn't throw anything out the day she died. I didn't, nothing. I'm still trying to figure out the phone call you saying to me, call my mom. Because I walked in and called 911. So I don't know if I called my mom when I was still outside. And I also know my mom didn't answer too, because I couldn't get a hold of her for hours that day.
So how would you know when you called her?
I didn't.
Last night you told me you don't remember, but you remember you didn't talk to her.
No. I'm saying I couldn't have talked to her. I couldn't get a hold of her after the ambulance came, and I kept calling her. I couldn't get a hold of her for hours. So I'm saying if you saw a call 4 minutes before, it was probably just a phone call and not talking to her, because I couldn't get a hold of her all day that day. I thought of that. I was like, no, even if I called her, I didn't call her until hours, well, not hours later, but I was calling her for hours. I couldn't get a hold of her.
I also know you said you were only there for an hour or two, and you were there for almost 4 hours.
I don't remember how many hours I was there for.
And you were never at a Pick and Save in Hales Corners that day.
Did you check all Pick and Saves in the area?
I checked the one where you told me you were at.
Okay. Did you check Lynn's WIC card or whatever? Because I used it at whatever store I was at, and I could swear it was Highway 100 Pick and Save. If it wasn't that one, it was Highway 100 and National. Those are the two I shop at. It wasn't the one by your house.
I'm still waiting for the WIC card stuff. But I'm telling you.
I can tell you, once you find it, though, that's going to prove where I was. I know that whole
Where else did you go that day, then?
I went to 3 stores that day.
Okay.
One was Walmart, one was Pick and Save, and I want to say the other was Woodman's, but I don't know 100%.
And then where'd you go after that?
I went back home to unload everything. I saw Scott before.
Would you stay home in Franklin or West Dallas?
No, Scott.
Okay.
No. Went back home by Scott. I unloaded whatever I had, and then I had 2 cases of water in the trunk for Lynn's house.
And then went back to Lynn, and that's
Yep.
when they found her.
Yep. Yeah, and I was supposed to come back and take his daughter to softball practice the same day.
And obviously you missed that.
Yeah.
Do you miss her?
I miss her a lot.
You sorry about what happened?
Yeah. I miss her every day because she was fun. She was fun. I'd go out there and have drinks with her, and we'd just sit and hang out. I could talk to her better than my own mom. She was a great person. She used to have the house, the lake house, and we used to go out there. I had my graduation party out there, my 18th graduation.
Did you think your mom was jealous of your relationship, maybe? Do you think your mom's capable of this?
I don't.
Do you think your mom talked about the money?
I don't think so, but I don't know. I know my mom doesn't know about the money, and Lynn didn't want her to know because Lynn did a lot for my mom. And she didn't want her to know she was helping me because she knew it would be a situation. She knew she helped me a little, not to the extent. She did. But she didn't. That was Lynn's doing. Lynn did not want my mom knowing. It was not me.
So if your mom found out, do you think she would have been upset?
I mean, sure, she'd be upset. I don't think this kind of upset, but she'd be upset where she'd tell me
Is your
off.
mom capable? I mean, capable of going to kill her?
I don't see it.
Or she's capable of using very foul language on a voicemail. That's what she's capable of.
I know that.
She's probably a more likable person than that
My mom's
voicemail.
a very feisty person when she
Feisty
drinks.
people with short fuses can do things.
I couldn't tell you. Do I see it? No, but I don't know what everyone's capable of in the world. I don't know.
It's your mother. I can tell you, my mother can't kill anyone.
I don't think she could, but I know she's tried to kill herself numerous times. But I don't.
I gotta take care of that paperwork. Just give me how much paper. Be back in maybe 10 or 15.
Can I ask you guys, is there like a bubbler or something?
I'll get you some water.
Sorry, that's not mine. I'm just so thirsty.
Yeah, we'll get you some water. talked to Scott today.
Mm-hmm.
He told me a really interesting story.
Yeah.
That a few months ago you guys went out and you came home and you didn't feel well. You felt funny. And you went to the hospital and you told them that you had been poisoned with, someone said that they had poisoned, the doctor told you that you had been poisoned with Visine.
There was somebody that we went out with. But it was just, they were throwing up. It wasn't, they didn't die.
And he said it was you.
No, it wasn't.
You. He said you went to the hospital.
No. I went with my girlfriend who was sick. She went to Waukesha. But it wasn't me.
No. He said it was, why would he tell us that?
I have no idea, because it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
You think he just would tell you that for
No.
no reason?
I don't, but it wasn't me. It was our friend that we went out with. It wasn't me at all. It was my girlfriend. We went down to Pistol Pete's to watch a band. She woke up the next day feeling sick. But she didn't die from it. She was just sick.
Who's your friend?
Her name is Tina. How do you say her last name? Spell her last name. I don't know. She works at Scotty's. I don't know what her last name is. They call her T-Rock.
Would Scott know who she is?
Yeah. Yeah, we both know who she is. But I really would feel better if you guys just left Scott alone at this point.
No.
Because I have to too, obviously.
No. Scott's very cooperative and he wants to help us with this investigation.
Oh, well, that I'm sure is fine.
Why would we leave Scott alone?
Well, because if he's helping us, one thing, I just don't want you guys bothering him with his personal life because he feels bad about his kids right now and the house and me, obviously.
I think you're his first priority. He feels his world's been turned upside down.
I'm not for priorities. His kids are, obviously.
Well, but he's also concerned about what's
going to happen.
He feels he's had the wool pulled over his eyes the past year, which he has.
I don't agree with that, but he does all the same stuff I do. So he's just making it out to act like he doesn't do anything. He doesn't go gambling. He doesn't go out and have fun. That's absurd.
But when someone gets a couple $100,000 from somebody and they don't know about it,
he knew about half of it. So that's another thing he's not telling you guys.
How would he know about half of it?
He knew about part of it for certain things. Yeah, he did know about it. Not all of it. He knew certain times when she did it for certain things. Yes, he did.
So you just have no explanation for this, Jess?
I don't. I honestly don't. I didn't give it to her. I can tell you that. I bought it for her. I didn't give it to her.
When was the last time you bought Visine for her prior to her dying?
While she was in the hospital.
Like how long ago?
I want to say maybe her third or fourth day there she wanted it.
And how many boxes did you buy?
Probably 5 or 6 like usual. And 2 of them she kept at the hospital and she took the other ones home. Or had me take the other ones home. She had them sitting on her tray at the hospital. The reason I can be 100% honest with you, I'm not buying what they're saying, and I'm not buying it to do for her.
So you're not buying what forensic pathologists, doctors who are trained and do this for a living, you're not buying.
I sat with her in her house on Monday, and she was drinking vodka and Visine.
Now, how do you know she was drinking vodka and Visine?
Because that's what she had mixed together. And that was the day before.
How do you know she had mixed Visine with her vodka?
Because that's what she did. She's done it about 3 times.
Why didn't you tell us that yesterday?
Because I didn't want to tell you guys, because you guys are making it sound like it happened the day of, and that's not when she was doing that. She didn't have any more that I knew of the next day. And I'm getting tired of being put on me because I didn't.
Did you ever put the vodka in her Visine
Never.
in her vodka?
Swear to
So
God.
she put
Yep.
Visine in her vodka. Why
Yep.
would she put Visine in her vodka?
Because she wanted something with it.
And Visine's the option?
No. She looked at Visine a long time ago, and I already told you that. When I told you she was buying multiple. She was looking for her way out, and because she tried pills twice and it wasn't working. She was looking for her way.
And when was that? The day before, you said?
The day before is when she had the vodka mixed with it. And it was a glass probably about that big.
And how much Visine did she
I don't know that because she had it poured in her vodka bottle prior. Last time I bought the bottle, she dumped them in her vodka. That's why I asked how many days it lasts for in there. Because she did it about 3 times and she'd get so sick that she'd shit all over, and that's when she shit her room, and I had to clean that up when she was in the hospital.
And why was she putting the Visine in the vodka?
She was doing it because she was trying to find an easy way out.
She was trying
She
to
did
kill
the
herself.
pills first numerous times and it wasn't working.
So she was trying to kill herself
Yeah.
by drinking Visine and vodka.
She also bought a gun offline
When
that
was
I disposed of for her before she died too.
When? How long?
Oh, 2 months, a month. She did a lot of things. I just didn't want to have to put it all out there. Yeah. She bought a gun
What are you
offline.
worried about? You should be worried about you because you're sitting
I'm
there,
worried
right
because
there.
you guys are making me feel like I did it and I didn't do it. You said that whole thing I put in there and I didn't. I didn't. And the whole money thing, I think you guys are just turning it, making me look like shit, and I didn't do anything with the money that she didn't approve of. Never. I didn't ever. But I didn't want to put her out there as being a piece of shit either. Okay, she bought the gun.
Piece of shit?
She bought the gun.
Someone wants to end their life.
Because I didn't want her to do it. I didn't want her to do it as much as I did so much.
But you didn't even
She's
stop her then.
like,
So then with your theory now, you didn't even stop her.
I did stop her. I threw out both the guns. I threw
Okay.
out both the guns.
But you saw her drinking vodka knowing that there was Visine
I
in there.
didn't know right away. She told me after she had about half of the cup. I didn't know. She had to get rid of the Visine the day before. I didn't know she had put it in the vodka. I didn't know. She was going back and forth between her water. That's the honest to God truth. That's why I kept throwing out her waters on her, because I didn't want her to do it. And I didn't know. She drank about half the cup, and then she started to get sick, and I asked her because she kept getting sick off of it. That's the honest to God truth. That's why when you guys say it happened that day, it didn't happen that day. She was still alive that morning, so I don't know what changed. I didn't give her anything that day. She had no Visine left in the house that I knew of. And there was none that you guys found, except for there was 2 in the bathroom closed. So I didn't give it to her. That's why I don't believe what they're saying that it happened that day, because it didn't happen that day. I'm telling you. I didn't give her anything that day. She was awake and talking to me in the morning.
But
She wasn't all there.
You just said something that's really cute. You really did. You just said, I didn't give her some that day.
I didn't.
Did you ever do it before?
No, what I've seen is I bought it. I never mixed it. I swear to God, I bought it for her, and I knew she was mixing it. I knew that. I didn't purposely ever mix anything for her. Never. I swear to God, I'm not lying. She put it in her water once in a while and in her vodka once in a while. She kept trying more different doses. I didn't agree with it. I kept throwing out bottles of water anytime. That's why I told you guys. Anytime that the caps were open, I was throwing them out. Because I didn't like the idea of it. She was shitting all over. She wasn't dying from it. She was shitting. It was disgusting.
But that's not what it does.
Well, that's what it was doing to her. It was eating out her body because she was literally shitting. She shit all over her bedroom on it. That was the first time she took it. And literally, she called me and I wasn't even there. She called me and I got there and she had shit all over her whole room. Dead serious. She couldn't make it to the bathroom. And that's the first time she said she tried it. And I got there and there was umpteen boxes empty. And I'm not lying. Dead serious. Before that, she bought a gun. She looked at trying to buy, what's that pill online? It's get in other states. Supposedly a pill or a shot or something. Other countries. It's like supposed to be a suicide pill or something. She looked at the hood method. She looked at a million things that
How
I
would she
didn't
look
know.
that up?
On my phone.
On your phone?
Yep.
She'd use your phone to look up
All the
suicide
time.
messages, or suicide methods.
Every time I was there, she used my phone. She used my phone for her credit cards once in a while. She'd use it for shopping once in a while. She'd use it to show me something she liked. She did a lot of catalog shopping. She looked up a ton of stuff. She's bought 2 guns, and I've gotten rid of both of them.
Or she bought, so she bought 2 guns from your phone.
2 guns, but using her own shit. 2 of them.
From where?
They're online places. Shit, I don't even know the names. She looked around. You custom put them together. They're not even like fully put together guns. And she's a felon, and so am I. And my mom knew about that because she knew I threw it out. I found her hiding spot and got rid of it because I didn't like that.
Did Scott have any guns?
Not that I know of. Maybe have a hunting something. Or not. I don't
You
know.
had 2 guns under your bed that you guys slept in. You didn't know that there were guns underneath your bed?
I did not. I'm not supposed to be
There were
around
2
guns.
long gun cases in the house that
Were
were
they
clearly
hunting
obvious. Doesn't matter because a hunting gun or a handgun.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
You know that.
I know his cousin used to have one. I didn't know he had 2 of them. I did not.
You didn't know there were 2 guns underneath
No.
your bed.
I didn't. I thought those were bow and arrows. I swear to God. I don't open them. I've never opened them. I don't have anything to do with hunting. Period. I know they're hunting. The outside is like hunting. This is why Scott doesn't know a lot of this. Because I couldn't tell him how bad things were. My mom does know about the gun. She knows about some of that. I couldn't tell him because I couldn't face up the fact that things were that bad. Things got extremely bad. And she literally didn't care. She tried so many different things. Half the time I wouldn't even be there. I'd come home and find her. And usually every time I could either get her to the hospital or do whatever we needed to do. And this was the one time I couldn't. And that's why I'm telling you the only thing she had by her that day was water. And I threw out all the bottles of water I thought that she had put stuff in that were opened. So that's why I really don't buy it, because I threw out all the Visines prior. Not that day. So that's why I'm having a really hard time believing that. Now, you know why I didn't want to tell you everything? Because that's everything.
No, I don't know. I don't know why when you're sitting in a chair yesterday and we're telling you that we think you were involved in Lynn's death and you're trying to say you don't want to make her look like a piece of shit. Well, worrying about somebody. So you would rather sit there and be accused of murder than just say Lynn was killing her, Lynn was trying to kill herself.
There's a reason why I kept wanting to talk to you guys, and I was having a hard time trying to say it. Okay? I was having a hard time in general with this for the last 2 days. So, because I got everybody in my world just lost what I had left. And I'm really mad at her for this. I'm really mad. That's the only thing my mom says the first time you question us. She goes, I'm mad at Lynn for this. I'm so mad at her for this. Because it should have never came to this. Ever. I get it, you don't want to be here, but there's got to be a better. I honestly believe that we should have that thing where if you're so sick you can go to the doctor or whatever the other states have. Because some of those things are just not the way to do it. Twice I caught her with the gun in her hand, and she couldn't do it, but that terrified the shit out of me because I have a really hard time with that kind of stuff. I don't think that's the right answer. I get it, she was sick, but I don't think there's an easy way out. I think you go to the doctor and you find out what's going on with you is what I honestly think. And she got tired because it was 3 years of them not telling her.
Give me a second here. If I
Detective Hoppe, at any point prior to this point in the interview, did Ms. Kurczewski tell you Lynn Hernan was drinking Visine?
Not prior to this point, no.
Okay. When did Ms. Kurczewski tell you Lynn Hernan drank Visine near her death?
A few minutes prior to the ending of the interview, or
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. In terms of October of 2018, in the clip the jury just saw, when did Ms. Kurczewski tell you Ms. Hernan had consumed Visine?
The day before her death.
So that would have been October 2nd of 2018?
Yes, I believe she might even reference Monday, but later on she referenced the day before.
Okay. In the clip the jury just saw, fair to say Ms. Kurczewski changes what she says about whether Lynn was suicidal or not.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What did Ms. Kurczewski say in this clip about whether Lynn was suicidal or not?
That she was very suicidal and mentioned several prior attempts.
With what kind of methods?
She said, I believe it was twice with pills, and then near the end of that clip, she made a reference that there was a gun in her hand.
In the portion of the interview that we just watched, does Ms. Kurczewski explain to you how Lynn Hernan was researching ways to kill herself?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She said that Miss Hernan was using hers, meaning Miss Kurczewski's cell phone.
In fact, Ms. Kurczewski indicated that Lynn Hernan used her phone for other stuff too, right?
Sustained.
What other things did Ms. Kurczewski tell you Lynn Hernan used her cell phone for?
Looking things up.
Your Honor, to the continued questions of what we've just heard Ms. Kurczewski say in the interview.
Overruled.
Looking things up, and along with financial information, applying for loans, and other beliefs, spending money was a reference, but nothing specific.
Was that information consistent with your investigation about Lynn Hernan?
No, it was not.
Why?
Again, Miss Hernan was not someone who used the internet. She didn't make purchases. We had no information that would dictate that she was purchasing anything off the internet, that she, again, documented had no access to the internet, and from all accounts, disliked the internet.
Were you able to confirm that the condominium had no internet access installed?
We were able to confirm that Miss Hernan did not have internet access in her condo unit, yes.
In the clip, Ms. Kurczewski is questioning things that you and Detective Cole told her. Is that fair?
Yes.
In terms of, what did Ms. Kurczewski think about the premise that the Visine was ingested on October 3rd of 2018?
Speculation as to what she thought.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What did Ms. Kurczewski say about whether Ms. Hernan ingested Visine October 3rd of 18?
She did not believe that Ms. Hernan ingested the Visine on the day of October 3rd. She didn't think it was possible.
Does Ms. Kurczewski change her story about that as we move forward through the interviews?
Yes, she does.
In terms of State's Exhibit 88, which was 188, Can you remind the jury what that was around the time frame of January of 2019?
Believe that was the demonstrative exhibit of the messages between Ms. Kurczewski and Mr. Craig.
Can you point out those messages again on the timeline?
I can. They are right here.
Okay. And remind the jury what those messages were about?
That was the night Ms. Kurczewski claimed that she had been allegedly poisoned with tetrahydrozoline and was at a form of urgent care or ER clinic and had been told by a doctor.
Is that a topic that you asked Ms. Kurczewski about on July 10th of 19?
It is.
And what did she say at that point about it?
She claimed that a friend had been had gotten sick.
If we can move to slide 7, please. And play from here.
As far as T-Rock, yes, she was with me that night. I actually took her. I was having the night where I was met at Lynn, and I did because I wanted to know what she was thinking. So I tried a little bit, and I was sick. So it was me. Honestly.
All right.
I just didn't want to tell Scott that. The whole story.
Let's back up just a tad, okay?
Yeah.
So, let's start with that since you brought it up. Chris, I obviously confronted Jessy with the information that Scott talked to us about today about her getting Visine poisoning. So, originally you said it was a friend. Now you said, yeah, he said that was like 3 or 4 months ago was what he thought. So, tell us what happened.
I was actually we did go to Pistol Pizza that night, a girlfriend of mine named T-Rock, and 2 other guys. And when we left, I actually took Visine at home because I was mad. I was having a night where I was mad, and I was wondering what she was thinking and why she did it. I only had a very little bit. That's why I don't know. I got sick from it. But that's true. And that was just a few months ago. I was just having one of those nights where I was mad at her for everything. I don't know her thoughts. So I get them, but I just don't. She took the easy way out. Is my opinion.
And then while you were gone, Chrissy, Jessy talked about how Lynn was putting Visine in her vodka.
And her water. That's why I was mentioning if her water was checked, because that day I did not give her any, and there was none around. Day before, when I was sitting with her and she was drinking some vodka, she did have Visine in it, and I didn't know until she had a few drinks of it, and then she told me afterward. I didn't know. She used to take it and empty it when I wasn't there, and I would just find the bottles. She's tried it for a few months. She also bought 2 handguns offline that you put together. I've gotten rid of both of those. In the meantime, I found them in the house and got rid of them. She's looked at trying to get the suicide pill. It's from out of the country. I don't know what it is, but it's called a suicide pill. She's looked at numerous different things. She wanted to try to hang herself from her ceiling fan in her bedroom and figured she'd be too heavy for it. She had, for months, she was thinking of anything she could. And she tried multiple things. I watched her once with the gun, and that's when she fell asleep. I took the gun out of the house, and she bought another one. And I threw them out immediately. I didn't keep them. I don't have them. I know I could find the websites if I really searched. All she did was look on my phone. And their companies, you can just buy them from me and put them together. And that's what she did. But that's why I said I'm having a hard time with that day, because I don't know of anything left that day. She had 2 full boxes in the bathroom. I thought she had one by her, but you guys said it wasn't there. I didn't take anything and move anything. I threw out bottles about 3 days before. And that's why I asked how long they stayed in things, because she was putting them in waters and her vodka, and the waters were always open. So when I would grab her waters, anytime I saw open ones, I was throwing those out. I was literally dumping them out because I didn't want her using them.
When we were outside, fair enough, we didn't ask any questions about the kids, correct? Okay, just so that we're clear.
And as far as the money, I want to bring that up too. I did not do anything without her consent. Lynn knew she was sick, and I, honest to God, the money she did prior, the months before, she always said, let's just have some fun. I can't do it, so I want you to do it. She gave me money all the time. Towards the end, she maxed out everything. She did not want nothing left, and half of it was she didn't want Anthony to get anything. That was the honest to God truth. She was too sick, she couldn't change the will. She wanted to change it a long time ago.
Why didn't she just go change it?
Because she was sick at that point and she thought they wouldn't do it.
And why did she want to cut Anthony out now?
Because she hasn't talked to them in years. They weren't close with her. Like you asked me the other day, you were right on that, but she said it. I mean, my mom knew that too, as far as Anthony, that she was going to take him off, and she never did. And that's, honestly, I mean, you can ask
Was
me.
Anthony supposed to get the car?
No. I actually have it in writing and a picture. I emailed it to you. Oh.
I'm just asking questions. Let me fix those handcuffs.
No, and I honestly, I don't. Lynn also promised things to people, but she promised them to multiple people.
Mm-hmm.
He swears that he promised her the Jeep. I know Lynn's had 2 Jeeps, that one and one prior, and she promised both of them to my mom. She took pictures and wrote it.
Just asking because I mean.
No, I heard that. The same with the bracelet. Supposedly she promised it to 2 people. That's why me and Anthony said nobody's getting it, we're selling it. I mean, I went by everything she hand wrote of who got what, and I gave it to everyone. And I did send that all to you in an email.
Mm-hmm. I'm just asking. Clarifying questions.
Well, now I'm ready to give you what you want to know because I can't do this. I can't.
So that morning when you go there,
Yep.
you go there, no more bullshit.
Nope,
I mean,
I'm
just
not.
laid out.
Yep.
I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I am too. I told him I wanted to tell you. That's why I wrote you twice, and I had a hard time doing it.
We had around tables. We got you sooner. You get there around what time?
I honestly don't remember the time, but obviously
Early
it was
morning,
longer.
late morning.
I thought it was like maybe 9-ish, 10-ish.
Okay.
That's what I'm guessing.
And what's Lynn like that?
She was sleeping when I got there.
Okay.
She woke up.
And she's sleeping in the chair?
Mm-hmm. Yep. We talked. I asked her, what medicines she took for the day, what she didn't take. I don't remember to what she said she did or didn't. I know we took a few. At the time, as far as the crushed pills, that she must have did after I left. She was doing that, but like I told him, she tried that numerous times and it wasn't working. But I didn't know about that until I came back. I got her a water. I asked her if she wanted a pudding. She didn't want the pudding. And that was pretty much it. We sat there for a little bit. And she dozed off in and off. That's what she normally would do anyway. And we just, I don't know, we were probably watching a soap or something. That's normally what we did together. We had her set soaps. And she was in and out. And eventually I said, I have to go. I had some errands to run. And she's like, yeah, no problem. Go do your errands. And within 10 minutes, she was snoring again.
You got her a bottle of water.
Mm-hmm.
Are there anything else around her? She has her medicine.
Her regular, yep.
Did she get her some vodka that day?
Nope. She didn't have any vodka that day, or at least when I was there, I didn't grab it for her. So she wasn't getting up that day for anything.
Okay. And why isn't she not getting up?
She wasn't walking around well. I mean, She would get up occasionally, but not well.
Okay. And how long do you think you're there? If you got there like at 9?
I honestly thought it was like 2 hours. Obviously, you guys are saying it's more, and I'm not saying it, but I just don't know. I really don't remember. I don't. I'm being 100% honest on that. I don't remember. And there's no reason like I'm saying I don't, or I wish I did, or we did something. I just don't remember. I was there all the time. I don't.
On the way to her house, did you stop anywhere? Stop at a Starbucks, stop at a Quick Trip, get a coffee. If you're a fat guy, you stop at McDonald's, get one of those bacon, eggs,
I
and
was trying to think
potatoes.
maybe I got a cigarettes or something that day, but no. Not that I can think of. If I would have stopped anywhere, it would have been cigarettes or gas. That would be it.
You weren't not a coffee girl in the
No.
morning, nothing like that?
I drink tea.
And
I
stop-
tea, I
didn't
that.
stop for a tea.
If anything, it would have been gas or cigarettes if I stopped.
Trying to jog your memory a little
I
bit.
know.
Some people have a routine every morning.
Yeah.
And they stop. I stopped, I think.
Well, honestly, I was stopping every couple of days because I was driving back and forth so much. But I'm not ringing a bell of anything that I did except going there.
And you're driving the car you have now?
Yep.
So you go there, you take care of her a little bit, you watch a little TV,
Yep.
and then you go run and do your errands. And you're doing errands for you mostly.
Yeah, the only thing she needed was water, and I think that was it. Maybe pudding? I don't know. Offhand, but I don't
Nothing
think
huge,
she
though.
did. No, when I went for the store to her, it was literally, she wasn't eating, so it was water, the same things I'd always get her, water, Visine, and she really was putting Visine in her eyes too, like crazy. I'm not saying that's where it all went, but she used half a bottle in her eyes in a day. They were so dry. I don't know where that came from, but.
Was it dry in her place? I mean,
Well, she smoked in there, and I haven't smoked in a home in years.
Okay, don't say you don't smoke. I just saw you.
No, I haven't. We haven't smoked. None of us smoke in our homes except for her. So that was the one thing we always smoked. So it was very smoky, obviously, in the cats. But
my wife's so sensitive to dry. Oh, it's so dry in the house.
Yeah.
It's so dry here.
Yeah.
Hotel rooms are real dry.
That's me here right now.
So it wasn't like that.
No.
So you need something. Okay.
No.
So you go and you do your shopping, and you pick up water for her, maybe some other little item.
Yep.
And then where do you go?
I went back home to Scott's.
To Scott's.
Yep.
This time you're living with Scott?
Yes.
In October.
And slide 8, please, is the final slide.
We knew it from before I used to work there.
Oh, okay.
But,
Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
And so you pick up the groceries, and you go to West Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
You drop off the groceries, and then you hang out with him. He's not there. He's there.
No, he was there. We sat and talked maybe for, 20 minutes, a half hour.
Okay.
And then I went straight back to Lynn's. Didn't go anywhere else.
You went to Lynn's.
Yep. And I had 2 cases of water in my trunk.
So when you're going up to the house, I assume you got a case of water in your hand.
Yep.
To the condo.
No. I always unlock the door first to come back.
Okay.
That's just, my routine. It's easier.
And what do you find?
I thought she was sleeping when I walked in.
Okay.
She was in the chair because usually every time I walk in, she's sleeping. So I thought she was sleeping, but she's a very loud snorer, or has been for the last month. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden I walked in and it just didn't seem right. The TV was on, which was always on. And it was loud, but I looked over and I'm like, I don't know if her snoring. I didn't hear that, so I did like a double take because I was ready to walk back out and grab the water. Because I said, hey, Lynn, like my usual. And I didn't grab the water. And my trunk was open. I pushed the button to grab it. And I went right up to her right away. And I'm like, Lynn. And I don't know if I touched her face or listened to her breath, because I know I did both of them, but I don't know what one I did first. And I knew something was wrong immediately, because when I went to touch her, the way her body just shifted, and it wasn't like a good shift. And I grabbed the phone right away.
Okay.
Right away.
And you called 911?
Yep. Because I didn't want to touch her too much and do anything wrong, because I didn't know, and that's when they said, well, tilt her head back and do all this. And
so. Did you do any of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they told me to tilt her head back because they said, see if you're getting any, breathing out of her mouth, and then they wanted me to check for a pulse. So I did both of them. And I was already outside when I called because I panicked. I knew right away this wasn't good. And I didn't notice she was breathing or not, but I just knew it was bad. And I've never seen her like that before.
I wasn't there. I had the neighbors around. I went outside,
Well, she always has the same ones that walk the dogs, and they're out and about. And June was outside with somebody walking the dog. She feeds the dogs. She was outside with her but that was it.
And you asked for help or yelled for help? Or?
No, because I ran back in because they told me to do, check for whatever, so I did that.
Okay.
And then I said, there's no pulse whatsoever. There's no breath, nothing.
You know how to check for a pulse?
Yeah. I had to take CPR too, so yeah.
Okay.
No, be at the dental office, we had to take the course, so.
Okay, some people.
Because I was going to they asked me to do CPR, but then I said, there's nothing, and they wanted me to lay her flat on the ground, and I said, she's in a chair, I can't pick her up, there's no way. So they told me to push it back, but that was as good as I could get.
Did you do CPR?
No.
Again, I wasn't at the scene ever. She was almost, how big was she? Was she real big?
She was on and off in her weight, but towards the last 6 months, she was pretty big. When we were in the hospital, I remember she was laying flat. She never lays flat. Mm-hmm. And she was laying flat, and her stomach was so bloated that I'm like, oh my gosh, you didn't notice until she was, and even the doctor said the same thing.
What was it bloated from? Do you remember what they said?
I think she just had a bunch of gas, to be honest, because they were pushing around. They did a bunch of x-rays because she always had stomach problems her whole life, or the last 3 years.
Okay. And then obviously the troops come, the police and the firemen, and they take care of business, and you provide your statement. Well, and you probably don't recall this, but did you see water bottles or anything around her at the time?
I don't recall, but I know she always had one or two by her, because usually when I left her, she always asked for a second, just in case she couldn't make it up.
Hold on a second. Pardon me.
No, you're fine.
She had something going on.
But I'm pretty sure she would have.
Detective Hoppe, after this point, was the interview ended?
Yes, shortly after.
Okay. The jury just heard Miss Kurczewski kind of explain what she saw when she came back to Lynn's condo on October 3rd. Is that true?
Yes.
And what did Miss Kurczewski say about what she thought when she got home or got to Lynn's house? I'm sorry.
She basically said she came inside, said hello, and then at this point she believes almost immediately she noticed that there was a problem.
Within this clip that we just heard, was there a discussion from Ms. Kurczewski about whether Ms. Hernan was sleeping?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She believed she was sleeping at first.
At first, when?
When she walked in.
So fair to say Ms. Kurczewski tells you she was at the condo 2 different times on October 3rd, 2018?
Yes, in the morning and then later in the afternoon.
Okay, so what did Ms. Kurczewski say about when she returned in the afternoon about Ms. Hernan?
She opened the door, noticed the TV was on, that it was loud, and then she looked over and initially thought Ms. Hernan was sleeping.
Okay. I want to show Exhibit 25, which has already been entered into evidence. And Detective, you have been able to see the photos from this case, true?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish Exhibit 25 when we get it. Yes. We're all set, Madam Clerk. What was this a photo of?
This is the photo of how Miss Hernan was found on the day of her death.
And you've seen other photos taken around this time, is that true?
Yes.
And you've been in court when those photos were testified about?
Yes, I have.
At any point in this interview with Ms. Kurczewski, does she mention the powder that's laying on Ms. Hernan?
No, she does not.
Did Ms. Kurczewski say she thought Lynn Hernan was sleeping?
Yes.
In the interview, states Exhibit 203 that the jury just saw. We can take this down, thank you. Is Ms. Kurczewski asked again for kind of a detailed analysis of the things that she did on October 3rd of 2018?
Yes.
Did that include her first visit?
Yes.
Which would have been in the morning?
Correct.
Okay. During that play-by-play, did Ms. Kurczewski mention anything to you about Ms. Hernan wanting to open up new financial accounts?
No.
Or doing online shopping that morning?
No.
I'd like to pull up Exhibit 147, please. That's already in evidence. And publish that to the jury. This is slide 1. Detective Hoppe, do you remember seeing information about this JCPenney account?
Yes.
And do you remember Detective Plennis testifying about this account?
Yes.
Can you remind the jury what date and time this account was opened?
The account was approved at 10:39 a.m. on 10/3 of 18, obviously meaning it was opened on 10/3 of 2018, which is the day of Lynn Hernan's death.
What was the email associated with the account?
Lynn Hernan, 1955 at gmail.com.
Okay. In terms of, if we go to the second slide, does that depict that time that the account was opened
Yes,
from the previous slide we just saw?
correct, yes.
And going back to slide 1, do you know based on these records that purchases were made on this card after it was opened?
Yes,
Were those purchases associated with a shipping address?
yes it was.
And whose address was that?
The residents where Miss Kurczewski and Mr. Craig were residing in West Dallas.
Okay. I'd like to also show you Exhibit 116, which is already in evidence. If we get unpublished, thank you. And we're all set, Madam Clerk. Detective, do you remember Exhibit 116?
Yes,
And Detective Plennis talked about this, is that true?
yes.
Zooming in on the top part of this exhibit, is there a date on it?
Yes, there is.
What's that date?
There's a written and a delivery date. The written date is 10/3 of 2018.
Okay. And whose name is in the bill to information?
Lynn Hernan,
What about the ship to?
Jessy Kurczewski.
You recognize the address below Ms. Kraszewski's name?
I do.
Whose address is that?
The residence of her mother, Jennifer Flower.
Is there an email associated with that?
Yes, there is.
What is it?
Lynn Hernan, 1955 at gmail.com.
And scrolling down, can you remind the jury what this purchase was for?
Television, a wall mount, and we know that the last purchase, or this is the watch series 38 millimeter, is going to for which was the $279 purchase.
And again, when Detective Plennis testified about this, he talked about the account of Lynn Hernan's that the purchase was made on. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. Thank you.
Alright, you moving on to a
New topic? Let's take a break then. I'll rise for the jury. We'll take about a 15-20 minute break. This will be our afternoon break. We'll be in recess. those take 5. This is just in case.
If I let the discipline slide, I don't have a middle ground.
You want to test before we go back on? Sure. Appearances are as they were before. You can have a seat, detective. I don't have a record of 116 being received, but I do have a record of this very exhibit being part of a different exhibit that was received. And I was trying to find the number. Does anyone know what that is?
Sure do. It's 148, Your Honor. Slide 3 of 148.
That was so very close. Yep, I found it. Okay, so I think the jury should be told about that. I can do it, or you can just clarify with the witness either way. But because 116 is not received.
Okay.
Okay, that was all I wanted to verify. With that, we'll bring the jury out.
There's something being published on the screen right now.
We're just giving to you.
Yeah, you can take them all there. Thank you. 148, slide 3. Oh, you guys are switching it up on me. No worry. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Attorney Nicolai, when you're ready, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Before we dive back in, Detective, I want to just clarify something that happened before the break. You and I discussed that electronics purchase, right?
Correct.
And I showed you Exhibit 116, that was that ABT receipt.
Yes.
In reality, that exhibit is actually the third slide of Exhibit 148. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so the ABT receipt is in Exhibit 148,
Yes.
and that's in evidence.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple other things I wanted to ask before we start the next interview. So going back to Exhibit 203, which is the interview from July 10th of 2019, do you recall having a discussion with Ms. Kurczewski about the friend of hers that was poisoned with tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Did that story change again throughout that interview?
Yes.
Ultimately, toward the end of that interview in 203, what did Ms. Kurczewski tell you about what happened in January of 2019?
She stated that she was the one and that she actually had taken the Visine herself.
Okay. The other piece I wanted to ask you about, do you recall in Exhibit 203 during the interview talking with Ms. Kurczewski about Ms. Hernan being in a coma?
Yes.
And who thought Ms. Hernan was in a coma before her death?
Mr. Craig.
Where did he think she was in a coma?
At Freighted Hospital.
Did you ask Ms. Kurczewski about that in this interview?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She denied that. She stated she never told Mr. Craig that Miss Hernan was in a coma.
Okay. Do you know that to be false?
We know that Miss Hernan was definitely not in a coma. Correct.
Sorry. Okay.
Yes.
And now I'm going to show you the paper versions of Exhibits 182 through 186 and ask you to look at them. And Detective, have you seen those before?
Yes, I have.
What is Exhibit 186?
186 is a demonstrative, or again, a more readable version of text messages between Ms. Kurczewski and Mr. Craig.
What are Exhibits 182 through 185?
Another version, it would be the PDF version off the download from Mr. Craig's phone of text messages between himself and Ms. Kurczewski listed in Exhibit 186. Again, it would just be in the timeline format.
Okay. Have you checked to make sure that the data from the download is reflected correctly in Exhibit 186?
Yes, I have.
With that, I'd move Exhibits 182, 183, 184, 185, and 186 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, exhibits 182 through 186 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
If we could please publish Exhibit 186. Detective Hoppy, the jury has seen a couple other exhibits in this same format already, right?
Correct.
And you've read the messages to the jury on those other exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Slide 1 that we're looking at here gives some information about what 186 is, right?
Yes, it does.
What does it indicate?
The messages that we observed in May of 2018.
Okay. Were you here when Scott Craig testified at this trial?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall him discussing these same messages in his testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So if we go to slide 2, again, is the jury able to see the numbers involved in this conversation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So this is a little bit lengthier of a discussion, is that fair?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do for the jury to maybe make this go a little more efficiently is that I'll read the pink and you read the blue. But remind the jury who's sending the messages, or what phone is sending messages that are in pink.
Miss Kurczewski's.
Okay, and what phone is sending messages in blue?
Mr. Craig's.
And the jury can obviously see the timestamp for each message as we walk through this. Is that fair?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so if there's no objection from defense, I'd like to proceed in that manner where you and I read these together.
There is an objection. I do object. Miss District Attorney is not here to testify.
All right, sustained. We'll have the witness read them.
All right, Detective, again, I'm going to ask that you not read the time because the jury can see the time, but please begin reading this conversation.
Okay. Jessy to Scott. Man, they play anymore. Scott to Jessy at 3. Scott to Jessy. I want to thank you for asking everyone we know if I like Whitney the other night when you were wasted. It's all everyone was talking about last night. Absolutely embarrassing. I got approached by 4 people about it. It's one thing to accuse me of lies between us, but then you spread this dumb, childish rumor to everyone as well. Scott to Jessy, so fucked up. Jessy to Scott, I didn't say one word to anyone except Mike, and I swear my life on that. Jess was the one who asked me about it. I didn't say anything to anyone else, and I put that on everything. I wasn't wasted either, so stop that. You think I'm always wasted. I didn't not tell about it to anyone except Mike when we were alone outside, and I said it just a question and let it be. So where's this coming from, the same with you? It was a question and I didn't push it at all. Scott to Jessy, you're always creating drama with everyone, and now you've managed to talk shit about me too. All lies. Well, you and Jess can go straight to hell because I did nothing wrong at all. I'm done with the little kids' games. I'm way done. Jessy to Scott, I didn't say you did all. I asked is if you liked her. That was all I didn't say. You did a thing. Scott to Jessy. Jess is trying to get you to dislike Whitney because of her problems. And now she is telling lies about me, dragging me into it too. And then you ask people what they think. That's how stupid fucking rumors start. Scott to Jessy continuing, and it did. With everyone. Jessy to Scott, I'm not playing games with you or anyone. Of course, I do all is wrong. Scott, you've been done. I'm the idiot waiting for you to change your mind. Why do you keep thinking bad of me? That's all you do. This is why we are going to stay out of the bars. I didn't create any drama, nor was I trying to start shit. Scott to Jessy, well, you did. Always talking shit about people. Whitney, Holly, Mikey, everyone. And now me too. Scott, Jessy again. Everyone is sick of it. Continuing Scott to Jessy, and I'm sick of everyone and feel so stupid. Jessy to Scott, I wasn't talking about anyone the night I was there, and I purposely had fun without talking about anyone and had fun. Continuing Jessy to Scott, Jess doesn't dislike Whit, nor do I. We were fine. I talked with her before I left, and not anything to do with you. I wasn't starting a rumor and didn't talk about it, I swear to God. I asked you, that's what I did. All I wanted was a no. I don't want any problems. What are you not understanding? I just want you and you only. Jesse to Scott continuing, why do you feel stupid? I didn't do it. What are you not getting? Here I've been running around all day for this country thing tonight, looking forward to just being normal and seeing you and Dom, and maybe for a little I wasn't going to start drama or create any drama. I didn't do anything seriously. I get blamed all the time. Scott to Jesse, whatever you got to tell yourself, you do it all the time. Jesse to Scott, I didn't say a word, and I put that, how much I love you. I would never want that rumor. Scott to Jesse, and then everyone comes to me about shit. I want no ties to your fucked up head. Scott continuing to Jesse, enjoy your country night. I'm sure you'll have a great time with your so-called friends. I'm absolutely fed up. Jesse to Scott, I didn't do anything and I'm not lying. Do you ever think that nobody wants us together and is creating a problem? Do you ever? All I do is for everyone, and all I do is get shit on. I wasn't talking about anyone. Why would I want people to think you like Whitney? And why would I want that think for 1 minute? It doesn't even make sense. All you do is think I run around talking about people when I don't. I do everything lately to keep peace, and I don't even hang out there, and it's a problem still. This is crazy. I didn't do anything. I swear that's why you don't ever believe me. I always believe you. Always. I don't lie to you ever. Scott to Jesse. Well, I'm sure everyone will be friends again with you tonight. Just keep buying them shots. Jesse to Scott. You think I just wasted a shit ton of money on flowers so I could talk about you and lie to you so you hate me? Seriously. Think for once I do all I can for you. Can for you, because I want you, and that's why I was willing to give up the bars and bullshit. I'm really only trying, and I'm getting shit on for things I didn't do. I never said a word about Whitney to anyone whatsoever. One question to Mike outside when you were alone, and you, that's it. I put that on everything, and I wasn't fucked up. I had 4 drinks all night. Jesse to Scott continuing, I'm not buying anyone's shit, not even doing now because I was only going to see you and Dom. So if you were trying to ruin my day and night, you did, because I didn't fucking do shit. Do you not fucking get it? I kiss your ass and do everything that I can for you because I love you and I want you. So why would I want people thinking you like Whitney? I swear you asked for no more bars and then you went right back to it. And look, one night and shit. Had a great week together without the bars, and it all went to shit. Scott to Jesse. Well, thanks for doing the flowers. I wish you wouldn't have now. Sorry about the shit ton of money. Guess we're even for that $500 now. Please do nothing for me ever again. I will take care of myself. Please do not contact any of my kids or their moms. I told them to tell me if you do. I'm done with all of this shit. I'm so fucking pissed and want nothing to do with you again. I'm a fucking idiot. Jesse to Scott. I haven't talked shit about anyone. Last thing I did was a repeated comment Whitney made about Holly, and I'm the bad guy. I haven't said or done shit about anyone. I've kept my mouth shut and haven't talked to anyone. Do you think I care about the money on the flowers? I did it because I care, and I did not take your fucking money. Do you really think I'm such a bad person? You really think that this is me? Wow, you've dated me for how long? I think you know me better than that. That hurts. Jesse to Scott, continuing. The worst, I'm not talking shit or taking to ruin the little that we have left. You are the one listening to everyone else instead of listening to what you should know by now. Scott to Jesse, please do not call me. Jesse to Scott, how can you treat me like such a piece of shit? I really didn't do anything for this. Seriously, Scott, how can you say that? Why don't you ever believe me? I didn't do anything. I sit at mom's, don't text or talk to anyone but you, and I repeatedly get yelled at for not saying shit. Scott to Jesse, well, you did. You just don't remember as usual. Not my problem. Jesse to Scott. So you can act fine all day and just lose it on me? I talked to you about Whitney, a question, and I didn't yell at you or accuse you of anything. You just yelled at me. Didn't ask me shit, just yelled at me. Scott to Jesse. You don't talk to anybody because you talk shit about them and run your mouth. They don't want to talk to you. Now me too, seriously. I'm not going to say this again. Stop texting me. Jesse to Scott. Wow, I really don't shit and talk about everyone. You are such a dick to shit here and bash me when I didn't talk shit about you whatsoever. You're making me to be this person who you want me to be. Maybe that way it's easier for you. I'll stop texting you. I'm going to just head straight to your house then. Why don't say all this to me in person? While I come get all my shit, you can do whatever the treat mill and cabinet do with whatever. I'm sorry, you can do whatever with the treat mill and cabinet, and I got nowhere for them. Don't care. I'm sick of this. The way you're treating me right now is unbelievable to me. Keep telling yourself a girl who loves you and keeps trying would around talking shit about you cause that, because that makes sense for you then. Keep doing it, because I have never ever, so stop treating me like this, because it's pretty fucked up of you. Scott to Jesse. Do not go to my house. I'm not there and it's locked. I'll let you know when you can get your shit. Maybe tomorrow while I'm gone. Jesse to Scott. Well, then I'll wait for you to get home, because I'm not doing this. You're not going to keep making me feel like this for no reason. I did nothing, and until you get that in your head and stop being like this, we have a problem. Nope, you can be home, because you're going to realize I did nothing. You're not going to make me feel like this. It isn't fair how you can listening to others and snap when you feel like it. Sorry, but no. I didn't just order all your baby mama's flowers for them. I did it for us so I could turn around and talk shit. Get it straight. I didn't do shit, and yep, I'm gonna do whatever it takes till you figure that out. Guess you just fuck with me because I'm such a bitch, right? Yep, that's me. How can you love someone and just be downright cold when you think so? Nothing without any benefit of the doubt. Something without any benefit of the doubt. No fucking way you really are that person right now. It's so fucked up that you could treat me like this over hearsay. Who does that? I'm outside your house. Hello? Scott to Jesse. I told you I'm not there. WTF is wrong with you? Get away from my house. Jesse to Scott. Scott, I'm not kidding. I'm not letting this go. You are being the biggest dick to me, and it's not right. I didn't do anything. Until you figure that out, we have a problem. I didn't do shit, and you can't treat me like this just because you feel like it. I'm not doing anything to your hours. I'm sitting in my car. I'm that kind of person. Never. Not. What is wrong with me? Really, you're asking me that? You are choosing to believe BS that I didn't do, and it's fucked up. Scott to Jesse. Why are you by my fucking house? Jesus Christ. Crazy fucking person. Jesse to Scott. Because you need to talk to me. Scott to Jesse. I'll just call the cops and tell them there's a suspicious person outside my house. Jesse to Scott. This isn't right. I didn't do anything, and you just lost it on me, and it's wrong. I'm not crazy. I'm normal. You're the crazy one who talked to me all morning like nothing and then just lost it. I didn't do anything. Not a damn thing. I talked to you. Yeah, of course you'd call the cops on me. Wow. Scott to Jesse. So you're going to sit outside my house till I get home? Fucking psycho. Jesse to Scott. If that's what it takes for you to realize I didn't do anything, yep, and that's what it takes. Do you not get it? I'm willing to do whatever it takes for you to realize I didn't do anything. Scott to Jesse. Fine, you didn't. What the fuck ever. Get away from my house. Jesse to Scott. You get mad and just keep talking, just keep calling me names. That's awesome. Most people talk, but you just say everything and anything. You never loved me. Nobody would say that and act like this. You don't even get it. What you did and said today is unreal. You just straight up fuck because you cause I'm such a bad person and want everyone to think the guy I love likes wit. Yep, because that's normal and that sounds completely right. Everyone said it's so true. This girl I spent most of the week with just decided to bash me to everyone when she wasn't trying to get you back and do anything she could for you. Scott to Jesse, I didn't bash you at all. WTF is wrong with you? Why would I want people to not like you? You're fucking being stupid. Please leave me alone. Obviously, I need to cool off, and you're making it 10 times worse. Jesse to Scott, whatever. I'm sure you're sitting in-house laughing at me because you've got me so fucked up right now that I literally want to crash my car because I'm tired of feeling like a piece of shit. Well, let's see. I've walked in on Lynn thinking she was dead. Instead, just coma, probably to never wake up, and then you yell at me repeatedly over something I didn't do. And I lost you all over again before I could get you back. Scott to Jesse, I'm sorry for your problems, but I don't need this right now. I need to cool off.
Detective Hoppy, can you please circle the word coma in this slide? And I would ask Madam Clerk if we could please save this annotation and have it marked as Exhibit 186A. And I'd move it into evidence.
Receive.
And we can clear the screen. Now, Detective Hoppy, remind the jury what Ms. Kurczewski said during the interview on July 10th of 2019 about this situation.
That she never told Mr. Craig that Miss Hernan was in a coma.
I'll have you continue on page 27.
Continuing Jesse to Scott, I get it, but didn't do anything, and I'm so tired of everyone blaming me for everything. I didn't say anything, and then you bash me about calling your baby mama's kids, and when I haven't been. I am just trying to hold it all together, because this is probably the worst day I ever just thought things were good, not together. But good, and they went to shit over one night in the fucking bar again. I'm just tired of you yelling at me when I didn't do it, and you made me feel like the idiot again for nothing. Money's in your grill. Enjoy your night. Maybe you should have cooled off before blowing up on my without thinking about TI, and then I'm not out to be the bad guy or bash the one I love. I tried too hard that night, just not to piss you off. I try to do everything so you don't hate me, and it's always something. Never mind, I'm leaving. I'm not putting money I'm not putting money there because Dano's here again for nothing. Money's in your grill. Enjoy your night. Jesse continuing to Scott, you begged me to keep you from the bar last weekend, and see what happens. I didn't even want to go, but I wanted to see you. I was looking for just chilling, going to Bella's game, and seeing Dom tonight. And now they all just think Jess fucked up again. Crazy bitch. Excuse me. Scott to Jesse. I didn't say anything to my family. Shut up. Stop with your shit again. Get away from my fucking house! Exclamation points. Jesse to Scott. I already left 5 minutes ago. Why bother cool off? Do whatever you need. Clearly I need to get the fuck away from you.
What day are we on, Detective Hoppy?
This is now May 15th.
So a few days after the conversation you just read?
That's correct.
Okay.
Scott to Jesse. At home. Jesse to Scott. Yeah, I'm still sitting in my work clothes. Was gonna go after the doc, but wasn't up for it. Okay, good talk, LOL. Scott to Jesse. You're so funny. Jesse to Scott. Well, you never say anything. Scott to Jesse. Not much to say. Jesse to Scott. I guess so. Say anything, keep my company for a little with small talk. Scott to Jesse. What's up with Lynn? Jessy to Scott, nothing new. I'm going to stop by her in a little, then go stay at her place tonight with the cats. Scott to Jessy, what's wrong with her? Jessy to Scott, I think she's just tired of being sick. She overdosed on pills. Scott to Jessy, what kind? On purpose? Jessy to Scott, a bunch, and I really don't know. She's in a coma. They don't think she will wake up. Scott to Jessy, are you serious? I mean, come on. What kind of pills? That doesn't sound right. Jessy to Scott, she takes a ton of pills. I don't even know half. You think I'm joking? It is serious. Scott to Jessy, does she have family? Jessy to Scott, and she drinks with them. She's been sick. She's been so sick for a while, and she put on 50 pounds in a month, and she doesn't eat because she just gets sick. She has no family. She was adopted. Her parents both died in the last few years. It's just mom and I is all she has, and like 2 other friends. Scott to Jessy. Well, who is responsible for her? Like power of attorney. Jessy to Scott. Me. Scott to Jessy. Like legally? Written somewhere? Jessy to Scott. Don't you ever listen to me? I tell you this stuff all the time. I've been to the bank and attorney with her many times. It was mom. Then when I got out, she changed it to me because mom can't handle anything. She has no family whatsoever left. That's why she always made sure I knew everything. Scott to Jessy. Well, I heard you before, but sometimes I don't know. Just kind of weird. Jessy to Scott. What's weird? She used to be mom's neighbor in those apartments I grew up with. Her mom and her were best friends. Her dad died and she bought the condo. She likes my aunt, but not related. It's a little overwhelming, but I try not to think about any of it. Docs get shit wrong all the time, and she might be wake up, you know. I don't know. Mom thinks it's probably better. She said she wouldn't want to live being sick all the time. I don't know. I couldn't imagine growing old with no family, nobody. Are you done now? Scott to Jessy. I guess. Sorry, geez. Jessy to Scott. You didn't say anything else, so I don't know. Jessy to Scott. I didn't mean like that, silly. Jessy to Scott. So what else? Scott to Jessy. Nothing, I guess. Picking up Bella soon. Jessy to Scott. Okay, have a good night. If you get bored later, I'll be cat sitting, so if you want to message me. Scott to Jessy. More cats. Jessy to Scott. LOL, she has 2. She has strict instructions, so if she doesn't wake up, they get put down. They are older and picky. She knew we couldn't take them with ours. And that's what she wanted. They are to be creamed and put with her ashes. But for now, I'm just keeping an eye on them. Scott to Jessy. How's Lynn? Same. The docs are talking about trying something tomorrow to see if there's any response and check her brain activity. Too many big words. I don't know. So I said, talk to me so I know what you're saying. How's Bella? Scott to Jessy. Fine. I dropped her off at Hale for a track meet with her friends. Jessy to Scott. Oh my God, now track. I don't know how that girl does it. Does it all. It's too much. Scott to Jessy. No, she's just watching. Jessy to Scott. Oh, so you just sitting at home then? Scott to Jessy. Yeah, laundry, dishes, stuff.
What day are we on?
May 16th, 2018. Scott to Jessy. Jesus, are you getting paid? Jessy to Scott. Yeah, thank God. Scott to Jessy. Well, that's good. Let me get it, LOL, JK. No, hun. Jessy to Scott. No, hun. No, but you should get your overall health checked out. Plus, it's important. Okay, get back to work. Just checking on you. Scott to Jessy. How's Lynn? Jessy to Scott. Same. They said she had a rough night, so they aren't going to try what they were going to do today. Maybe tomorrow. Scott to Jessy. what is going to happen. Jesse to Scott, I don't know. I really don't not looking good though. Totally random. I was going to ask yesterday and forgot. What's the deal with Jackie and McGuanago? Scott to Jesse. Who knows?
Detective, was Lynn Hernan ever in a coma at Freighter Hospital?
No, she was not.
Through your investigation, did you become aware whether after the conversation that you just read, Scott Craig and Jessy Kurczewski stopped seeing each other?
No, we were not aware of that.
Okay. In fact, did your investigation reveal they stayed together after this discussion?
Yes.
Do you know how Scott Craig found out that Lynn Hernan did not die at Freighter?
From us, the detectives.
Now, Detective, I'm going to move forward to Exhibit 204. Did you speak with Ms. Kurczewski again on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Again, she reached out and asked to speak with us.
Okay. Did you accommodate that request?
Yes, we did.
Can you see 204 before you?
Yes.
And you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is portions of the interview conducted on July 11th, 2019 with Ms. Kurczewski.
Are there fair and accurate portions of the interview?
Yes, they are.
I move Exhibit 204 into evidence. Ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 204 is received, permission to publish granted.
And Detective Hoppe, on slide 1, is there some information there in terms of the video to follow?
Yes.
And what is that?
Again, it's indicates this is a meeting or an interview I conducted on July 11th, 2019 between myself and Ms. Kurczewski.
Is Detective Cole in this interview?
He is.
Sorry, if we can go to slide 2. All right. And this begins at 9 minutes 20 seconds.
That's correct.
All right, and we can play from here.
When I left, I did use another card too.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if that's on mine. I have multiple, but I thought you guys can check that too, I'm sure. So, because I know for sure I went shopping. I'm positive because I brought home groceries.
And when you say card, you're talking about the shopper's card, right?
I used Pick and Save card. I used her, like the state food card, whatever, because she always would tell me, oh, I'm not using it, make sure you take it. And then my card.
Okay. When I say the Pick and Save card, like just Saver's card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And use yours or hers, you think?
Mine.
Okay, and is that under your phone number or?
Under mine.
Okay. And then you said you went.
Because I usually punch in the number, I don't even scan the card.
Okay. And then you went to Scott's house.
Yes. I mean, I believe I went to Walmart and maybe Woodman's. I know I stopped at a few places, but I know for sure Pick and Save, and I want to say, I think Walmart.
When we say Woodman's, which Woodman's would you?
It would be the one in Franklin. That's the one I always go to. Or Oak Creek, actually. Sorry.
Oak Creek.
Yep.
Then you went to Scott's house.
Yep.
And you talked for a while. You said.
Unloaded stuff and talked to.
And then you drove to Lynn's.
Yep.
And you popped the trunk.
Yep.
If I'm wrong, you gotta say you're wrong.
Oh, I will.
And your key, was the door locked or unlocked?
And her door is always locked.
So you unlocked it.
Yep.
And you entered.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me again what you find.
First I said, well, hi, Lynn, and she was sleeping, or so I thought she was sleeping like she usually is when I come in. Now I say hi. Well, I did a double take, because I was actually turning around to go to the trunk. And I did a double take because I realized, A, she didn't answer me, and I didn't hear her heavy snoring like I normally hear. So I literally turned back around, and I went, well, that seems odd. So I walked up to her right away, and I'm like, Lynn, just talking to her, And then I'm like, I don't see her, I don't hear her snoring, I don't see any movement whatsoever. And that's when, right away, I checked just to see if I felt any breathing, and I called 911 immediately.
Okay. And then 911 tells you to do some,
Yep.
check the pulse.
Check the pulse, and then they wanted me to lie her on her back, and I said, I can't, she's in the chair, there's no way I can move her.
Oh.
So they said, lay it back as far as you can.
And then the troops come.
Mm-hmm. I stood outside from there. I didn't want to be inside. I literally, when I finished doing what they told me to do, I walked right outside and just stood there.
And was Jean around at the time when you're outside?
She was next door with a neighbor. I believe she always used to give treats to the neighbor's dogs. And I believe she was with a neighbor and a dog. I don't know what neighbor, but they always walked by.
But you specifically remember seeing Jean?
Yes.
And you know Jean real well because Jean's helped you over the years.
Mm-hmm. She just helped me a day or two prior to pick her up off the floor.
Did she have like a button or something, or she would just call you?
Who?
Like
Lynn?
Lynn?
No, she
like
would call.
if she fell.
No, she would call.
What if she never phone? She'd have to call to get the phone, or
She literally had the phone like on her at all times or right next to her where she could reach it.
what kind of phone did she have?
Just a cordless.
Of course, so it's not even a cell phone.
Oh, she had one, but that one she wasn't using for.
So she used like
she
a
used
landline.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That was a cordless.
So Jean was there, you said, the day before, you said?
It was the day before. It was either the day before or 2 days before. I don't remember. She fell. I was out with Scott, and that was one of the times that I had to leave and go. And then Jean helped me because I couldn't. I had to find help.
Why wouldn't you take Scott to help you?
I've never asked him to help me. He doesn't know Lynn. Lynn never wanted to see him like that.
Oh, I know, but that dude's really nice when you got to pick someone up.
He is very nice.
And he's a nice guy. I mean, basically.
I totally understand. But Jean's helped me about 3 times, and I've never taken him. And he was also out.
Did you call Jean first?
Nope, I waited till I got there. Or I think. I might have called her, I don't know. Sometimes I'd call her and say, can you at least go over and sit with her or whatever until I get there. And I mean, I race out there. I literally fly out there, so.
You said you and Scott were out together, or were you out separately?
We were out together.
And when you say out, I assume, when I say we're going out, you're out at a bar? Did you go out together in the same car?
I don't know for sure.
I just find it odd.
I don't
You don't
know.
take the guy
No,
who
I've
been
never.
3.5
But
years.
he's never met her, and that was her, that was her biggest thing is
But if you
I
get
don't
there,
want.
can you get her off the floor by yourself?
Well, with Jean, we always could.
But what if Jean's not available?
I've never had a problem, so.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm just
Well,
asking.
worst case scenario, I'd call an ambulance, because that's what we did once before.
Because you know, my mom's in assisted living, and if she goes down, I have people there to help.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would bring my wife with me.
I guess
And
I
my
was
kids.
just used to it, because I've done it numerous times. Numerous.
Do you remember which bar you were at when she called?
I would have had to been the usual Sales Palace. It's right down the road from my house.
That sounds so established.
We know the owner.
Dallas.
That used to be the bouncer at Scotty's, owns the bar, him and his wife.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Because you were a Scotty's girl. And then you give the deputies your statement. There's no other civilians there, though, right? It's just.
Well, I mean, now all her neighbors are outside.
But no one
asking
goes
her.
inside.
No.
The deputies
Nobody
do a
has
pretty
walked
good job.
inside. I walked out while I was still on the phone with 911. I walked out because I couldn't. I was just in shock. I couldn't even sit there.
But you remember pretty clearly what she looks like.
Yeah.
Can you describe
I can't get that image out of my head.
Can you describe it to me again?
I mean, she's sitting in the chair. That's how she always was. But she wasn't obviously looking at me or talking to me. And she was just sitting there. And when I went to touch her, the way her body just shifted, it was just one of those feelings. I can't explain it. I've never touched anybody and had it before because I've never seen anybody dead before in my whole life. Or at least I can think. I mean, besides going to a funeral.
I got you.
It's like, I mean, and that's the hardest thing for me is because I've seen her a million different ways, and to see that, I mean, that image, I mean, I told the guy on the phone, I'm like, I can't sit in here, I had to go outside. Like, I was like sick to my stomach just seeing it, because it's something that you can't get out.
And again, we talked a little bit earlier, but I've seen lots of dead bodies, so I'm pretty used to it. When you see her, I mean, what is she wearing? Do you remember?
I know she had a shirt on. I know she had no pants on. She was sitting on, her pee pad thing that we kept down. And she probably had her blanket on because she always was she would go through hot and cold, so.
Uh-huh. And tell me about the spoon and the pills.
Well, when I left the house, that spoon and that, the plate were always on her side, like one of the tables, either or. Because I shouldn't say table. She had a table on one side and her speakers on the other side. That's where her pills were. That's where normally she had a thing of eye drops right there. And those were the ones she put in her eyes. That was where usually her water was, her phone, and I don't know if I said medication, but any of her medications. That's where on both sides of her. And we always had a plate and a spoon next to her. And when I left, there was like 4 or 5 pills, whatever pills she didn't take for the day, were sitting on top of it, and they were whole. And that's how I left her.
And then you find her, and where's the plate now?
I thought it was on that side table still, but the pills were crushed.
Okay. Anything else about her that you remember?
No.
I mean, you just said that you'll never forget that image, and I get it, because
I mean,
can
well,
remember.
yeah, I mean, it just, I really can't say anything else differently, I mean, than just seeing her not, you know, I mean, the biggest thing for me is I watched her body, because I was so used to seeing, she was a very deep, heavy breather, and I was so used to always seeing, you could literally see her moving, you know, the breathing, and I couldn't see anything. I mean, it was just, and when he had me touch her, I mean, that really did it for me, because it was just that little, like, I moved, and the way her body just moved over, I mean, there was no, it like gave, you know, I don't know how else to explain it, but.
Describe her face to me. You remember what her face looks like?
Just sad, I mean, there was no movement to it. I don't believe her eyes were open. I guess I wasn't staring at it, you know, but just there. I know she had a hair clip in that she had in for days. Yeah, I don't. I think her mouth might have been open a little bit. But that's all I can remember.
Yeah, I can't put the image in
Yeah.
your head, you know. I mean,
No, I know.
I mean, our brains are wired a little differently because we're messed up, that we see things and we cue on certain
Right,
details and that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? It's actually kind of a curse after a while.
I could see that.
But again, this is your good friend that you love, that you've been taking care of for months and months and months at least, right?
Yeah.
Would you say more than a year?
Well, taken care of, no. I would say as far as like the last 4, 5, 6 months. I mean, going out there and spending time with her, yeah. I've been doing that since I've been out, so.
And the last couple of years, let's say the last couple of years prior to her death, at the beginning of that time period, she's not as sick as she is at the end, correct?
She had a lot of stomach issues, but not the same, no. Not
Because she
everything.
could move and walk.
Oh, yeah.
At the beginning,
Yep.
when we were going to visit
Yep.
her.
I mean, she'd go to the store, but she'd still use like the cart, you know, to walk around or stuff like that. I mean, she wasn't the best, but she was way better.
The cart or the little trolley, electric trolley thing?
No, the actual like shopping cart.
Okay. And eventually she got to the point where she didn't drive and she couldn't shop. And that's more like the last 6 months or 9 months?
I would say when she stopped driving would probably be maybe 4 to 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's when you really are kind of
Yeah.
assisting her with day-to-day operations. Would you say at least a couple hours a day?
Usually, yeah.
Every day?
Yep. One of the things I forgot, on top of taking care of her, I was taking care of her cats too, because they have the litter box, the food, all that. A lot of times she could feed them, but going to the room to do the litter box was just too much work for her. I did think of that last night.
How many cats did she have?
She had 2. My mom has one of them. We had to put the other one. Well, we had both for a while, but
Yeah.
she put the other one down.
Okay.
I was sick.
And you never miss a day?
Once in a while, I would.
So very rarely?
Rare, yeah.
She would
I mean,
say-
like when we had softball or stuff going on, she knew. A few times I asked Jean to check in on her if it was bad. I mean, we weren't doing major things towards the end.
Did you like take any major trips or you go out for a week?
No. I think the most I'd be gone for would be 4 days.
And then Jean would come take care of her?
She would check in if she needed, or Lynn would call her if need be, but that would be it.
Because would you say the last month you're there every day?
Pretty much. But I mean, there would still be like a day I wouldn't go. If I was there late the night before and I talked to her and she was, you know, didn't need anything or was okay for the day. So mostly yes, but once in a blue moon, no.
I mean, I don't know. The reason I asked
It wore on me. So I mean, some days,
the only
you know,
time
I'd
I've
like,
ever
oh,
seen her, she's not looking the best.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it looks like the kind of person that would need help every day.
She really didn't though until, like physically every day until the last, right before the hospital, and then coming home.
And her last
Because she could still make it around. Honestly, the walker, the potty thing, and what else did we get her? all those things, we got her literally like probably 3 days before she went to the hospital.
Okay.
So I mean, she would still get up and go to
Now,
the
when you say
bathroom.
hospital, I mean her last trip.
Yes,
to
the last
Waukesha.
one. But like the main reason I got it is because she was still sleeping in her bed up until right before the hospital too. And like I was telling him, she had an accident. She couldn't get out of bed quick enough or whatever the case was. Her bed was very high. She shit the whole room. So while she was in the hospital, I was there shampooing her whole carpeting.
Sure.
So, in her bed.
Prior to the last day at Waukesha,
Mm-hmm.
did she ever go to the hospital? Did you know prior to that?
Yeah.
When was that? Approximately 6 months, 3 months?
She went 2 or 3 times in the last 2 months before.
Okay.
And I want to say 2 were ambulance.
Oh, it's up the hill?
Yes. Yep.
I see.
But that's where they would only take.
Waukesha.
That was the only place they would take her to.
She never been afraid of her?
So that's where she wanted to go, very badly.
But she was never there.
I think she's been there, but for doctors.
Talking the last.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you were kind of involved here.
Yeah.
You're always going to Waukesha.
Yeah.
Something that's bothering me a lot. Because again, I tend to think that if you're involved in this, it's because she wanted your help. But I can't get past this because Scott's real clear that he thought she was in a coma at Freighter.
She wasn't at Freighter.
So
She never went there. That's where she always wanted to go. And the last time I took her to the hospital, I begged her to go there.
and he's real clear that you're telling him you're going to meet her at you're going to see her at the hospital.
I know that.
Which you're with this guy for 3.5 years. Either he's the stupidest guy I've ever met, or you're lying to him.
I did lie to her. I did.
Why?
Because she didn't want anybody knowing she was in the hospital or at home sick, except Mom.
But she never even met this fucking
She never
guy.
met him. That was her biggest thing. She
So-
thought, though.
So you
like
think
when
it's more
she
important to
fell,
lie
I'm
to
being
your
very honest.
boyfriend?
It wasn't.
A guy she never
Trust
got.
me, I'm looking at it now going, I should never lie to him because I ruined everything.
He's crushed.
I know.
And it makes you look real guilty.
I understand that part, but I honestly
I can get past it in my brain
I
because
get
I'm
that.
the one that just kind of likes you. And
I
it's
completely
like,
get it.
and he seems like I'd like to hang out with him. That's how nice he is.
She wanted Freighter more than anything. That's where I wanted to take her to the last
But she's
time I
not there. You're telling him that's where she's at, in a coma, which is a double lie.
I don't remember saying coma. I always said she was in and out of it because she was at home, and that was the truth. She was in and out of it all the time. But I did tell him Freighter, and I'm not going to lie about it. I'm telling you, I want to tell you everything I possibly can at this point.
Well, we need to get there because you are involved in this. And I'm trying to put you in the best light to the court
I get it.
that this didn't happen for money. This happened for love.
It didn't happen for money. I'm completely honest, and I will tell you.
And I know you're
everything.
sorry about what happened to her. You told me that yesterday.
I'm more than sorry than what happened to her. Because when
And it's chewing you up inside. I know this because even yesterday when we talked about the Visine, I could see it just kind of whip out of your body.
I left here last night, and I told him, or one of you, I slept for a little bit. Not the best. I slept good because just getting it out, it's been wearing and tearing on me. I mean, more than you know. And I think the biggest part for me is that's why I was getting frustrated when they kept saying she had to have it that day. What she had that day, I didn't know, and I'm serious. I said she did. One time, the whole time I've known her, she drank 1 bottle in front of me. Just one time. 1 bottle. And she never did that afterward. I was so upset and hurt by it because I didn't want her to do this. I didn't think it was the best way to go. She was trying everything. She threw up
How did she
pills,
find
trying
out
pills.
about this?
She researched it. She
How?
researched numerous things
How?
on my phone. When I'd be out there, she looked up the gun.
You know how that's going to look for you, right?
I understand.
I mean,
that.
everything.
She doesn't have
She can't
access to
defend
any of
herself.
it.
She can't.
She
can't
doesn't have-
talk from the grave, and it's always on your phone, your internet, your this, with permission,
But
blah, blah,
she
blah.
couldn't-
Ordering a gun. I mean, disposing of the gun is you.
I did that for a reason because I watched her hold it to her head.
And what did you do with the gun?
I took it apart and threw it in the garbage.
Do you have ammunition in it?
Yeah. Yep. I took the whole thing apart
And you
because
know
it
how
was a
to-
put together
you know how to
gun.
disassemble, you know how to just disassemble a gun?
Because it came with the whole. It was one that you put together. It wasn't like like a whole, you know, I don't know how to explain
No,
it. There's
we're
websites
familiar
for
with
it.
it. Yeah.
And they're like the ones you're not supposed to order from. And she got 2 of them. She ordered one and I got ribbon. She ordered another.
When did she have the guns? Roughly
3 months before.
3 months prior to that. And
That was the
both of
first
them?
thing she looked at.
Because you said that one time you got there
Yep.
and she was kind of sleeping or passed out with the gun on her.
No.
No.
She actually, one time, I was in her room doing the Cattler and came out and she had the gun up to her head. Up to her head.
And you took it away from her.
I took it away from her.
And what'd you do with it?
I left it by her, but I took it away. It was maybe like 5 feet away. I moved it. I was just in shock. I couldn't believe she actually would do it when I was there. That was her biggest thing that she said to me from day one is, yes, she didn't want to be here, but she didn't want me to be around for it. That's what she always told me. And the fact
Detective, in this first slide of Exhibit 204, are we hearing more about that gun discussion?
Yes, we are.
At this point in time, what did Ms. Kurczewski tell you she ultimately did with the gun?
Threw it away, disposed of, or took it apart, disassembled it, and then threw it away
Where?
in the garbage.
Does that story change over time?
Yes, it does.
Okay, going to the next slide, please.
Well, I took it like 5 feet away from her. I couldn't take it.
Yeah, you can.
But I was in shock.
Did you call the police and say,
No, I
hey,
didn't.
listen, we got a problem?
No, I didn't. Because that's not, ultimately I knew what her goal was and she was going to achieve it one way or the other.
But now it's kind of on your conscience.
You think?
Yeah, I do think.
I know.
And
Even
everything.
with the Visine. Told you, she drank the 1 bottle in the
Why'd
drink.
you keep buying it
Never-
for?
Because that's
Bottles
what,
and bottles and bottles at a
that's
time.
what she wanted.
You buy her 1 bottle. My brother's a junkie. I don't give him $500 at a time.
She also,
I give him
when
$20
she
for
first started
gas.
taking it, her thing was that she liked the way she felt. It would knock her in and out. She'd wake up. She said she lost, like, feeling of her body. It made her feel good. I'm not saying this is what I wanted, but I know somebody who was so sick that I get what she wanted.
Give
But
her a little bit of weed
also
or something,
didn't.
but you don't give her a Visine. I mean, come on. It's weird.
I get
It
it.
doesn't make sense to a normal person.
I get what you're saying, but at her thinking, I didn't want to deny her everything, but I didn't want her to take the easiest way out. And honestly, she was doing it for so long that I didn't think she was going to die from it. I really didn't. I thought, okay, she's getting some sleep from it, that's it. She was doing it for 2 months at least.
Doing what?
The Visine.
I thought you said you only saw her with the bottle one.
No. I bought it for her. I only saw her physically drink the bottle, from the bottle 1 time. After that, I'd come there and to the garbage and so forth. She got to the point where she said, the first time she took it, she goes, this is kind of boring. I go, what do you mean it's boring? It just doesn't taste like anything. That's when she started mixing it. I swear to God, on everything. She had said there's no
You
taste.
literally just drink an entire bottle of
1 bottle, yes I did.
And how long did you stay with her then?
That day I was with her for hours.
And what happened with her?
She just kept falling in and out of sleep. That was it. And then the next couple times that she took it, I didn't know she was taking it until afterwards. She'd have a few drinks and all of a sudden she'd get weary and lazy. And one time she wasn't breathing good. I said, do you want me to call an ambulance? And she goes, no, I took the Visine. And I didn't know because she didn't take it by itself. And I'm dead serious. She didn't take it by itself.
How long ago was this before she died?
Probably about a month. I honestly thought when she was in the hospital they would have figured it out and helped her. But that's my given truth. That's what I was hoping.
Did you
for.
tell him she takes Visine?
No.
Do you think you should have? Hindsight's 20/20 now.
Yeah, I probably should have. I mean, I told them a lot of things to look
She's your
for.
friend. You love her. You want what's best for her.
Yeah, I do.
My mother is in assisted living. I love her. I want what's best for her. But
Yeah.
I don't give her chocolate because
get
she's
it.
diabetic.
Yeah.
Do you think she'd want that? Do you think she wants a piece of cake? Yeah. See, you don't give her every once in a while. You give her a little piece, but you don't buy 4 pieces of cake. I don't buy your entire cake or a box of Hobos
Yeah.
because I know that's what she wants, and she gets mad at me. She can't talk, but she's yelling at me, and but I love her, and I don't want her to die that way.
I get that.
But you keep
I
dividing.
also didn't think she would die from it because she didn't that whole time. I thought she would just...
You took how much when you took it?
When I took it, I took half a bottle.
How'd you feel?
Like crap. Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was down the whole day.
Talk about that day again.
Yeah.
So what happened that night? What went up? What was the?
We
what
just
was the
went
deal with
out,
that?
and she was on my mind. The whole thing was just bothering me. I, to this day, before we even go into that, I, to this day, always wondered, was it the Visine that did it? I knew the night before she drank it. I knew she had water the next day. But I always wondered, and I wondered if I didn't leave for those few hours, had I been able to call 911? What happened? I don't know exactly what happened. Did her heart stop? Did she stop breathing? I don't know. So that's what I always wonder. Now, that night, I was just, having a few drinks, I was thinking of her. It was bothering me because I used to sit and drink with her and hang out with her, and she was on my mind heavily at the time. I was frustrated. I don't know, just I had a bad night overall, and she was on my mind. And I came home and I thought, I'm just really curious what her thought was on this. What would make you want to do this? Just what do you feel like? I wanted to know. I wasn't trying to kill myself. I just wanted to know what it was. That was plain and simple what I did. I just wanted to know.
And you're home alone?
No, Scott was home, but he was trying to sleep.
And you feel sick enough that you want to go to the hospital?
No, I just left the house. I told him I went. I just left the house because I didn't want him.
So you lied to him again?
Yep. I knew what I was sick from, so I wasn't going to go to the hospital and say, I took some Visine for the fun of it.
And then you
know what I
came
mean?
home and
It
told
wasn't
him that
fun.
someone roofied you at the bar?
Yeah. Because I didn't know what to tell him. I didn't want to tell him, I thought I'd try this.
Here's a
honest.
key to positive relationships that last 20-some years of marriage.
Be honest.
Honesty
I get
and
it.
integrity.
I get it.
And it seems like you have a hard time telling the truth. And you have rationalizations and excuses of why you don't do things. You know the right thing to do. You do.
Yeah.
I can tell that kind of person you are. But you have a series of events here that are predicated in lies and half-truths and withholding truths and all those kind of things. Is that who you are?
No, it's not. It's not who I want to be. For him, I obviously lied to him more than anything. I get that.
Do you love him?
I love him to death.
But not enough to tell him the truth.
Well, that's all I want to do now is I want to sit and talk to him, and it's not going to happen for any time soon.
Does your mother know about the Visine stuff?
No.
Why won't you tell your mother, who's Lynn's real good friend? She's a good enough friend
She
that
knew
Lynn's
about the
given her
gun.
cash with a letter saying, don't tell Jesse I gave this to you.
Yeah. She knew about the gun, and she knew that Lynn was taking her pills every so often too much, that she was trying things. She did know about certain things because when I told her about the gun,
Detective, in this clip that the jury just watched, would it be fair to say that the story about what happened in January of 2019 changed again?
Yes.
What is it at this point now?
That she just took a half a bottle and got sick from it.
In this clip, does Ms. Kurczewski talk about being in the hospital because of that?
No, she does not.
What did she say about that?
She lied about that
To who?
to Scott Craig.
Okay. In this clip that we just watched, does Ms. Kurczewski provide some reason that Lynn Hernan was drinking Visine with vodka?
Just wanted to mix it again
Why?
because it didn't taste like anything. The vodka didn't taste like anything. She wanted to put it in there.
Okay. During this clip, does Ms. Kurczewski talk about how Ms. Hernan said the Visine made her feel?
Kind of like numb, kind of her whole body.
Is that different from a symptom that Ms. Kurczewski told you about in the last interview that would happen when Ms. Hernan would drink Visine?
Yes.
What was that symptom?
That she would, quote, shit all over.
And again, in this clip, what does Ms. Kurczewski say is a result of Ms. Hernan drinking Visine?
That it would make her numb and drowsy.
Going to slide 4.
I knew. My knows very well that Lynn did not want to be here anymore. She knows that. She'll tell anybody that because she does honestly know that. She knows what Lynn was like for 20 plus years and what she was like at the end.
If you're struggling so much, why aren't you telling anyone what's going on? If you're struggling internally with Lynn trying to kill herself, taking this Visine, which you know is wrong, not normal.
Yeah.
Especially if she tries to drink a whole bottle in front of you, right? The gun thing, everything. But you don't seem to tell anyone what's going on.
No, do you know what I did? I drank. I drank it away. That's what I did.
You gotta. It seems odd that you don't ask your mother or Scott for some assistance. Not even assistance going there with you, but just Scott, what should I do?
Mom did know some of it.
Scott, what should I do?
And my mom got to the point where she didn't want to be around it.
What do you think Scott would have said if you would have said, "Hey, Lynn's drinking Visine, what should I do?"
He would have said, probably call the cops immediately.
Because Scott does the right thing.
Yeah.
And if you know that, that's the reason you didn't tell him. Because you knew it was wrong.
I knew it was wrong, but at the same sense, there's only so much you can do. And I just feel like, I don't know, I didn't know what to do anymore.
You said earlier.
I love her to death, and I didn't want to watch her anymore being miserable, but I didn't want to let go of her at the same time. I went both ways.
Were you with her the night before the death?
Yeah.
Because you said earlier, about 6 minutes ago, that you knew she drank a bottle the night before.
Yeah. She drank, not a bottle, but she put it in her vodka. I did know that. I said that yesterday.
And then you go there the next day and she's fine.
Yeah. I mean, she was in and out, sleeping, awake.
But she said, yeah, I'll see you later, darling, or something.
When I left, she said, I'll see you later. She knew I was coming back.
And she didn't seem in distress?
No.
Medically?
Not any more than she ever did. No.
She's not having diarrhea, or she's not throwing up?
No.
She's not.
No.
He thinks you killed her for the money.
I didn't. I swear to God, I didn't.
It tends to look like that on
I know.
paper. And
I get it.
when we meet with the DA, he goes,
I'm telling you, honest to God, when I talked to you guys last night, I felt so much better.
I could tell.
Because I actually, honestly told you guys, and I finally just gave up. And you weren't even in the room. I broke down with him.
Well, I watched it.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. And I'm telling you, I did not give it to her to kill her. I did not put it in.
Why did you give it to her then?
I gave it to her because she seemed to think it was a good idea. She didn't think she was going to die from it, though, I don't think either, because she was doing it for too long. It wasn't making her, in that sense, I didn't think she was going to.
Did you give it to her that morning?
I swear to God, I didn't. I gave her water. That's all I gave her. And I said, she always put it in. Swear to God, the 3 days that I was there before and I threw out a bunch of Visine, that's when she put it in, water and
When was the last time you emptied the trash? 3 days prior?
Yeah.
And if she's disposing of, where would she throw her stuff out? Would she throw it out in the bathroom? You said there were bottles in the bathroom, right?
Yeah. No, she had a garbage can next to her and the one in the kitchen. And she would get up and walk to the kitchen. She was up in the kitchen up till 2 days before. That she physically was on her own in the kitchen. Because she would not dump the Visine in the stuff while I was there, ever. Ever.
But you knew she did it the day before.
No, I knew she did it because I found all the Visines. That was her thing. She mixed them. I knew
the night
she mixed
before.
them. No.
You said the night before you knew she put it in.
No, not the night before, though. She didn't put it in. She put it in when I threw out all the Visine bottles. When I threw out her garbage.
So it was 3 days prior?
Yes. Yep. And I said, where'd all the Visines go? And she's like, oh, don't worry about it. And I'm like, what do you mean don't worry about it? What'd you put them in? Because that's what she was doing for months. The only time she drank it straight from the bottle was the first time. The only time. And ever since then, she put it in her water or her vodka. She said the water didn't taste like anything, and the vodka, she liked it because she got like a little more of a buzz off of it.
Mm-hmm. And that morning, the night before, did she have vodka?
The night before she did.
How much did she have, you know?
It was a cup probably like this big. And she had
so
one in
a
a
cup.
can.
I mean, you're a bar girl.
No, she used the smaller cups for her vodka.
How many ounces do you think, maybe? 4 ounces?
It's probably like a cup about this size up to here.
So
10
ounces?
Sure.
And
she had 1.5 of those.
So she had 20 ounces of vodka?
Yep.
And when was the last time you saw her?
When I left that day.
What time? This is the night before we're talking,
yeah.
Right?
I don't know for sure. I really
was it at 6 o'clock or 10 o'clock?
I I don't want to say because I don't want to be wrong with my time.
I'm asking approximately, do you think? Dinner time?
I'm going to guess maybe 5 or 6.
So around dinner time?
Yeah.
The night before?
It might have been early. I mean, we were watching TV. Well, because you guys can look at my phone and know the times. I don't want to lie about times when I honestly don't remember.
I got you.
I know I was there. We watched on TV.
What did you do the night before her death, remember?
That was what we did.
What did you leave at 5 or 6? You and Scott went out, you went watched a movie, you went to the kids' softball game, something like that.
I don't.
You went to Chuck
I want
E.
to
Cheese,
say
I
we
don't
were
know.
probably just at home. It was a Monday night. Monday nights the bar is closed that we go to. So we were probably just home.
Was it a Monday night? I don't even know.
She died on a Tuesday.
Okay.
I remember that plane is dead.
But you weren't there like at 10 o'clock news time.
No.
You'd be home before.
Yeah. I mean, I've been there late like that.
But the day before, you would remember if you were there at 10 o'clock. Because you would have told the deputies, last time I saw her was at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, because they usually ask you what the last 24 hours of when you saw her. And she drank 2 10
1
ounce.
and a half. 1 and a half.
1 and a half, so 15 ounces of vodka then?
Yep. And when I left, I dumped it out, and she said, "Give me water." And usually I always brought her 2 waters that she put by her.
Okay. And the waters were sealed when you gave it to her?
As far as I mean...
You wouldn't know. Because when you pick up a bottle of water, you can tell it's been open.
Well, no. But the thing is that she knew I kept throwing them out on her. Because I was getting frustrated. Because every time I saw... Because I didn't even drink the bottles of water the last month. I didn't trust it. Because I knew what she was doing. And sometimes she'd say, "Oh, did you get that from the right or the left?" Or, and I'm like... So I didn't trust it.
Okay.
I usually went out there with my own sample.
You said you 3 days before, you threw out the trash or a bunch of Visine in it.
Yep. I threw out all her water bottles. There was
From
a
that
ton
time,
of Visine.
did you purchase any more Visine for her from that time to the time you found her dead?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
When I say Visine, what kind of Visine were you buying? You know, did she have a specific brand
She
liked?
did. She liked a certain kind for her eyes that she actually put in her eyes.
Okay. What kind did she like to drink?
She really didn't have a preference.
So what kind would you buy? Cause
whatever.
You just didn't usually buy the same one. That's kind of what people do historically. Yeah. You go to the same gas station, you order the same.
Whatever was cheap, to be honest. I didn't sit there and pick out, but her eyes, she liked it very expensive, and it was a good one for your eyes. Because I actually used it a few times when I had itchy eyes.
Because Visine comes in that weird bottle, and it's kind of a weird shape. Is that what you were buying, do you think? Or are you buying off-brands?
Honestly, they were just whatever.
But what kind did she want? What was the kind she really liked for her eyes?
For the eyes, it was tear eyes, tree size, something tea eyes. It was like...
And what did the bottle look like?
$12.99. White bottle with blue on it. And I think it was like tea eyes or tree size or something.
Would she drink that one ever?
I don't know for sure on that. I don't think so. She really liked it for her eyes. But I don't know for sure.
Is she telling you what kind to buy for her drinking?
No. When I first did it, the first time I went, I bought all the regular. She said, "Can you get me some more eye drops for my eyes?" That was the first time I ever bought her eye drops. Or bought her multiple, more. And, because she, on a regular basis, went through probably 6 boxes of the regular ones for her eyes. So the first time I went, they were all regular eye drops for her eyes. And that's the one where she undid it and literally squeezed it into her mouth. And that was the first one.
Did you ever see her use the $13 bottle stuff for her drinks?
Oh, no, I've never, except the first time she drank it, I've never seen her do it since.
But you're the one providing.
Yeah.
So you know what you're buying.
Yeah.
So you're buying the $13 bottles, and she's using that for her eyes, and then you're buying other kinds that you think she's ingesting.
Yeah. She honestly,
is she going through a lot of the $13
$13
bottles, or is she going more through the little bottles?
More through the other ones. But I never, except for watching her drink it the one time, I never ever watched her do anything with it. One time she took it and put drops of it in her her glass of vodka, and that was the only 2 times that I saw her physically do anything. I would come back and the bottles would be empty.
But you know she's using it.
Yeah.
Because she's going through bottles and bottles. Okay, but getting back to my original question,
Yeah.
3 days before you throw it in the trash,
Yeah.
a lot of bottles in the trash. How many bottles did you buy that last week, do you think?
Maybe 8 to 12.
Do you remember where you bought them?
Offhand, no. Because I just bought them wherever
And you
I
bought
was
the
for
cheap
something.
ones or the expensive ones?
Both. Because when she died, there was still 1 or 2 boxes in her bathroom of the good eye ones. And I think one was open. And I thought it was next to her, but maybe it was on the kitchen sink, or maybe it was, I don't know. The one she actually used for her eyes.
And you remember it being there when you found her dead?
No, I don't.
Okay, you don't. I'm
Yeah.
just clarifying.
I don't remember where, because I think he said that we didn't see it. I don't know where it was around her, or if it was in the, sometimes some of the stuff was on the kitchen counter. I don't remember. Honestly, I don't. I'm being plain.
I get you. And when I ask questions, it's because when you say something, it comes out a certain way because your brain, it's your life. So I want to make sure that we're clear that on the same page. So I'm not saying you're lying. I just want to make sure that you and I are 100% on the same page.
Does it say, is that my report?
Yes.
Does it say what stores I went to on there? I was going to ask you.
No. But I do have a question.
Yes.
So during their follow-up question with you that night,
Yeah.
they asked you, do you think Lynn was suicidal or wanted to die?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes and no. I know she loves her cats and always worried about them, but she was tired of being sick and tired of not being able to get around as she used to. At what point do you tell the deputies that she was suicidal? That not too long before this, she held a gun to her head. She bought a gun off my phone and put it together. I mean, she's dead, so don't worry.
Detective, throughout the interview clips that the jury has watched thus far, were there portions of those where Ms. Kurczewski said that she never saw Ms. Hernan drink eye drops?
Yes.
In this clip that we just watched, what does Ms. Kurczewski say about that?
Changed it from one time to seeing at least 2 occasions her putting eye drops in something or drinking eye drops. But confirming that she knows that Ms. Hernan's drinking more than she's allegedly seen.
I wrote down the words extra buzz during that last clip. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was that about?
Again, she said that's why she was putting it in her vodka.
Who said who was doing that?
Ms. Kurczewski said Ms. Hernan was putting that in her vodka.
Why?
To give it an extra buzz.
Is that a different symptom than the quote shitting all over?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in court when Doctors Bedritsky and Kosinko testified in this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember those doctors being asked about whether drinking Visine gives you some sort of a high or buzz?
Object.
If it goes beyond just yes or no.
Sustained, the jury can refer back to their recollection of that testimony. We don't need it repeated here.
Understood. Why don't we go to the next clip? I believe we're on slide 5.
For a reason, because I needed somebody else to know about it.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't talked to my mom since I've been here. You guys can ask her about the gun. She knows, because she was pissed. She was so pissed.
You know, and what I keep coming back to, Jesse, is when we talked yesterday, something keeps playing back that you said to me, and I think that this is where you're kind of concerned about possibly getting yourself in trouble. You said, I didn't put any Visine in her stuff that day. You several times yesterday was that day. So I want to know, truthfully, honestly, in the past, had you ever put any in there? Knowing she wants it.
Once I put in 2 drops for her.
Okay.
Once.
In what?
In her vodka.
Okay. And once was how long before that?
That was a month and probably 4 weeks. 3-4 weeks before. That was the only time I ever did it.
Did you ever look up anything online Like, be
I did
effective
afterward.
Visine?
Yeah, I did afterward because she kept wondering why she wasn't dying from it, and I didn't find anything that said you died from it. I found that you got sick from it.
So you,
But she looked it up first. Seriously, she did look it up first because I didn't know anything about. Well, we were together in the same area, but she used my phone all the time. She was because before she looked up the Visine, she was determined to get the suicide pill. Determined. First the gun, and the second thing was the suicide pill. And the thing is, it's not in this country. And I don't know, she looked at umpteen different things. She emailed asking questions, trying to figure out how to get it, where to get it. She was like determined on to get that because supposedly that's like a one and done and no issues. Because nothing was working the way she thought. When she overdosed on pills, like the 2 times, well, I shouldn't say overdose, took too many. It didn't work. She just got sick all over, and I had to clean it up.
so
But other than that, I've never done it. And the only reason I did it is because the Visine was in the bathroom. And she asked me to make her a drink. And I literally did it in front of her. And I only did 2 drops. And she took the bottle from me because I wouldn't put any more in it.
okay, so
So I'll be honest. I did 2 drops once my whole time.
okay, and that's what
I know,
that's what I want to start,
it.
and that's what I want to start out with. Jesse, we really need to start
I
with a
know.
clean slate here because it's been piecemeal.
Yep.
Of you worrying about this and you worrying about that. Yesterday it was no, I never. Now it's I did it once. Remember, if it,
My biggest
how
thing
this
is,
looks if you're not being honest with us.
I feel like, and that's, I'm telling you, I'm just putting it out there. I feel like no matter what I say or do, and it's hard for me, is because that day, I know for a fact that was the only time I ever gave her drops. She was doing the shit and put it in shit behind my back because she knew that I didn't like it. She knew it. And when I would come there, they would be all emptied out. And I'm like, what are you doing? I didn't know if she took them all in one, I had no clue. And that was the hardest part for me is I'm like, do I have to sit here all day? Do I have to worry about you all day? Or did you put them in something? Because I knew she did both. So I never knew what to think. And I swear I wouldn't have thought anything different. I didn't think she'd ever die from it.
But I thought you said that she thought she was.
She thought she was.
Because of why?
Because she read about it.
Okay.
I didn't read anything about that.
But weren't you concerned that she said she read something and you thought she was trying to
Well, she
kill herself?
thought this was a way to try. She didn't know for sure, but it was one of the things she found, just coming across different things. She was looking into everything possible. Everything. I mean, stuff I've never even heard of. I never heard of this before. I'm being honest.
Did she have a computer at the house?
No.
Was there a computer,
That's why
a
she
laptop?
always used my phone.
What kind of
Always.
cell phone did she have?
It's a throwaway you get from the state.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't have internet.
Okay.
No, she had no internet access.
Did she have Wi-Fi at the house?
No.
No.
I have it where you can,
Your data plan?
yeah, whatever.
Okay. So you print out your data? Or
And it should show every time that she looked at it, it was while we were at her house. I looked at it once months later because I was curious. I mean, when I knew she died that day, I was curious. I always wondered, was it the Visine? I think that's probably why I called a million times. Because I was so curious, because I wanted to know, was it really the Visine that did it? And I wanted to know, had I been there in that time frame, what could have been done different? That's my biggest thing. Because could I have helped her? Could I have stopped it?
well, I mean, you knew what she was trying to do. You could have stopped her then. I mean, let me ask, was there a part of you that, and maybe Chris is right, maybe you just thought she was sick and you were going to let her do her thing?
I mean, she was sick for so long that I honestly think, had I left that gun there, I think she would have used it. The way she pulled it out, I mean, I was terrified. I've never seen somebody stick a gun to their head, I'm telling you that right now. That image alone sticks in my head for a long time, too. And it's because that's just not normal. I get it, she was so sick. And I get that she just hit a point where she didn't want to do it anymore. I get that. But I think part of me always thought, she's not going to go through with it. It's not going to actually happen. I went both ways with it. I really did. I didn't think, because she was drinking for so long, I didn't think that she would actually die from it. I really didn't. I thought, well, she tried the pills, that's not working. She tried this, that's not working. So my thought is that morning I go, what was she thinking? When she crushed those pills, what was she thinking? Did she already know what she was drinking and trying to do 2 things at once? And then I thought the same thing. Well, didn't seem like much was off that plate. The plate looked pretty full to me. I know that.
Yeah.
I admit that. I just don't know. I don't know. I really don't. And I know you guys think the money thing, or you do, or whatever. I don't care who thinks it. I didn't steal her money. If you knew Lynn and you knew how she was, she called me, she called my mom numerous times. Let's go on a vacation. Let's just pack up and go. I'm like, where are we going? I just want to spend some money. Lynn was that type of person. And it was not rational, but she was like me. Back in the day, she didn't have money. So when she did, she wanted to do stuff. When they took down her one credit card, they took like, I don't know, maybe like 10,000. I don't know, she called me screaming. She called my mom about it too. They took away like 10,000 or 1,200 or something. I don't remember. A large amount. And she was, I'm going out. And that's when she went out and bought all her jewelry. She maxed out 2 of her credit cards. And I'm like, who does that? That's not normal. You know? But that was her type of, she just didn't care. I mean, she was on a point where everything changed about her. You know, the last year, she wasn't the person I met 20 years before. She was a fun, let's go out, let's do this. She was at the point where she was at fuck everything. She didn't want to see anybody. She didn't want to talk to anybody. She didn't care. She just didn't care. So everything changed about her.
You know, and I guess the part that, you know, kind of confuses me a little bit is, and I know, yes, I told you before, I have my suspicions on what everything, but understand how we look at it when you haven't been honest.
I get it.
When Scott's telling us you're lying, your mom is telling us you're lying, your mom's saying you shouldn't have had this, or that, and now, you know, we've talked to you, and every day is a little bit more. How are we supposed to look at it?
It's going to look bad. I know that. I understand that.
So that's why I'm telling you, this is it. It is now time.
I understand that. I understand everything's looking bad. And you know what? I'll be honest with this. You know, I told you to look at the memo lines? Mm-hmm. Because Lynn always put something on the memo. Lynn was always...
Detective, we've just ended slide 5. Thus far in everything that the jury has watched, has Ms. Kurczewski been asked if she gave Lynn Hernan any eye drops on October 3rd, 2018?
Yes.
And what has Ms. Kurczewski said thus far?
No, she has not.
Does that change as time goes on?
To the exact extent, yes. She acknowledged, or there's later on, there's a story. Her story changes, yes.
Okay. Judge, there's about 40 minutes left of this interview, which I'm happy to pick up with on Monday if you'd like.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it's been a long day, a lot of video, so knowing that there's 40 minutes left, it's already 4:05. There still will, I'm sure, be some questioning. I think we'll break for the day. I'll read the instruction to the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversations about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair. because the parties would not have an opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening and over the weekend to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Thank you. Have a great weekend. All rise for the jury. We'll see you Monday morning at 8:30. All right, thank you. You may step down. Anything I need to, did my door close? Not yet. You can be seated. Anything I need to address from the state today?
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state just, while we were taking testimony from Detective HOPPE at 3:47, received an email from Ms. Risto out of Attorney Kukler's office with 2 new witnesses and a investigator's reports on those 2 witnesses. These 2 witnesses were not named on any of the...
I'm not going to take that up right now. I know it came in. I briefly looked at it. We'll take it up Monday morning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything from the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, have a good weekend, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
I think what I'm going to have to do is Teresa email you all her most recent exhibit list. Once it's completed, please check.